The other reason, and this ties back to Goku being a junkyard dog, bro, is that he wants to fight him again. This is why we love Goku, man. He's just laying there broken and battered on the floor. They barely beat Vegeta through the skin of their teeth, and he's about to let him go because he wants to fight this maniac again. What an animal. So some time passes and Bulma, Krillin, and Gohan head over to Namek to collect the Dragon Ball so they can wish the fallen warriors on Earth back to life. Goku stays on Earth because he's still hospitalized after the battle. Namek turns out to be an absolute hell for the gang. For starters, Vegeta just pulls up to the planet stronger than ever, but also there's an ongoing genocide led by an alien named Frieza, who's even stronger than Vegeta, and they don't even know the half of it. And both Frieza with his goons and Vegeta are also hunting for the Dragon Balls, so they're going through it bad. Meanwhile on Earth, Goku just can't wait to start training again. So he was like a kid in a candy store when Yajirobe, the goat of the Saiyan saga right next to Bubbles, brings Goku some senzu beans. Goku takes one and just busts through the cast he was in and goes to Dr. Brief and asks if his ship is ready to go to Namek. Dr. Brief tells Goku it's ready, and as per Goku's request, he installed a gravity simulator that goes up to 100 times Earth's gravity. After foolishly not wanting to wait for the cappuccino machine to be installed, Goku takes off for Namek and has only 6 days to prepare for the challenge, so he's got to do something crazy to get to the level he needs to be at, and he's finna do just that. Let's go. Goku starts out training at 20 times Earth's gravity, which is double what he was doing at King Kai's planet. We basically get to see bits and pieces of his training while we see the events unfold at planet Namek, and every time we do, he's either training to exhaustion, eating, or sleeping, with the occasional bath. But things just ramp up more and more each time we see him. First we see him doing lunges, then 10,000 sit-ups, then these handstand push-ups where he's balancing a barbell on his feet, then we got 10,000 one-handed push-ups, then repping out who knows how many of these weighted punches. So he moves up to 30 times gravity, and then he gets a surprise call from King Kai. King Kai fills him in that Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, and Chaozu made it to his planet and are getting ready for their own training. Goku's hyped to hear from his boys, and he fills them in on the situation on Namek. That's when King Kai asks, "Hey yo, that guy on Namek who's stronger than Vegeta, his name isn't Frieza, is it?" He scopes out the planet with his satellite antenna, and what he sees leaves him absolutely shook. He tells Goku, "Don't you dare provoke Frieza while you're over there. Just stay out of his way. He's him. None of you stand even close to a prayer of a chance against him." Goku's like, "Come on, really?" But King Kai is just screaming at them to stay away from Frieza. And then Piccolo puts his hand on Goku's shoulder to communicate with him. I love this scene right here because Piccolo is one of the good guys now, and he just gave his life to protect Goku's son, so they have a great mutual respect. They're boys. And Piccolo's like, "Nah man, don't worry. With you, me, Gohan, and Krillin, we should be able to take him down no problem." One detail I always loved is when you flash forward towards the end of the Namek saga, when everyone's gotten so much stronger, but Frieza is still infinitely stronger than everyone combined, and Piccolo smiles and he's like, "King Kai was right this whole time, we never had a chance." Man, Frieza was just different, but Goku didn't care. King Kai's warning just made him even more amped up and hyped for Namek. Goku's also different. These guys are just built different, I'm telling you. Next up, we see Goku training in 50 times gravity, just throwing his hands. Look at him go. And as he's on the floor exhausted, he uses Frieza as motivation to get up and keep grinding. Then his next workout ends up almost being his last. He's doing these hanging sit-ups, completely wiping himself out when his ship starts soaring through a violent magnetic storm that messes with the gravity machine. It's now bouncing around between 80 and 100 times Earth's gravity, a level that Goku just isn't ready for, especially not while exhausted and hanging upside down. As he's getting tortured by the gravity, he tries to get up and untie his feet. That doesn't work. Then he tries using an energy blast to cut the cord that's holding his feet together, but the energy blast comes right back at him and clocks him. His last ditch effort is he starts swanging, and after building up momentum, he uses Kaioken for a second to finally free himself, turns off the gravity machine, and takes a senzu bean to fully recover. After just barely escaping death, he's chilling. He's not shook in the slightest. He's like, "Well, I guess I'm training in 100 times gravity now," and that becomes his new standard. See what I mean when I say this guy is just a different breed? I don't know who your favorite anime protagonist is, probably some skinny teenager, but they're not built like Goku, man. They're just not. So now he's training in 100 times gravity, and his progress is just skyrocketing. He's really getting the hang of it now. Since he can't move the gravity any higher, he's got to up the stakes and leave nothing on the line. So we see him later beaten up, training with 100% intensity like usual, and then fires off 3 Kamehameha at himself and tanks the blast. He's on death's door again and has to crawl to get another Senzu bean. Again, he fully recovers and goes right back to it. Rinse and repeat. At this point, we see one of the secrets of his rapid progress is the Senzu beans. Because of them, he gets to train non-stop without rest at his highest level, which makes his 6 days more like 6 weeks. But also, since he's training to the point of death, his Saiyan biology makes his body adapt every time he recovers, and he gets a big power boost from just that. And one more reason for his insane progress that I don't see talked about much is this. I think Goku was hitting his stride as a fighter. His true Saiyan potential was just starting to be unleashed. I think living on Earth, where the enemies he faced were relatively weak, was really hindering his potential. So when he trades hands with someone on the caliber of Vegeta, and hears about someone way stronger than even him and Frieza, that goalpost was moved, and he was just at that point in his life where he was about to level up dramatically. We know that Saiyans tend to rise to the level of their challenge, and he sure did, because next up in his training, we see him taking the same kind of damage that nearly killed him last time, but now he's perfectly fine. And he eventually masters the 100 times gravity and drops it back to normal gravity to get acclimated back to that. And he's amazed at his new powers. Goku finally lands on Namek, and he comes to the rescue again in a similar way that he did on Earth against Nappa and Vegeta. But this time, instead of fighting Vegeta, he was one of the ones he saved from the Ginyu Force. Goku beats Recoome in one blow and treats Burter and Jace like they were clowns. He improved so much that he had Vegeta shook, thinking he had become a Super Saiyan. How the tables have turned. Then later, when showing Captain Ginyu the Kaioken, he makes him have a nervous breakdown. And he knew he was him too. He was so cocky. You guys think only Vegeta is cocky? Nah, when Goku knows he's him, he's super cocky. He just shows it in a different way. He gives you that condescending smile, or if he's pissed, it's a glaring look. And he likes standing there still, just basking in the ambience. He did it here, he did it against Nappa, he does it after getting out of the recovery chamber later, and of course he does it when he becomes a Super Saiyan.
Let me see. This is how I run these.
Okay, so on a side note, let's get into the numbers real quick. I'm not a big power levels guy, but it's worth noting for the video. Goku's base power level was 8,000 when he fought Vegeta on Earth. Vegeta gets a 33 1/3% power boost after recovering from the battle. So if we assume the same for Goku, then Goku's power level at the start of the Namek training would have been around 10,500, and at the end it was 90,000. So he became about 8.5 times stronger in 6 days. Not to mention he was able to multiply his Kaioken even more now. But he couldn't keep training like this, in my opinion. It wasn't sustainable long term, even for a Saiyan. He would have gotten diminishing returns, plateaued, maybe even died, but it was really effective for a season. And that wraps up the video for today. This was such a legendary training camp with a really satisfying aftermath. Like the video, subscribe, because I'm going to make a lot more of this kind of content. I appreciate all of you, and I'm out of here.
I think I could get this lit though. I'm gonna go.
The Tournament of Power takes place after the events of the Goku Black Arc. Following the fight with Zamasu, life back on Earth returns to normal. Goku's back to his job as a delivery driver, and he stops his truck to help someone on the side of the road, but is attacked by carjackers. Unwilling to give up his truck, Goku easily dodges all of the robbers' attacks and gunshots, except for one bullet, which manages to graze his arm. Goku says to himself that he's getting out of shape, and then goes to drop off the criminals at the police station, receiving a bounty that he believes will be enough to please his wife Chi-Chi, who will allow him to continue his training. Goku then attempts to call Whis through his communication device, but for some reason he's not answering. We cut to Beerus' planet as Whis is busy training Vegeta. Beerus comments that Vegeta seems more into the training than usual, the Oracle Fish then stating that it's because Goku was stronger than him during the battle with Zamasu. Fed up with the Saiyans,
when they start telling me shit that's happening in the manga now, I don't like that shit. That shit's
Goku's training for Namek was absolutely insane.
When they show,
we're gonna fully break down the first training camp in Dragon Ball history in one of my.
Like, yeah, he got smoked in that one.
Okay, we all know Vegeta works really hard, arguably trains harder than Goku himself. Actually, he definitely does if we're talking about pure prolonged effort.
damn.
And there wasn't a better display of that in DBZ, the Vegeta's
Goddamn,
training
them
to
TikTok
prepare for the androids.
guys, I ain't gonna
I
lie.
think this is Vegeta's best training camp, but also my favorite training in DBZ and probably in any anime I've ever seen. The reason why is because 1, the training itself was so gritty, intense, and motivating, and 2, Vegeta's motivation for this camp was just insane. So we're going to analyze this camp after taking a deep look into the backstory
lost
and
a
finally
view
talk
on
about the
TikTok.
results of his efforts. So let's
I'm
go
on
to the end of the Frieza saga. Vegeta got killed by Frieza after pouring his heart out to Goku for him to beat Frieza. Later on in the fight, they revived those killed by Frieza and his goons back to life, and then transported them to Earth so Goku and Frieza could have their final showdown on a dying Namek. Goku beats them and the message is relayed back to Earth. Vegeta hears that Goku has become a Super Saiyan. He's shocked, dude. I'm sure he was a mixed bag of emotions. Happy to finally be free of Frieza, but also his ego could barely take that another Saiyan, a low class one at that, achieved what he never could. So, some time passes and they wish Krillin and Yamcha back to life. They also try to wish Goku back to planet Earth, but Goku refuses. He has training on planet Yardrat that he wants to finish up before he comes back. Now, at this point, Vegeta's been waiting for Goku to come back, but after hearing that it's going to take some time, he grabs Dr. Brief's spaceship and just books it, probably to look for Goku and get some training in. But he comes back later and kind of just assimilates to life on Earth. At this point, he's training, but not enough to make serious gains. Think about it though, this is Vegeta's first time ever as a free man since he was a child, and probably his first time ever not being involved in battles or wars. And he's in such a weird place right now, because he knows he's not the most powerful Saiyan. Goku is looming in his head, but he hasn't even seen him as a Super Saiyan. On the outside he's at peace, but inside he's probably at a war with himself. And then everything changes when, about a year after they summon the dragon, Frieza shows up to Earth with his father, King Cold. The Z Fighters all stop what they're doing and show up to see what's going on. They're 100% sure they're gonna get cooked by Frieza, even Vegeta. But then some mystery guy, Trunks, shows up to challenge Frieza, goes Super Saiyan, and then absolutely decimates him, who has PTSD after seeing another Super Saiyan. Then Goku shows up and also turns Super Saiyan, and just starts flexing on everybody with his Super Saiyan finger. Trunks reveals that he's from the future, and that he's there to warn the Z Fighters about 2 androids coming in 3 years. That the androids kill nearly all of them in his timeline. He was just giving a heads up for everybody to get in the gym and be ready for these 2. Okay, let's pause here. First of all, he's already had to grapple with the fact that a low-class Saiyan like Goku became the legendary Super Saiyan and avenged his people. And Vegeta's waiting on Goku to show up so he can see what Super Saiyan looks like on another man?
I must have just been driving.
That was
You're not
supposed to be
drive
him,
and
but
be
now
on
some
TikTok
complete
live. I
random
ain't know
shows
that.
up, and it turns out
I
he's
just
also
figured
a
that out
Super
today,
Saiyan.
though.
And he's only a
'Cause
teenager who doesn't even look like a
Both
Saiyan.
times they
He even makes
banned me
Frieza
because
look
I
like
was
an
driving.
absolute joke. Somebody who had
That's
Vegeta in a
crazy.
vice
That
grip
keeps
for his
talking about
entire
growth,
life.
though, 'cause I'm not
Do you
trying-
know
I'm
how
not trying to
demoralizing
stunt
this
my
is for
growth.
anybody with a competitive
trying-
bone in their body, let alone somebody with as much of an
Like, I'm
ego
trying
and
to grow,
pride
bro.
in his heritage and abilities as Vegeta? And then the cherry on top
now
is
I
that he
got-
learns he's supposed to get bodied in a few years by a
Got
couple
you
of
guys
androids.
still.
Look, at
Got
this
you
point,
guys
Vegeta's had
around
his little
still.
R&R on Earth, but after what he's just seen, it's time to get in the gym
is
for
the
real
video
this
still
time and
too
put in
low?
some serious work. He's determined to prove that he's the most powerful Saiyan. That this
I
is just a
want it to
hiccup
be
in his
too
life.
loud,
That
bro.
he's better than Goku, better than this other Saiyan Trunks. But the reality is,
Yo,
man, he's way
but
behind.
I think I'll be back
And
on by
Goku's
the
only
morning.
going to
I
get
got- let me
stronger
check.
because he's starting his own
might check
intense
it.
training.
I hit 6K.
So Vegeta's got to do something
facts,
crazy to
but
close the gap between them,
They
and even more to
They
surpass
really
them.
still trying
And
to
he's
hold
about
me
to.
over there though.
Goku starts
Let me
training with
excuse my
Piccolo and
language. They
Gohan
still
to
trying
prepare
to-
for the
They
androids,
still
but
trying to
Vegeta
like,
trains by himself. He doesn't
they
even really
hiding
think
me,
too much about
like,
the androids like the rest of the fighters. This is
let me
way
go to
deeper
the-
than that.
let me go to
It's
my
about
live.
proving himself
There's
as the
only,
man
like,
he claims
2
to be.
people watching
So
over
Vegeta
there.
demands
So
that
I'm gonna
Dr.
try to
Brief
get
install the
everyone to
gravity
come to
machine
Twitch.
to be able to crank out 300
Everyone
times
gotta come
Earth's
to
gravity
Twitch,
for
bro.
him to train in. Goku trained in 100
No
times
lie.
on his way to Namek, so he wants to triple it. He
want
starts out with the
everyone to
cool,
come to
crisp
Twitch.
150 times gravity and quickly goes to 300 like he wanted. We see him do a super intense
Yo.
reflex training where
Come
one of his
watching
own
it
energy
now.
blasts is being bounced off of these robotic devices,
Let me see.
obviously while under the pressure of ridiculous gravity. It's funny because to show how intensely Vegeta trained,
'cause
we get to
had
see
a lot of
Yamcha
people
training
from
just
Twitch
outside of
now.
Vegeta's pod, and it's
People from Twitch
pathetic.
is just leaving.
Man's
bro.
just out here punching the air with no intensity. And he was brain
There's
dead enough
only
to
two
think he could
people
handle
from
even a minute
YouTube,
of
bro.
Vegeta's training. He almost got turned into a pancake when he tried to
That's
get a taste
crazy.
of 300 times Earth's gravity. He was delusional and just
really-
didn't want to admit that Vegeta was him because
I'm
he was in the
getting
process of
settled
stealing
down crazy,
Bulma away
bro.
from
That's
Yamcha.
wild.
And bro didn't even try. He was just putting in crazy amounts of work, and she respected the grind.
Yo, appreciate the
Anyways, back
congrats,
to the
though,
training.
man. I need
Vegeta is
this
just going so
soundboard,
hard
bro.
that he's
Let me
wrecking
see.
Dr. Brief's training devices.
I'ma keep
And
this
one day,
going
he
all
takes
night,
it
though.
too far and has a pretty horrible training accident where he blows up the gravity chamber. They hospitalize Vegeta, and we see him having a nightmare about how Goku and Trunks are so out of reach. They're mocking him with their power, and he feels he can never catch up to them. But then, in his
I gotta
own
go
dream, he
see it.
gives himself a
Nah,
pep
thanks for
talk
pulling
and
up,
reminds
bro.
himself of who he is,
Appreciate it,
the
bro.
Prince of all Saiyans. Then after waking up, we see him still bandaged up going right back to his training. He tells Bulma to leave him alone after she tries bossing him around.
Nah, it's
She really
not,
cared
'cause
about him
it's
at
night,
this
bro.
point, but he wasn't
'Cause
going to let
big
anyone
shadow
get in the
back.
way of his training,
A big
even
shadow
though he was
back,
getting a
bro.
little
I
soft
know
on
a
her at
big
the time
shadow
too.
back.
Time
But it's
goes on,
okay.
and we see he's training in
Okay.
400 times Earth's gravity now, doing shadow boxing, calisthenics, even looks
I
like
ain't
the
even
man's
had
doing
this plan.
gymnastics
Like,
flips
you
in
was
there.
telling me
Whereas
about
before, he didn't have
TikTok the
nearly
other
that
day,
kind of
but people
mobility
been telling me
under a
about
lower
TikTok,
gravity at that.
and I
And
ain't
the
really
gravity is
think
set
that
to
TikTok
constantly
was, like,
increase, so he's never fully used
anything,
to
'cause they
it. We see it
weren't
go as high as
giving no
450,
views,
and
but then
still we see him say,
now I'm
no,
going
I can
live
do
and I'm
more.
getting views
He
and
even goes to
followers,
space
so
later
it's
on a
like,
remote planet
I'm
to have
growing now,
absolutely no distractions
somehow.
in his training.
That's
After
another
completely
way, but
wiping
they
himself
keep
out in
on shutting
training
me
one day,
down.
he has to
That's what I
defend the
hate about
ship
them.
from a meteor shower and gives everything he has left to destroy massive
Yo, we got
meteor.
gifted
Then we
too
see him on the
much
ground,
today, bro.
beaten up and
I gotta
battered.
say,
He's been training like
say-
a maniac for years now, and he's still
Yeah.
not a Super Saiyan.
I'll
And he
blow
just almost got killed by a
2012, bro.
rock. He just doesn't care anymore. He's just done with
Hey,
it all.
for
He's
the
had
100
enough.
gift.
He's just done, bro. All that
Lose
nonstop
it-
working for
lose it
what?
back.
He's not even a Super
for the
Saiyan.
21
And these other guys
gifted.
just make it look so easy. He even gives up
They
in his
went
life
crazy
at this
today
point
on
because in
TikTok,
his
bro. I
mind,
ain't gonna lie
what's
to
the
you.
point anymore?
I ain't
That's
gonna
how
lie to
low he
you.
sunk when click the switch hit and he finally became a Super
I don't even
Saiyan.
do
And it
this
was
shit
such a
for gifts,
well-deserved
though, on
moment too
TikTok.
because
Just
he
trying to,
put
like-
everything into it for years. For anybody
trying
that's
to-
ever felt like they
trying
were
to
behind
grow,
in life,
bro.
this training camp is just so motivating because it's just complete isolation and dedication to where you want to be. And it's not cheap and
what I'm
quick too,
saying.
like a lot of other training
they just
montages and
gifted me-
anime and
they
shows.
gifted me
It's this
hella, like,
long and tedious
and then my
grind that
shit
finally
end up
pays off.
going
That's
off,
what this
bro.
training is. And stuff like this is why people love Vegeta, man. So
I
the
hope they-
aftermath.
I
When
appealed
training
it,
time
though.
was over and androids 19 and 20 came, Goku had a terrible performance against 19 because of his
That's
heart
too
disease.
gay if they
Vegeta
don't-
steps up to the plate,
if
kicks
they
away
don't allow
Goku's
me,
carcass,
bro.
and starts going
I
to
just
work.
need to go live.
He was the most powerful character in the show at this point in the
think they
series,
not
just
gonna
like
let
he
me go,
promised
though.
he would be at the start of his training. He absolutely decimates
To the
19, makes
26,
him
bro.
question his AI programmed reality, gives him false hope,
Bro.
and tears off his arms and destroys him
I'm
with the
down
Big
to
Bang attack.
26
He was just
tomorrow.
basking in the
11
glory of his
08, bro.
achievement. And look, we know it didn't last long, but this is
That
DBZ,
shit-
don't get it twisted.
that
The
shit-
title of the best or the strongest
I
isn't just
said-
something that
I
people
said
hold
the
on to for
crazy
long.
word,
It switches hands
that
constantly,
shit-
and that's okay. You
that
don't get to
shit
just train like a
bullshit,
madman
TikTok.
for a season like Vegeta
TikTok,
did,
y'all
and then all of a
bullshit.
sudden you just can't be
This
beat.
right here
No,
is
there's always
bullshit.
more you can do, and there's always new plateaus to go beyond.
like it.
Vegeta learns that pretty soon himself the hard way.
All I
And that's
was
the video
doing
for
was
today.
driving.
Let me know in the comments what your favorite DBZ training was, or in any anime
Yo,
for
the
that matter.
video's
I
still
appreciate
too
you for
loud, though.
watching, and I'm out of here.
Is it too loud? The video.
And this is the worst moment of Vegeta's life. And we're gonna unpack it. Because this isn't just him getting killed after taking one of the biggest beatings in Dragon Ball history. Trust me, we're gonna analyze the horrible beating, but there's more to this scene than what meets
Nah,
the
'cause,
eye.
yo,
And to get a good grasp on how bad this was,
This shit's
we have to talk
crazy.
about Vegeta's story and mentality during the Namek saga, from start
gotta
to
beat-
brutal finish.
we gotta
Alright,
beat
let's go.
YouTube
So
for
Vegeta
game,
lands
though.
on planet Frieza, but he's in critical condition. Just coming back from his battle
I
on
already
Earth with
beat
Goku,
them once, but
Gohan,
we
and
gonna
Krillin.
beat them again.
They get him in
and
the
we gonna
healing
get
chamber,
everyone-
but when he
yo,
wakes up, he hears from Kui that
Lil
Frieza is on
Conflict,
planet Namek hunting
I
for the
need
Dragon
you to
Balls.
do one
Dude
thing,
started
though.
sprinting to Namek.
Make a
He was
Twitch
desperate
account.
because if Frieza got his wish, it
Make
would
a
mean the
Twitch
little
account,
hopes he
pal.
ever had of being free from him would be gone forever. This is
I know
honestly do
YouTube
or die
seems
for
cold,
Vegeta.
bro,
He's
but
always been wanting to take a stand against
they gotta
Frieza,
make
but
a
he
Twitch
knows he
account,
doesn't
bro.
stand a chance. But with Frieza
YouTube
this
been-
close to getting the Dragon
been
Balls,
tweaking, bro.
screw that. He's going in. Kui follows him to Namek. He's been wanting to kill Vegeta for a long time now, and seeing as how he's gone rogue, he finally gets his chance to. But when they get to Namek, Vegeta shows Kui the new power he attained after his battle on Earth. He has Kui taking a dookie in his pants, and then he slaughters Kui. That guy was a joke, but something telling about that whole interaction is just how much most of the Frieza Force, especially the higher ranking members,
I thought you
hated
liked it,
Vegeta.
bro.
They hated him, number one, because he's a Saiyan, and these guys are just straight up racist. This is a fact.
Wow, bro.
And number two, because
I
they all
thought-
suck Frieza
thought
off,
I was
and
gonna be able
Vegeta
to
is
keep
not about
everyone,
that.
bro.
Don't get me wrong,
But it's
Vegeta
calm,
followed his
though.
orders, but he's not a bootlicker or a lapdog like pretty much
That's
everybody
fine.
else. Vegeta's next moment on Namek is when he ambushed Dodoria after Dodoria was separated
Bro,
from
I
Frieza by
have
Gohan and
account,
Krillin.
bro. I don't
Dodoria is
have-
terrified to
Oh,
fight him because
download
of his new
Twitch,
power
bro.
level, but he lies to
Download Twitch,
Vegeta
bro.
and to himself by pretending like
Forget
his scouter
YouTube,
reading
bro.
was a malfunction.
YouTube is
Dodoria
whack.
gets easily outmaneuvered by Vegeta and starts pleading for his life.
YouTube is whack, bro.
Man, this is the worst moment of Vegeta's life, and we're gonna unpack it. Because this isn't just him getting killed after taking one of the biggest beatings in Dragon Ball history. Trust me, we're gonna...
YouTube is so damn whack.
You was gonna win.
What?
You was gonna win.
Win what?
Stop trying to win in front of me. Stop doing that.
Nigga, who are you?
Bill, Already said later. I don't need to rush back. Hey man, I'll be back, bro. If I take too long, you can just let yourself out. I gotta get in the shower. I didn't get a chance to shower without me.
Yo.
Like no homo stuff. I'm saying like without me, like
Yo.
no
I
homo
get
stuff. I'm saying
it
because like you my bro. I'm saying
tomorrow.
like we
I
locked
got
in. Like
a
you
busy
twin.
ass
Like
day.
I'm just saying like
I'll give it
like without me
tomorrow.
or you want me to go with you or get out of my house, bro. Nah, bro.
What's
See, bro.
tomorrow, fam?
I didn't mean it the way that you.
Yo,
No, nigga,
I'ma
get out
be
my
banned
house,
on
bro.
TikTok
Bro,
the
I'm just
whole
saying,
day
'cause we
tomorrow,
locked in,
bro.
You feel me? We locked
I
in.
won't
Nigga,
get
locked
back
in
on
with your
until the
girl.
next day.
Bro, we locked in with your girl. Get out. Bro, get out my house, bro. Cause you know I'm about to go crazy, right?
Stop playing. Come
You know I'm
on.
about to go crazy.
Nah, 'cause I
on,
know
just
what
put
I'm
it
finna
in.
do now.
Come on.
All right.
Okay, I'm ready. Ooh, that feels good. That feels good. Keep going. Keep going. Why you stop? Why the sad music building up?
Hey,
Why the sad music build? Why is the sad music building up? Let me look at your face. Let me. No! No! Don't tell me. Don't. Why is it getting smaller? Why is it? No! Don't make that. Why is it getting? I feel it getting smaller.
that's crazy.
Why? Why?
It's over.
No! Get it back up.
It's over.
Get it back up. Why is it getting smaller?
It's over.
I feel why is it getting smaller?
Why is it getting smaller?
It's over.
I don't even feel it where it goes.
Let me rub your back.
I don't feel it no more. Where did it go?
Let me rub your back. That was a good movie, babe.
So good.
That was a good
It was
movie.
so good.
But listen,
What?
it's Valentine's Day. We're gonna do anything you want today. Anything
Are
you
you
want.
serious? Anything I want?
Yeah.
Oh my God, I love you.
I love you more.
No, I love you
I
more.
love you more.
I love you more.
I love you more.
I love you more.
Hey, what's up, babe? Hey, Keyshawn. It's been a long time. The fuck?
Bae, who the hell is this?
I
Who is
don't
he?
know who the hell this is. Keyshawn. Now, come on. You don't remember me? No. Who are you, bro? Come on, look at me. Remember that night in the hotel? With the melted chocolate?
What?
No.
It ain't no way. It ain't no.
You do not
Bae,
know me.
Bae, who is this?
Hey,
Tell me right now, who is this?
I don't know
Well, he
who
knows
this
you.
is.
He obviously knows
How
you.
about that? Like, you remember us. You remember us. Like, remember what you used to tell me? Say you wanted me to have your baby.
What? You're a nigga. You can't even have kids.
You could have adopted.
No, I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm not doing. No, I'm going. I'm going. No.
Are you
Bye. I'm not doing this.
Nigga, who are you, bro? Who are you? I'm not even gay. I never met you in my life. You was gonna win.
What?
You was gonna win.
Win what?
Stop trying to win in front of me. Stop doing that.
Nigga, who are you?
Haven't hit me up in forever, bro.
It said the number one hater.
Yeah, man. Hey, I'm sorry for being distant,
Yo,
bro. I've kind of been
the
I've
number
been going
one
through
hater, bro.
a lot of fights in my relationship. Been struggling
Man, you
financially.
not playing.
No, it's just been a lot.
Hey, bro, listen to me, bro. Keep your head up, bro. I used to be just like you, bro. I was in that same spot. I used to be broke. You feel me? I used to be broke, and I had to work my way up. You feel me? I had to work my way up. Life is all about the grind, bro. I remember them bummy days, bro. I remember them bummy days
who's
how I was
still
struggling
awake,
financially, bro. You just gotta keep moving. And with your relationship, bro, you gotta learn to listen. You feel me? Life is all about learning to listen. Learning to listen to the people that you love. You know, listen to the people around you. That's what life is about. Because if you're not listening to nobody like that you love, then how is it play with our daughter? We're trying to feed our son, man, bro. That's like the first steps. Like, can you please? I remember I really used to be in your spot, bro. Like I really just let my life become shambles, bro. My life used to be in shambles, bro. But I had to pick myself up, bro. You gotta pick yourself up. You
Yeah, I
gotta
think it's
grind,
the
and you
alarm
need to
system.
focus on your love life, bro. 'Cause that's all that matters, bro. That's all that matters, man. Life can be a struggle. Oh my God, Marcus. Life can be as good as you can make it. They say you went for robbery. Like I really hope you find peace in your life, bro. Like I hope you find peace in your life, like how I did, bro.
Yo.
Your house is nice.
Oh, thank you.
For real, it is.
It's a little messy, excuse
Hey,
me.
did you enjoy the date though?
Oh, the date was amazing.
That's good,
The date
that's
was
good.
amazing. Like, I'm not even gonna lie, like, this is absolutely like a first for me. Like,
I mean the first.
like, you know, like, you're the first guy to, like, ever treat me right. Like, the first guy. Like, you really made me feel real special tonight, and I really appreciate that. Like, you're the first guy to ever, like, make me feel this, and I appreciate that. This is actually, like, my first date I've ever... What's wrong? Oh, my God, what's going on? What?
No, I'm sorry, my stomach hurt. I must need to use the bathroom. I'm the only one? The only one to ever?
The only one to treat me like this. The only one.
Okay, where's your bathroom?
My bathroom? Oh, my bathroom, like, right down that hall.
Yo, Trey, what's going on?
Yo, hey, what's up, bro?
Yo, why you hit me up, bro?
Hold on real quick, bro. I just need to ask you a question.
Yeah, what's up?
I'm at this girl house right now, and just need to know, did you ever hear of a girl named Keisha?
Keisha?
Her name Keisha, and she...
Bro, Keisha Smith? You ever heard her? No, she go crazy. She go, no, you about to be in there, bro? Yo, bro, who you on the phone with? Yo. It's Trey? Yeah, I'm talking to Trey, bro. Bro, guess who he with, bro? Who he with? Who? Keisha. Block Party Keisha? Block Party Keisha. The Grit Reaper? The Grit Reaper, nigga. The Incredible Gawk? The Incredible Gawk. The Final Bop? The Final Bop, bro. The Sperminator? Yes, the Sperminator. Jason Voorhees? Jason Voorhees, bro. Hey, I see you, Jay. I see you, bro. Have fun. Just don't, make sure you don't take her on a date, bro. Don't take her on no date. You don't gotta do all that, bro. Alright, bro. Hey, bro, don't take her on no date, bro. You heard me? No, why he ain't saying nothing, bro? No, why you ain't take her on no date, bro? Tell me. Bro, tell me you ain't take her on no date. No. Tell me you ain't. No. This nigga did extra credit. No, you ain't the DLC. No.
So young lady,
Mike Tyson.
they chose me to lead the interrogation, so let's just get right into this. Why did you murder the two kids? Why'd you murder them?
I swear on everything. I swear on my family. I did not murder them kids. I do not know what's going on. They got the wrong
Yes,
person.
you did. You murdered the two kids, remember?
Mike, I'm telling you, I did not murder them.
Why'd you murder them?
I did not murder them.
What did you get out of murdering the kids?
Mike, I did not
Who the
murder
fuck you talking to? You murdered them two kids, remember?
Wait, you know what? Nah, I do remember. I did murder them.
Exactly, see? See, you murdered them. Stop trying to act like I'm crazy. You murdered the two kids. This is really disgusting.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Yeah, remember you murdered them. Then you ate the ice cream out they shit.
Yeah, the
Why would you
ice
do that?
cream. The ice cream. Nah.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that because you did that around the time you became president. The 59th president of the United States.
The 59th president.
You was the 59th president. I remember because I voted for you. I'm very disappointed. You was the first white president. Remember?
The first white president. I remember that. Yeah, I did do that.
Yeah, and what you did was messed up. It's messed up what you did. You're crazy. You're not right in the head.
Yeah, I'm crazy. I don't know what's wrong with me. I'm crazy, Mike.
You're not right in the head. You crazy for doing that. It's not right.
Yeah, I'm crazy. Like something not right in my head. Something not right in my head, Mike.
I know that, nigga. That's what I just said. Alright, y'all can come in now. He's just not right. He's not right in the head. He's crazy. He needs help.
Okay.
He needs a lot of help.
Okay, yes,
he's
Mike.
crazy. He's crazy. He's not right. Get this man some help.
I'm telling you. Y'all were crazy. Nah, bro, me and my ex used to fight like that all the time.
Oh, hey, Trey.
Hey, Ms. Williams.
Tony ain't tell me you was coming over. What y'all talking about?
No, we was talking about how I used to fight with my ex, Tasha.
Oh, yeah, she was a cutie, though.
With a fat ass.
No, but
Tony,
you know what I'm
stop
talking
it.
about?
Stop it.
I'm for real.
So
You know it, though. You know it, though.
Oh, my gosh. But nah. Hey, Mom, I was about to smoke some weed. You want to smoke with me?
You got weed?
Trying to smoke with me?
Oh, yeah. When you gonna smoke?
I was going to smoke in like 10 minutes. You know what I'm
Okay,
saying?
yeah, sure. I'll smoke with you.
All right, bet. We're going to spark up. For sure.
Oh, yeah, Tony, don't forget to take the trash out.
Mom, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm just screwing with you. I knew you was.
Nah, I got it,
gosh.
Mom.
I'll be in my room.
All right, Mom. Bro, you joke with your mom like that?
Yeah, don't everybody? You don't talk to your mom like that, bro?
No, I ain't never tried that with my mom, bro. I don't think that's gonna slide.
What, bro? It's not even that crazy. Like, it's for real, not even that deep.
Hold on, bro. My mom calling.
Oh, all right.
Hey, Mom.
Hey, Trey, where you at? You ain't tell me you was leaving.
Oh, yeah, I'm at my friend Tonio's right now.
Oh, okay. Hey, listen, whenever you get back, make sure you lock up the house.
All right. Hey, Mom.
Yeah? Yeah, what? What, Trey?
Shut the fuck up. I'm just playing.
Oh. Bro, did she hang up, bro?
Nah, I think the call fell, bro.
Oh, all right. Makes sense.
Ma, I was just Mom, please.
Oh, my gosh. Who's that at my door?
No,
Who's that
Miss Williams, don't do it. Just call the police.
Who's that banging on me?
Yo, Trey.
Yo, John. What's up, bro?
I haven't seen you in years, bro. How you been?
Hey, I've been good, man. Yo, who baby you watching in this stroller, bro?
Oh, this is my kid, bro.
No, bro, I never pictured you finally having a kid. Hey, bro, lift up the covers, bro. Let me see him.
Oh, yeah, I just got the covers over his face. I ain't want the sun in his eye. Well, hold on. All right, let me see.
All right.
Let me see.
Ta-da!
Oh, shit.
Yeah, man, that's him, man. Ain't he cute? It's daddy's boy right there. Ain't he cute, man? Look at him.
Look at him, man. Look at him. Yeah, man. Hey, man, I love being a father, man.
Ain't he cute?
Hey, that's your kid, man.
Yeah, he is, but ain't he cute? Ain't he cute, man?
Hey, that's a baby, man.
Yeah, I know it's a baby, but ain't he cute?
Hey, man, and in the Lord's eyes, we're all beautiful, right?
No, bro, I'm not asking about the Lord's eyes. I'm asking about your eyes, bro. Look at him. What are you looking away
Hey, look, I already saw him, bro. I
Bro,
already saw
look
him.
at my son. I said look at him.
Yeah, this baby ugly as shit, bro.
Wow.
This baby ugly as shit. I'm sorry. I can't lie to you, bro. This is not a good looking baby. Like this baby looks like a PlayStation 1 character. You know? Like I just, me personally, I just wouldn't have walked outside with this baby. I just would have kept it inside until it like fully formed. Like I just, your child, it don't look like it was formed off a full sperm cell. Like this is a pre-cum baby. It's a pre-cum baby. I can tell. I'm sorry. This is not good. God has to patch this. This is not. I love that place. Man, stop playing. You play way too much.
I'm gonna stop.
Like, you swear you're funny. You swear you are.
No, but I'm serious. Like, you look real busy.
Oh, shit.
You think so?
Dude, you look real good.
Thank you.
No, you are bad as hell.
Stop.
You are.
Stop it.
You are bad as hell.
Y'all are hyping me up.
Look at my lips when I
Y'all-
say it. You are bad. Bad as hell. Hey, I need you to know.
Thank you. Thank
bro,
you.
What's up, bro? The girl you talking to, she look good too. Yeah, she is. Yeah, you should make sure she know. You right. No, you do look good though.
Thank
look
you.
good.
Thank you.
But yeah, what you been up to today? What you been doing?
I really didn't do nothing all day. Like, I woke up, had breakfast, and I did do my yoga today. I did
You do yoga.
Yes, I love doing yoga. Like, it brings me so much peace. Like, it just like
come talk to
really.
me.
Oh, so you flexible, huh?
I mean,
You real flexible?
yeah, I am
Not
flexible.
only,
I am. You
you
gotta be.
know,
I like that.
Yeah, I'm real
Like,
flexible.
I'm getting real
Hey, if
views
you ever
on
need like
TikTok.
anybody to like
And I'm
help
getting-
stretch you, I can help stretch you.
And I
Oh,
got
you know how to stretch?
my fans, like my fans,
The
but
girl
my
you talk to,
core
she do yoga?
on
I don't know.
YouTube.
I ain't ask her. Oh, all right, you should figure that out. You right, bro. You right. Hey, you ever done yoga before?
Nah, I never really got into it. I never really did.
Hey, see, looks like another room. I ain't trying to be in between conversations, you know, so we can focus on each other.
Oh yeah, we can go to another room.
Yeah, let's go.
All right. That's what I was saying. All right, just go down this
So
hall.
where we heading to? Yo, bro, what are you?
Hey, bro.
Listen, I ain't trying to be whispering in your ear and all that, but listen, bro. I want both of them. they mine now. Yeah, you can't handle all that, so I'm gonna take her off your hands for you. All right, I'm gonna take her off your hands for you, because you know I'm your bro. I gotta help you out. All right, so I'm gonna take both of them. Hey, man, I appreciate you for inviting me, you know, but you evicted from the 2-man. You evicted. I'm saying you've been banished. Hey, y'all trying to head into the other room?
Yeah, sure. Let's go.
Cool.
Yeah.
Hey, bro, I'll see you next time, bro.
But yeah, let's go, y'all. Let's go. Okay.
All right, we right behind you.
Right behind. Follow me. Y'all fine as hell.
No, but it's been good catching up with you. No, it's been good catching up with you, too.
No, like, for real, like, you're like my
Best male friend. Yeah, you like...
Vegeta's age at each form. When Vegeta was first introduced into the series, he was 29 years old, and since then, he has been able to obtain 7 powerful forms through vigorous training.
That
We
nigga
start with the Super
pulled
Saiyan
up
form.
old
It
as
took
hell.
Vegeta 6 years from his introduction
tell
to
me
achieve the
you
Super Saiyan
29
form. He
years.
achieves the form
Talk
at
about
35
Super
years
Saiyan.
old against Android 19 in the beginning of the Android saga. Ascended Super Saiyan is achieved in the same year on Earth. He did train in the hyperbolic time chamber, but technically Vegeta was still 35 years old. For Super Saiyan 2, it wasn't confirmed. It wasn't stated in the anime or manga if Vegeta had achieved Super Saiyan 2 before Babidi gave him his power. However, Vegeta was 42 years old when he first showcased Super Saiyan 2. Super Saiyan God and Super Saiyan Blue comes 5 years later after training with Whis. He achieves these 2 forms at 47 years old. He achieves a power beyond Blue in the Tournament of Power called Super Saiyan Blue Evolution at 48 years old. And his strongest form yet, Ultra Ego, comes a year later at 49 years old after training with Beerus. Vegeta's age.
Most frustrating thing. He ain't never gonna catch Goku. I'll still give YouTube this clout, fam.
Hi, how you doing? I'm Lil Uzi.
I've been thought this one
Fuck
was
with me, your life
gas.
is ruined. Yeah. How you doing? How you doing? I'm Lil Uzi. Fuck with me, your life is ruined. Yeah. Money. Hi, how you doing? I'm Lil Uzi. Yeah. Fuck with me, your life is ruined. Yeah. How
Like, 30 points, though. Especially if she just straight to you, so.
Graduating, bro.
I'm so proud of you, man.
I'm about to go to college, bro, and get my PhD.
What are you majoring in?
Gangbanging, nigga.
What the fuck, nigga?
Smoking on every dead.
You was a good kid in class.
Now I'm a bad kid on the streets. All right, cool, yeah, bro. Niggas used to bully me in high school, but who runs shit now? Me, nigga.
That ass?
Me, nigga. Nigga, eat my dick.
Bro, you pussy, nigga.
Oh, fuck you talking about?
Since when you started smoking blacks,
Nigga, I
dirty?
graduated 10 minutes ago. I started smoking blacks in 5. My whole
Nasty,
life
bro.
is different now.
What happened to the PhD dreams?
Fuck a PhD, nigga. Only SMD, nigga.
Bro, you never been a drinker, bro. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I don't need school no more, bro.
You was just acting like that because you was in school the whole
I
time?
had to. I had no choice.
I did everything for you, nigga. I did your homework.
Nigga, that's your fault, nigga.
You was a good kid, bro. Your mom and dad packed you a lunchbox every day.
Now I pack guns, nigga. Packing lunchbox of guns, nigga. Graduating, bro.
I'm so proud of you, man.
I'm about to go to college, bro, and get my PhD.
What are you majoring in?
Gangbanging, nigga.
What the fuck, nigga? Smoking on every dead.
Yo, bro. You was a good kid in class.
Now I'm laugh, but that's crazy. You said smoking on every dead.
All I ever wanted was a black.
Alright, McDonald's should be right down the street.
Alright, man, I'm trying to get me a chicken.
Wait.
Bro, wait.
Wait.
Whoa, stop.
Alright, McDonald's should be right down the street.
Alright, man, I'm trying to get me a chicken.
Wait.
Bro, wait.
Kids are just trying.
These little niggas.
He tried too hard.
So I get on.
He tried extra hard. He defo trying too hard. Oh, Mario.
And he treated everybody equally. He was never racist. He wouldn't even say the N-word when nobody was around. And he loved fat people. And all the girls loved him. He got all the hoes. And he treated everybody equally. He was never racist. He wouldn't even say the N-word when nobody was around.
I'm still learning about life. My woman brought children for me, so I can sing them all my songs and I can tell them stories. Most of my boys.
This new Juice WRLD song is fire.
Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. Get hot in my memory gone, I've been hurting. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. I'm running like a race, get in the way, birdie got the aim. To blow you away the next day, you in the newspaper on the front page. Praying for forgiveness cause it happened on a Sunday.
This new Juice WRLD song is fire.
Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. Get hot in my memory gone, I've been hurting. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. How did my memory gone? I've been hurt at. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. Running like a race, get in the way, birdie got the aim. To blow you away the next day, you in the newspaper on the front page. Praying for forgiveness cause it happened on a Sunday.
This new Juice WRLD song is fire.
Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. How did my memory gone? I've been hurt at. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. Running like a race, get in the way, birdie got the aim. To blow you away the next day, you in the newspaper on the front page. Praying for forgiveness cause it happened on a Sunday.
This new Juice WRLD song is fire.
Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. How did my memory gone? I've been hurt at. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. Running like a race, get in the way, birdie got the aim. To blow you away the next day, you in the newspaper on the front page. Praying for forgiveness cause it happened on a Sunday.
This new Juice WRLD song is fire.
Empty out your pockets, I need all that. I get the millions and I fall back. Niggas chameleons, they'll change for some change. The days ain't the same, niggas switch for the fame. Louis Vuitton, I'm in my bag. How did my memory gone? I've been hurt at. I ride like electric guitars, I be raging. Count big knots like yellow pages. Running like a
Eric Draven, as a child, witnesses a tragic incident. His beloved horse gets caught in barbed wire, writhing in agony. The boy desperately tries to help the animal, as his mother is asleep in a drunken stupor and cannot do anything. He pulls at the wire, injuring his hands, leaving scars on his palms. From that moment, this horrifying scene haunts Eric in his dreams throughout his life. Years later, a young woman named Shelley lives in Detroit. One day, she receives a video message from her friend Zadie, filmed by their mutual friend during a terrifying incident. Zadie suggests using this video to bring down the all-powerful crime boss, Vincent Rogue, to avenge all his crimes. But for now, it's best for them to leave the city. Shelley asks Zadie to stay home and wait for her, but Zadie isn't sure if she's being followed. She turns out to be right. As soon as the girl enters her apartment, it's clear someone is waiting for her. Rogue's right hand, Marion, emerges from the room, immediately seizing Zadie's phone and checking what she sent and to whom. Marion's assistant injects Zadie with some substance, and the girl is taken away. Shelley realizes something has happened to her friend and calls her friend's boyfriend, asking him to wait because Zadie has done something reckless. Shelley goes outside and feels like she's already being watched. As Shelley tries to escape her pursuers, she bumps into a couple of policemen. Her purse falls and its contents scatter, revealing a packet of illegal substances. Shelley is taken to the station and later placed in a rehabilitation center. Meanwhile, grown-up Eric is also undergoing treatment there, struggling with issues stemming from his past. The program is difficult for him, but so far he manages to follow the psychologist's instructions. One day, he notices a new girl and is immediately drawn to her. However, relationships with the opposite sex are strictly prohibited in the center. Meanwhile, Vincent Rogue, known as a patron of musical talent, meets a young pianist. He begins a conversation with the girl, which is interrupted by Marion, who informs him that Zadie has been found. Rogue heads to the back room where the frightened girl is being held. He demands to know Shelley's whereabouts, but Zadie knows nothing about it. Rogue laments that he has killed many like her over the centuries he has lived. He would gladly continue killing scum, but they are already headed for hell. His master, however, needs souls like Zadie's. This was the deal. Rogue sends people to hell to avoid going there himself. The girl begs to be released, but Rogue leans in and whispers something in her ear. Zadie's eyes glaze over, and she takes a dagger, ending her own life. Rogue raises his eyes to the sky as if releasing her soul. Meanwhile, Shelley notices Eric during their morning exercises. At breakfast, she sits at his table, despite it being forbidden. She strikes up a conversation, and they quickly connect. The young couple frequently exchange glances and talk whenever possible. During group activities, they try to be as close to each other as possible. Meanwhile, Marion tracks down Shelley through her mother, Sophia. Rogue's people head to the center to retrieve the girl. On that day, Shelley stops by Eric's room and sees his drawings. Some of them feature her, which she likes. She also reads the texts Eric has written and realizes they could easily become songs as she plays some musical instruments. Eric suggests they team up and create something together, and the girl agrees. Just then, an announcement is made that Shelley has visitors. Eric looks out of the room and reassures Shelley, mistaking Marion for a lawyer. But when Shelley sees the woman, she is terrified. She asks Eric to help her hide, though she doesn't know how in the center. Eric leads her to the laundry room and shows her windows that lead to freedom. But first, they need to remove the tracker. After freeing Shelley from her bracelet, Eric does the same. When the girl asks why, Eric smiles and says he's tired of the center and intends to go with her. The couple successfully escapes and, after climbing over a fence, flees into the woods. Soon they reach a forest road and stop the first truck that agrees to take them to the city. Shelley leads Eric to her friend's empty apartment as he is out of town. The couple grows closer, finding comfort in each other. They spend quality time together, talk a lot, reminisce about their past lives, and make plans for the future. Sitting on the roof at night, they talk about love and realize they found each other. Meanwhile, the police find Zadie's body and immediately report it to Rogue, who is enjoying the pianist performance. He orders Marion to find Shelley and finally finish this. If the video leaks, it will severely damage his reputation. Shelley and Eric continue to enjoy their love. They go on nature trips, relax with other young couples, walk a lot, and hope to grow old together. The couple writes songs together, but one day, as Shelley sits down at an instrument, she suddenly remembers something bad. She confesses that she used to love playing. However, her mother forced her to perform in inappropriate places for a child. She had to witness things no child should see. People suffered because of this, and she feels deeply guilty. Shelley can't say exactly what she did, fearing Eric would leave her. But Eric assures her he can't live without her. One night on where they go to a club where Shelley finds Zadie's friend, who tells her about her friend's murder and warns her to flee the city. Shelley pulls Eric away, promising to explain everything at home. But when they enter the apartment, Rogue's men attack them. Eric and Shelley die. Sinking into the realm between life and death, the lovers are separated. Shelley is plunged into the abyss, while Eric ends up in limbo, a place where souls await their judgment. Here he meets a mysterious spirit, Kronos, who explains that in ancient beliefs, the crow carries a soul to the place where it determines its next path, to rest or to continue fighting against injustice. The crow will show Eric his path. However, Eric doesn't believe in the reality of what's happening and tries to leave. Kronos advises him to wake up and pushes him. Eric falls and wakes up in his apartment. He tries to find Shelley, but she's nowhere to be found. Suddenly, he hears the voice of Marion's henchman, who has returned to the apartment to retrieve Shelley's phone because someone interrupted the killers that night. The man spots Eric and tells him to step outside, claiming to be a policeman. Eric complains that he's lost touch with reality and doesn't understand what's happening to him. Suddenly, the policeman shoots and Eric falls. However, he immediately gets back up, terrifying the man. They fight, and Eric is stabbed in the stomach, but he pulls the knife out and resumes fighting. Eventually, he kills the policeman with his own knife. He watches as his wounds heal. Stunned, Eric walks out into the street, recalling Kronos' words about the crow and a soul that, due to immense grief, cannot always go where it should. Suddenly, he sees Shelley on a bridge, about to jump into the water. He shouts for her to stop, but she jumps. Eric follows her, once again confronting Kronos. Now he understands that they are both dead. Kronos explains that Shelley is on her way down to a place far worse than this one. Those who killed them made a deal with the devil and received eternal life in exchange for innocent souls. Eric must avenge his and Shelley's deaths so their souls can find peace. His body can no longer be killed, but the pain will never go away. It will last as long as his love remains pure. Kronos pushes the boy and he returns to the world of the living. The first thing he does is visit a friend from whom he gets a gun. Then he finds Shelley's mother. She tries to dismiss everything as her daughter's substance abuse, but Eric knows exactly what happened. Sophia is afraid to talk, and Eric goes into Shelley's room, where he finds photos and Zadie's pass to the theater. Eric heads there, and at the entrance, he finds his killer, who doesn't seem too surprised by his appearance. Eric demands the names of his master, but the man reaches for his gun and dies from a stray bullet. Eric takes his phone and finds Marion's name. At that moment, he sees the woman getting into a car with her assistant. He steps onto the road, but the thug quickly realizes what's about to happen and orders Marion to duck. Nonetheless, Eric shoots and then gets into the car, trying to kill everyone inside, but Marion's assistant prevents him from doing so. Eventually, the boy is thrown onto the road right in front of a massive truck, but the unkillable Eric comes to his senses and recovers. That night, Rogue visits Sophia. He wants to know why Eric visited her, and the woman admits that he is willing to do anything to bring Shelley back. It turns out the mother traded her daughter's soul for wealth, something she now regrets. Rogue sends her soul to hell, after which the woman throws herself out the window. The man gets into the car where the young pianist is waiting and calls Marion, explaining that Eric has returned and orders her to bring him in. Eric, meanwhile, finds Zadie's friend and accuses him of betrayal. The terrified boy reveals that Marion is a small fry, and the real boss is Vincent Rogue. He can do devilish things. With his voice, he can penetrate directly into the brain and make people do terrible things. The boy filmed the video that led to the deaths of Zadie and Shelley. Eric lets the boy go and heads to the apartment where they hid after their escape. He remembers happy moments with Shelley and then finds her hiding place where her phone is concealed. He plays the video in which Shelley, under Rogue's influence, brutally kills her friend. It becomes too much for Eric to bear. He goes to their mutual friend and confesses that he can't shake the heavy thoughts and is beginning to doubt his love. At that moment, two of Rogue's thugs burst into the room, take Eric away, and kill the friend. Seeing this, Eric breaks free and fights back. He is shot and suddenly dies again. Returning to the afterlife, Eric once again faces Kronos, who tells him he has lost his ability to heal because he didn't finish the job and doubted his love for Shelley. Now her soul is doomed to eternal darkness. Eric will have an easy eternity. Kronos advises him to let Shelley go. Eric, however, asks Kronos to take his soul in exchange for saving Shelley's. Kronos reminds him that they will never be together, but Eric insists, agreeing to eternal torment to save his beloved. A flock of crows suddenly soars above them. Kronos cuts his hand and Eric's, joining their blood. Eric is twisted in pain, his eyes clouded with black blood, and he gains the ability to fly between worlds like a crow. Now he can restore justice and gets another chance to kill Rogue. Eric rises from the dead and kills his murderers with their own weapons. He then finds an SMS on one of their phones, revealing that Marion will be waiting at the theater. He applies terrifying makeup, arms himself, and heads to the location. Marion at this time reports to Rogue that the boy is unfortunately dead, which displeases him. However, the show begins, and Marion and her people turn their attention to the performance. Eric enters the theater and eliminates Rogue's guards one by one. They try to stop him, but the boy coldly clears his path, leaving dead bodies behind. Neither knives nor bullets affect him, and his wounds heal instantly. Marion reports this to Rogue, and he thanks her for her service. Meanwhile, Eric reaches Marion's balcony and demands to know Rogue's location. Reluctantly, she gives him the address before Eric beheads her, as well as her guard. He takes their heads to the stage and throws them into the audience, terrifying the spectators. As they scatter, he sees Shelley, remembering her desire for a bouquet of lilies. He grabs the flowers and, after leaving them on the bridge, heads to Rogue's estate. Eric walks unimpeded into Rogue's room, where Rogue reveals that he too is made of flesh and blood. He mocks Eric's intention to bring Shelley back and sympathizes with his disappointment. But Eric doesn't believe in Shelley's guilt. Rogue plunges a dagger into Eric's chest, assuring him that there is no love left in him, only hatred. He tries to steal his powers, but Eric focuses on the bright moments and transports the enemy to the afterlife. Here, he easily kills Rogue, sending his soul to hell and saving Shelley's soul. The girl rises from the abyss and embraces her beloved. He reassures her, explaining that he cannot return. Shelley refuses to go back without him, but nothing can be changed. She awakens on the night of their death and sees Kronos in the form of a medic, who tells her that Eric gave his life for hers. Shelley weeps, and Eric remembers the bright moments of their meetings, believing that their souls will one day find each other again. The film is a story of love, pain, and the eternal struggle for justice that never ends, even after death.
This has been such an exciting day.
This game, all of this is just in your head.
The episode begins as BAE Jin-Soo gets conned by a friend and ends up owing loan sharks 900 million won. He does various odd jobs, including cleaning skyscrapers, but barely earns anything. About to jump off a bridge, he suddenly finds 4 million won deposited in his account and a limo arrives. He is taken to a grand theater where he receives an invitation to the 8 show. The rules are straightforward. He will be compensated for his time in the game. No specific skills are required. Food and accommodation are generously provided, and the prize money accumulates progressively as time goes on. The game concludes when the timer runs out, but if a participant dies, the game is terminated immediately. To join, he only needs to select a number as his ID, and if he decides to withdraw, he will receive a generous 20 million won for cab fare. Initially, Jin-Soo dismisses it as a prank show, believing it to be an opportunity for easy money since participants supposedly cannot be killed. However, a gnawing fear that it might be a front for organ harvesting surfaces, making him hesitant and ready to walk away. His resolve to leave is shaken when he receives only 220,000 won from his boss for a week's worth of grueling work. The stark reality of his hopeless situation dawns on him, and in a moment of desperation and recklessness, he decides to take the gamble. He picks card number 3 and steps into the unknown, driven by the faint hope that this game might offer an escape from his dire circumstances. He enters a lavish studio complex with 8 distinct levels, each designed with a sleek, modern aesthetic. The first thing he notices is a large, prominently displayed timer, counting down from just 24 hours. With a mix of curiosity and apprehension, he uses his card to access 3F, the 3rd floor. The door slides open to reveal a stark, minimalist room. Inside, there's a large scoreboard on one wall, an intercom system, several surveillance cameras strategically placed, a screen that serves as a window, a neatly folded uniform on the bed, and a thick rule book on a small table. As he scans through the rule book, he learns about the additional regulations. He must store all his personal belongings in a provided locker and wear the designated uniform at all times. He can purchase items through the intercom at a special rate, but these items must remain in his room, and their costs will be subtracted from his accumulating prize money. Alternatively, he can buy items outside in a communal area known as the square, located on the ground floor. There are strict curfew rules. All participants must stay in their rooms from midnight to 8 a.m., and they are forbidden from obstructing the cameras. Violating any of these rules results in a severe penalty, with half of their prize money being deducted immediately. Jin-Soo feels a mix of excitement and trepidation as he contemplates the game ahead. The allure of the prize money is strong, but the stringent rules and pervasive surveillance remind him of the serious stakes involved. Determined to make the most of this opportunity, he changes into the uniform, locks away his personal items, and prepares to navigate the challenges of the 8 show. The show begins at midnight, and Jin-Soo realizes he has only a minute to get ready. He hurriedly changes and the game starts. To his surprise, he earns 30k won for just passing a minute in the game. Watching the scoreboard for an hour, he calculates that he can earn 43 million won just by staying for 24 hours. A week in the game could pay off his debt, but there's a catch. It's cold, and he needs to pee. He tries to buy a blanket, but finds it costs 1 million won, 100 times the store rate. Drawing on his experience with poverty, he purchases discarded newspapers, a cardboard box to sleep on, and an empty bottle for his needs. By morning, Jin-Soo had made over 14 million won. Venturing out, he meets the other 7 participants in the square. However, the timer has increased to 35 hours. Each participant has distinct characteristics. They discover that everything in the square is fake. Items bought in their rooms cannot be taken outside, so they need to purchase waste bags in the square for the toilet. 4F worries about spending too much, while 7F suggests voting on purchases. Ignoring this, 6F orders cigarettes. The timer decreases by 2 minutes, and 7F deduces that they buy items with their time in the square. Jin-Soo quickly calculates that a minute is worth 2,500 won. 4F panics, checks her scoreboard, and is relieved to see her prize money remains unchanged. If they spend all their time, the game will end, and they won't accumulate more prize money. They wonder if wealthy sponsors would invest in such an expensive show if participants could easily finish it in a day. This implies there must be additional rules to keep them playing longer. They decide to discuss what to buy, but their preferences clash. After much debate, they end up purchasing buckets, toilet rolls, sanitary pads, garbage bags, and cigarettes. Now they face the problem of food, having not eaten anything. 8F reveals she was given 12 different meal kits. Jin-Soo and the others try to convince her to share, but she is non-committal, pointing out that she didn't know the others didn't get food and that she was supposed to share. Besides, the food can't be taken out of their rooms. 5F tries to mediate, but 7F proposes a solution, using the chute to distribute food to the lower levels. To ensure even distribution, they agree to go to each floor, starting with 8F. 1F struggles with climbing. The participants are surprised when they enter 8F's room. It's the largest, with a huge window, bathtub, dining table, and mirror. A minute passes and they see that 8F earns 340K won every minute, while 1F earns only 10K. They realize that the prize money decreases with each lower floor. The scene shifts to 8F's story. As the second participant, she arrives in a gown, chirpy and excited. She jumps into the fake pool, accidentally breaking her nose. Her room is initially empty, so she smokes, gets fully naked before changing into the uniform, and burns her old clothes. Once the game starts, she earns 340K won a minute and splurges on luxurious items like silk nightgowns, beds, pillows, toilets, a mirror, a dining table, books, and bathtubs. She receives 12 sets of meal kits and various types of water, but barely eats and uses the drinking water for baths. She spends all her money, but earns it back quickly by sleeping. In the present, the rest reveal their earnings. 7F gets 210K, 6F gets 130K, 5F gets 80K, 4F gets 50K, and 2F gets 20K. 7F realizes the prize money follows the Fibonacci sequence, creating a golden ratio that is visually pleasing for a TV show. As they tour each room, they notice the rooms get progressively smaller. While the others are conflicted by this, 8F enjoys the trampoline, irritating them. For food, 7F devises a plan. They all select one meal, and the leftovers will be on the first floor so everyone can sit together and eat to build trust. Chaos ensues when 8F uses up their remaining time to buy clothes, leaving them with only 13 minutes. Everyone panics. 2F confronts 8F, who claims the timer can be extended via the stairs, but demands an apology from 2F for being rude. In desperation, 1F starts running up the stairs, and the others follow. They go up and down until the timer ends, but it resets to 24 hours. 8F knew this because she noticed the timer increasing during their room tour. After the day ends, Jin-Soo recalls 7F's hypothesis. The game runners want the participants to fight each other. Cooperation is the key to winning. Frustrated with his makeshift toilet, Jin-Soo orders a porta potty. That night, everyone struggles with minimal essentials except 8F, who prances in her clothes, and 7F, who writes down everything they've learned. The next day, they start running the stairs. The timer extends, increasing their money, and they get to eat daily. However, the 12 daily meal kits aren't enough, so they split into two teams. The teams alternate on the stairs, and the leftovers go to the team running that day. They pick odd and even numbers, but 2F refuses to join the evens because of 8F. Instead, 1F joins them. One day, 1F falls, nearly causing an accident. As he rests, 6F twists his arm for wasting time, shocking everyone, and 2F subs in. The next day, 2F is exhausted from running her actual turn. When 1F struggles again due to his worsening leg, Jin-Soo steps in to sub for 2F. He feels good about helping, but is exhausted by the end of the day. 4F causes problems by telling 1F to give his share to Jin-Soo. 2F points out that the evens team gets 8F's share since she barely eats. 1F feels guilty and Jin-Soo is hungry, but everyone altruistically makes 1F eat the leftovers. With everyone subbing in for 1F, he decides to use the chute to store everyone's waste in his room. A society forms, with 8F's meal leftovers divided among the rest, 2F subbing in whenever she can because she is strong, and 1F given extra necessities. However, 1F starts running out of room due to the waste, and Jin-Soo can barely stomach the leftovers due to the smell. Jin-Soo joins 7F, who notices a glitch. The time has been slowly reducing daily, despite the same amount of stairs running. Suddenly, 10 minutes are added while everyone is resting. The next day, everyone notices the timer slowing down. 8F tries to take a break, and 2F picks a fight. 8F points out that those on the lower levels should work harder for the time since they refuse to spend their money. Jin-Soo realizes that an hour on the second floor is worth only 1.2 million won, while on the 8th floor, it's 20.4 million won. 8F has no reason to spend the shared time since she can use her prize money for things. However, 8F is running so that 2F can use the shared time to buy essentials, meaning the upper floors are doing more work. 6F realizes this too and takes a break. The others join their remaining team members, but despite running for 6 hours, the timer doesn't go up. They have only a couple of minutes left before midnight, but suddenly the timer increases by 20 minutes. It keeps increasing again and again, making them think it was just a glitch. But the next morning, the timer doesn't reset, and they frantically start running. Suddenly, 4F has a seizure, and they need to order medicine. 6F refuses, arguing that it would use up their time, reasoning that 4F won't die from a seizure. He becomes aggressive when 2F tries to reach the intercom. Soon, everyone jumps in to stop 6F and manages to order the medicine. They are all bleeding and struggling on the floor when they hear 8F laughing. She shows them that the timer has increased by 40 hours. 7F recalls the camera and realizes that a show is only successful if it is entertaining. The scene shifts to 7F's backstory. He meticulously investigates the studio before starting the game. In the present, the participants realize that the timer extends when viewers are entertained. Jin-Soo tries mukbang and ASMR, but it doesn't work. He is interrupted by 7F, who likes Jin-Soo for subbing in for 1F. It's also revealed that 7F doesn't send his waist to 1F's room, earning Jin-Soo's trust. They discuss strategies to entertain the audience, realizing it doesn't have to be just funny, violent acts, might also extend the timer. During the group discussion, 8F predictably suggests wrestling. However, 7F steers the ideas towards comedy, and they eventually settle on talent shows. He goes first, playing a recorder with his nose. Everyone is impressed, and the timer extends by 20 hours. 7F also proposes they need to decide when to end the game. 5F suggests that 1F should decide since he earns the least. 1F states he needs $1 billion, which means staying in the game for 2.5 months. The prize money increases for everyone, with 8F aiming for $34 billion, so they all agree. During the talent show, everyone has an idea except Jin-Soo, who is unsure of his talent. The participants begin, and each wins different amounts of time. There's singing, tile breaking, high kicks, playing on the slide, and even off-key yodeling. Jin-Soo dances awkwardly and secures only 18 minutes. He thinks 1F will be worse, but 1F has everyone laughing with his miming and clown tricks, securing the most time with 30 hours. Finally, 8F is the only one left, claiming her talent is in bed. Jin-Soo is intrigued, but after 7F passes his chance, she picks 6F, who is more than ready. They put on a show and secured 69 hours. With a total of 5 days secured, 1F raises concerns about the waste storage in his room since they aren't running anymore. No one volunteers, so they decide to vote on whose room to use. Jin-Soo worries they will vote for him since he was last in the talent show. 4F, worried too as she is second last, manipulates 1F, Jin-Soo, and 7F to pick 8F. She fears for 7F when 6F calls him out, but Jin-Soo trusts him. However, 6F tells 7F that he and 8F are voting for Jin-Soo, and 7F agrees. On the day of the vote, it ended in a tie between 8F and Jin-Soo. A flashback reveals that 6F tried to persuade 2F, but she voted for 8F. Despite this, 8F celebrates the outcome. The timer extends by a day thanks to the voting and scheming. Jin-Soo confronts 7F, wondering who else voted for him since 5F abstained. It turns out the third vote was from 7F, who advised him to let it go. Meanwhile, 1F and 2F bond as she helps sort the waste in his room, making space for him to sleep. At that moment, 4F needs to use the toilet, but 8F refuses. Everyone is confused as they try to explain the voting results to her. She understands but doesn't care, taking it a step further by hoarding all the food that day and leaving empty kits for the rest. The scene transitions to 4F's backstory. Indecisive by nature, she initially picks 8 before settling on 4. In her room, she struggles with what to buy and continuously writes affirmations to motivate herself. In the present, everyone suffers due to the lack of food, but they gain more time as the audience enjoys their misery. 4F, with low blood sugar, is barely conscious, and 5F starts hallucinating. 2F wants to end the game, but 1F begs, knowing he's as good as dead without the $1 billion won. Jin-Soo, realizing he can't face the loan sharks without the $900 million won, agrees to keep the waste. 4F offered to take half, as she also didn't secure much time with her talent show performance. 7F steps up to negotiate with 8F, who surprisingly agrees easily. All she wants is to buy clothes with the money she secured by withholding the food. Everyone bends over backward to please her, but 7F considers it a good deal, believing it prevents her from thinking of worse ways to make them suffer. 1F and 2F graciously refuse to send their waste to Jin-Soo, but he is overwhelmed by the rest, wondering if 4F is even taking her share. It turns out she isn't. Meanwhile, 8F has everyone playing king to entertain her and extend the time. They pick numbers anonymously at random, and the selected king asks for 2 numbers to perform a dare. The dares escalate until 8F dares 2F and Jin-Soo to make out. When 2F refuses, 8F changes the dare to 2F fighting 6F. The fight begins, and they quickly realize that 2F is a trained fighter, giving 6F no chance. However, 2F's injured hand from her tile-breaking talent show performance worsens when she throws a wrong punch, turning the tide of the fight. 6F seizes his chance and beats 2F to a pulp. 8F refuses to stop him unless 2F surrenders, but she is too beaten to speak. The men intervene to stop 6F, who rejoices, believing he has secured them multiple days. To prevent more violence, 4F suggests an alternative. If someone wants to skip their dare, they can get tased as punishment. Following this new rule, Jinsu dared to grope 5F under her shirt. He hesitates before choosing the taser. He not only blacks out, but also pees himself, yet this secures him even more hours than 6F's beating of 2F. 30 days have passed since day 1. The king alternates between 8F and 4F. If 6F is selected for a dare, he almost always wins. The losers are usually Jinsu or 2F. Finally, 1F figures out that the game is rigged. For instance, 4F can feel heads or tails with her palm during the coin toss because it is a heavily embossed coin, allowing her to flip it to the side. 6F calls. Angered, 1F, 2F, and Jinsu share their theory with 7F. 7F already knew that 4F and 8F were selecting the king ball by making it sticky with acetone. He catches 4F one day and tells her to play fair to avoid suspicion. The next day, 1F becomes the king and dares 7F and 8F to a coin toss. He also asks 4F to use the back of her hand to catch the coin, preventing her from flipping it to the side 8F calls. Jinsu feels it as karma when 8F loses. Before 7F can tase 8F, 6F kicks him and tases him, declaring it is time for a plot twist. The scene opens with 6F's backstory. He litters, easily gets naked, and only orders a pillow to sleep on. In the present, 7F finds himself in 8F's room with her, 4F, and 6F. The trio convinces him to join their side to control the chute for food to the lower levels. They purchase more tasers and bats, lock the square's intercom, and break the remaining floor's intercoms. A game within a game begins, with the upper floors now in control. As expected, 7F devises all the strategies to control the lower floors and extend the timer. Every day, 1F, 2F, Jinsu, and 5F must play a random game with violent penalties. The winner has to execute the penalty, after which 9 coins will be distributed. The lower floors must secretly request a certain amount, but if the total exceeds 9, they won't receive any coins. Each coin equals water or food. The first game is hide and seek, with the upper floors beating those they find. As usual, 6F goes overboard with the violence when he finds 2F, but 7F intervenes to stop him. Jinsu wins, and the penalty is a human piñata. Blindfolded, Jinsu apologizes as he ends up beating 1F. When it comes to distributing the coins, Jinsu tries to be altruistic and selects 1 coin, but everyone else picks 2 coins. The next day, the game is 20 questions. Jinsu sets it up for 2F to win, hoping she can beat up 6F during the human piñata penalty. However, she misjudges her surroundings and accidentally smacks Jinsu instead. This continues, and now 47 days have passed. At one point, all 4 lower floors ask for 3 coins each. Since the total is more than 9, they don't receive any. Jinsu loses all hope and even contemplates voluntary death. The tide nearly turns when the lower levels attempt their first revolt by refusing to go to their rooms. But a diabetic 5F gives in when 6F offers 10 coins to the person who stands down first. Jinsu feels hopeless until 1F comes up with an idea. On the right day, 1F will signal Jinsu and 2F to come down the chute to his room. He will then lure 6F in and beat him. However, 7F overhears the plan and warns Jinsu that the chute makes a sound when it stops at each floor. The lower floors worry if it is a trap, but they realize 7F is right about the chute's noise. On a particular day, they notice 4F, 6F, and 8F are bored, with only 7F overseeing the game. They decide it's time to act when 1F signals that he is sick. Early the next morning, 1F starts screaming for help. 8F, 7F, 6F, 5F, and 4F wonder what's happening and go to check. 6F realizes something is wrong with 2F and Jinsu missing and hands 8F the taser. He barges into 1F's room and 2F and Jinsu attack. The room is a mess as they stumble over the waste bags, but 6F manages to escape. He grabs the taser and tries to shoot, but it doesn't work because 7F has removed the batteries. 7F signals them and 2F knocks out 6F as her hand has healed now. The scene opens with 2F's backstory. She is a construction worker and the last participant, so her only option was to choose 2F. In the present, 4F, 6F, 7F, and 8F are tied up. The others try to take their revenge, but can't stomach doing anything violent. Jinsu approaches 7F, hoping he was forced to team up with the upper floors. 7F simply apologizes, but the rest decide to let him go since he did help them. He even wipes his eyes, and Jinsu thinks he is emotional. They leave 4F, 6F, and 8F tied in their rooms with the doors open. However, the rest still bring food and help the prisoners with their waste. The participants are in awe of 8F's room and spend their days there eating, bathing, and enjoying themselves. Initially, 2F stops them from spending 8F's money, but when 5F suggests buying a soju recipe, 8F is cocky about it. Taking that as a go-ahead, they also buy millions worth of equipment and make soju. 2F offers a glass to 7F as a peace offering. They have a great time, but 2F suggests ending the game. She is willing to give from her share to help 1F reach $1 billion, but they cannot stay any longer without compromising their dignity. 1F and Jinsu are not happy about leaving, but there is a silent agreement. On the last day they bathe, wash their clothes, and get ready to leave. Jinsu would make $2.3 billion, 2F would get $1.5 billion, and 1F would get $766 million. However, the next morning, the timer suddenly extends to 45 hours. 2F is the angriest as they wonder who entertained the showrunners. It turns out 6F's toenails have been pulled out, and the next day, 4F's tooth is pulled out, extending the timer again. Frustrated, 2F locks everyone in except 5F, who will check on the tied-up prisoners. The guilt starts to consume 5F as the prisoners continuously whine about their pain and suffering. The cries and pleas for relief become too much for her to bear. Eventually, she begins to hallucinate, imagining 2F freeing 4F and 8F from their restraints. Overcome with excitement at the thought of their release, she shares the news with 6F, telling him that his turn for freedom will come soon. Sensing an opportunity, 6F pretends that 2F has sinister intentions and plans to kill him. He puts on a desperate act, pleading with 5F to release him before it's too late. His convincing performance heightens her anxiety and guilt, making her question her decisions even more. The scene shifts with 5F dreaming that they have all won, patched up their differences, and are about to happily leave together. This peaceful vision is abruptly interrupted by a violent scene where the prisoners are seen beating up the rest of the participants. The focus then moves to 5F's backstory, showing her entering the game with a heightened sense of paranoia and distrust. From the beginning, she is on edge, her anxiety evident as she navigates through the game with constant fear and suspicion. At present, 5F unties 6F, which instantly frees 8F and 4F. They quickly get together and beat up the rest of the participants before tying them up. After securing the others, 6F also ties 5F, and in a disturbing display of gratitude, forcefully kisses her. Taking control of the situation, he orders a gun and initiates a dangerous game of Russian roulette to uncover who pulled out his toenails. He shoots 7F, injuring him, but before he can get to 1F, Jinsu comes up with a desperate idea. He suggests that 1F buy the CCTV footage to reveal the culprit. 8F, eager to see the outcome, spends 100 million won to obtain the footage. She is ecstatic when the video shows 1F using chloroform on 6F. As the footage continues, they all watch in horror as 1F methodically pulls out 6F's toenails and then urinates on his face, confirming 1F's betrayal in the most gruesome way. He rushes to kill 1F, but 8F quickly intervenes, tasing him before he can carry out his deadly intent. He collapses, breaking his back in the fall. 8F explains that he is too impulsive and that she doesn't want the game to end prematurely. She enjoys the power and the control too much to let it slip away just yet. Taking charge, 8F unties 5F, but she ensures that the rest of the participants remain securely bound and confined to their rooms. She doesn't want any further disruptions to her control. To solidify her dominance, she purchases CCTV footage for all the rooms, wanting to monitor every move they make. As she watches the live feeds, she becomes disturbingly turned on by their pain and suffering. The sight of their struggles and the sounds of their agony feed her twisted sense of pleasure. She relishes the power she holds over them, savoring every moment of their torment. The game, for her, has taken on a new dimension, one where their misery is her entertainment. But she soon realizes that, like her, the game runners are getting bored, and she comes up with a new idea: sleep deprivation, torture for the tied-up participants. She sets up loud alarms and bright lights to ensure they can't get any rest. The participants' agony and exhaustion delight her so much that she begins painting, inspired by their suffering. 5F is numbed by the horror of the situation and mechanically takes care of the participants, bringing them food and water and tending to their basic needs without emotion. She moves through the task like a robot, her mind trying to block out the cruelty surrounding her. Meanwhile, 4F adapts to the situation by going with the flow. She helps out wherever needed. Even cleaning up dog poop after 8F decides to buy a dog. The presence of the dog adds another layer of chaos and discomfort to the already dire conditions. But 4F complies without complaint, trying to keep things in order amid the madness. Jinsu starts cracking. Imagining that the 8 show is all in his head, he hallucinates the participants dancing around him, mocking his plight. The stress and lack of sleep are taking a severe toll on his sanity. Meanwhile, 1F tries to win 4F over to his side. He apologizes for pulling out her tooth, explaining that desperation drove him to it. She understands, admitting that she too would do anything for money. Sensing an opportunity, he asks if she wants to move to the 8th floor, hinting at a potential alliance. Skeptical, she doesn't believe it's possible. Then it cuts to 1F's backstory. He is a man who has always been on the fringes, scraping by in life with a series of menial jobs. He entered the game driven by the promise of a life-changing sum of money, willing to endure anything to secure his future. His desperation is palpable as he recalls the moments leading up to his decision to join the 8 show, the hopes he had for a better life, and the crushing realization of the game's brutal reality. The weight of his actions and the moral compromises he has made weigh heavily on him, but his resolve to survive and win remains unbroken. 1F shows up in a clown costume before heading to his assigned floor. As he reaches his room, he glances at his scoreboard and takes in the small, confined space. Feeling claustrophobic and desperate for a change, he asks the intercom if he can switch rooms. The intercom responds that it is possible for a price of 1 billion won. In the present, 4F is bringing Jin-Soo back to reality and tells him about the plan to switch rooms. 4F also informs 2F, 5F, and 7F about the plan. Jin-Soo is puzzled about their stealthy approach towards 8F, questioning why they don't confront her directly since he doubts she would actually fire her weapon. 4F clarifies that 8F is passionate about shooting, once nearly shot 4F, and frequently fantasizes about killing everyone. Regarding her daily habits, 8F hardly ever sleeps, spending her nights monitoring the CCTVs. During the day, she plays golf with 4F serving as her caddy. The only time she sets her gun aside is when she takes a bath. 4F subsequently encounters a drunken 5F and spins an exaggerated tragic story about the participants teetering on the edge of death. Persuaded by the tale, 5F agrees to join the mission to rescue the tormented participants. The plan quickly goes awry when 8F decides she isn't in the mood for golf on D-Day. Nevertheless, 4F manages to persuade her, and once they are outside, 5F releases 2F. However, as 5F moves to the 3rd floor, Coco, 8F's dog, spots her and begins barking. 4F distracts 8F, allowing 5F to free Jin-Soo, who struggles to move due to his stiff limbs. Coco then goes into a frenzy, drawing 8F's attention. 5F and Jin-Soo hide in 6F's room, but 6F starts screaming. 8F hears the commotion and bursts in holding her gun, only to be knocked unconscious by 4F wielding a golf club. We learn a bit about 4F's past. She works as a valet and often deals with rude customers. One day, she encounters some of her former classmates among the customers. They mock her dream of becoming a K-pop idol, pointing out the disparity between her aspirations and her current job as a valet. Seizing the moment for revenge, 5F orders medical equipment and supplies, then uses them to castrate 6F in retaliation for the forced kiss. In a flashback to 6F's life, we learn that he was once a talented baseball player with a promising career. However, his life took a dark turn when he was kicked off the team for illegal gambling. Struggling to make ends meet after his fall from grace, he now works as a car salesman, haunted by the mistakes of his past. Once 5F completes her work, they all move to 1F's room. 1F has plans to spend the money he earns to purchase changing rooms. Once 8F is tied up, 1F decides to switch places with 6F first, and then 4F swaps with 8F. He pays 1 billion for the switch, leaving him with just a few thousand. However, he soon realizes that the 1 billion only bought him the instructions on how to switch rooms. The actual costs to switch rooms are much higher, with the 1st floor priced at 10 billion and the 8th floor at 340 billion. Essentially, 1F spent 1 billion on an envelope containing instructions. 2F offers to share her prize money with 1F, but insists she can no longer stay in the studio. In 7F's backstory, we learn that his real name is Mr. Yu, a passionate scriptwriter whose work is consistently rejected by producers. They criticize his scripts for being too realistic, while what they seek is content that is purely entertaining and sensational. This constant rejection leaves Mr. Yu disillusioned, but determined to stay true to his artistic vision. The story of 2F delves into her challenging life as a construction worker. One day, a tragic accident occurs on the job, and one of her co-workers is severely injured. Despite her own financial struggles, 2F selflessly offers to cover the medical bills to save her co-worker's life. The others agree with 2F, but as they move toward the square, 1F suddenly pulls a gun on them. He needs to increase his prize money, which requires the game to continue. He forces the participants to tie each other up and watch him. To extend the timer, 1F begins jumping on a tightrope. As he touches the projector on the ceiling, it falls and bursts into flames. 1F loses his balance, falls into the fire, and is severely burned. Meanwhile, the participants, who had tied each other loosely, quickly freed themselves and attempted to extinguish the flames. Jin-Soo intercoms for help, but the timer ominously changes to 1440 hours, or 60 days. 7F loses his composure, demanding to know what more the showrunners want to see. Jin-Soo gets an idea and starts shooting the CCTVs. 2F joins him, and together they create a digital blackout by shooting the last CCTV camera in the shoot. With no way to entertain the audience, the timer resets to 0. The door finally opens, but it's too late for 1F. He apologizes to his daughter before succumbing to his injuries. However, since he died after the game ended, the participants are declared winners. 8F tears up, believing this turn of events provides a perfect ending for the game. After enduring severe mental and physical torture, Jin-Soo spends his days wasting away at home. The only confirmation that the game wasn't a figment of his imagination is the prize money in his bank account. Despite having half his winnings deducted for destroying the CCTVs, he still has over 1 billion won. He also discovers that the game lasted for 2.5 months and was never broadcast to a public audience. Deciding to pay his respects to 1F, Jin-Soo organizes a funeral and advertises the date. Only 2F, 4F, and 5F attend. Jin-Soo tracks down 1F's wife by searching for circuses in Seoul and learns that 7F gave a portion of his earnings to her, telling her that 1F was working overseas. Although 6F does not attend the funeral, he sends a condolence wreath. As the funeral attendees part ways, they catch wind of the news about 8F's downfall. She's been arrested for destroying the art gallery. Having used up all her money to cover the damages, she now languishes in prison. Satisfied with the conclusion of her story, the funeral goers bid their farewells. Each of them carries with them the weight of their experiences, but also a sense of closure as they embark on their individual paths forward. The series concludes with a mid-credit scene. Mr. Yu, also known as 7F, returns to the network executive and presents him with the script of The 8 Show. The executive questions why there isn't much focus on the top floors in the ending, to which 7F responds that the audience wouldn't want them to succeed. The executive then jokingly suggests that he was part of the game as well, which is how he amassed his wealth. Initially taken aback, 7F is relieved when the executive clarifies that he was only joking and questions whether the events of the show are indeed real. 7F assures him that it's all fictional, though he appears slightly shaken by the exchange.
This is the beginner's JavaScript course you are looking for. My name is Bo Carnes and I'm with freecodecamp.org. In this full JavaScript course, you will learn everything you need to know to get started with JavaScript. This course is perfect for beginners or anyone that just wants a refresher on basic JavaScript syntax. This course actually goes along with the freecodecamp.org JavaScript curriculum. So if you want some live coding challenges to go along with every part of this course, you can check the link in the description to that curriculum. But this is a completely standalone video, so you don't need to go through freecodecamp.org, but it could be helpful. Also, after this course, you're going to want to complete some or build some JavaScript projects. So I have a link in the description to some project tutorials, but then after that, you're going to want to create some projects on your own. That's how you really learn JavaScript. You have to create things without even going through a tutorial and just use a search engine to find the things that you don't know or need to learn. To go along with the Free Code Camp curriculum, I have all the ES6 stuff in the second part of this course. And that's pretty much it. Let's learn some JavaScript. So how exactly do you install JavaScript? Well, for the most part, you don't. Actually, all web browsers can run JavaScript, which is great because a lot of devices have web browsers on them. So when you write something with JavaScript, it will run on all sorts of devices and operating systems. So you have a few options for writing JavaScript. Let me show you a few things you can do to follow along with this course. You could download a code editor. Here I have Sublime Text. You could also use Visual Studio Code or Atom or any code editor. And I've created an HTML file because HTML files can be opened in web browsers. and I have these script tags. These are HTML tags, but within our script tags we have our JavaScript. So if I open up this file in a web browser, it looks like this. Well, I can open up my JavaScript console, and then in the console you can see it says hello world. That's right from my JavaScript program. So whenever you do console.log, it's going to show in the console here. You could also just use the code editor that's included on freecodecamp.org. Like I mentioned, this course follows along with the JavaScript curriculum on freecodecamp.org, and there's a built-in JavaScript editor right in here, and then it shows you the console down here. Another option would be to use CodePen. If you go to codepin.io, you're going to go to Create Pin, and then there's going to be 3 windows, HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Well, we just care about the JavaScript, and in this course we're not going to be doing anything with HTML and CSS. We just need the JavaScript and the JavaScript console. So if I do console.log and then do hello world, then we can see right in the console hello world. The final thing you could do would be use Scrimba. Most of the course I actually recorded using Scrimba.com. So if you want, you can use Scrimba.com to follow along. Once you log in, just click the plus button, I'm going to do JavaScript, Playground, and then confirm, and it's going to open up a new JavaScript window. Now I can increase the font size here, and it already has console.log hello from JavaScript, and you can see in the console right here, hello from JavaScript. Also, if you hit reload, it reloads everything, and you'll see this pop-up, hello from JavaScript. So that's something interesting about Scrimba, is that it has 2 ways of logging in the console. We have the pop-up, and then we have the console here. You'll see that in this course too, the 2 different ways of logging to the console. The first thing we'll talk about in JavaScript is comments. Comments are lines of code that JavaScript will intentionally ignore. They don't do anything. They're just used to create notes for yourself and others about what the code does. So if you do // you can make an inline comment. An inline comment means it's at the end of a line of code. For instance, I can put var number equals 5. That's a way to declare a variable, and we'll talk more about that later. But right now we're just talking about comments. You can see that this code is in color because the code editor knows that that's code that's going to run, and the comment is automatically grayed out because it's not going to run. We can also do an inline comment, or a multi-line comment. If we do a /* and I can put this is a, and then I can put multi-line comment, and I'm going to end with a */. So it begins with a /* and ends with a */. And you can put as much text as you want in between these, and you can see this is all grayed out because it's all a comment. And then afterwards, I can put number equals 9, and you can see it will be in color again because it's no longer commented out. Now we're going to talk about data types and variables. In computer science, data is anything that is meaningful to the computer, and JavaScript provides 7 different data types that you can use within JavaScript. Now, some of the more obvious and most common are strings and numbers. A string is just any sort of text. A number is a number. Now let's go from the top. So undefined is something that hasn't been defined. You may have a variable that you haven't set to be anything yet. Null means nothing. So you've set it to be something, and that thing is nothing. So you can say this is null or nothing. A Boolean means true or false. We talked about string. A symbol is an immutable primitive value that is unique. Now we'll talk more about those later. A number is a number, and an object can store a lot of different key value pairs. Again, we'll talk more about those later. Now, you are often going to set data into a variable. A variable allows computers to store and manipulate data in a dynamic fashion. It's basically a label to point to the data. A variable is almost like a box, and you can fill it with anything. You'll fill it with the data that you want. So to declare a variable, one way is to use the var keyword. Var stands for variable, and I can say my name. I can set this to anything. It can be any of the data types above, but it's common to set something to a string. So I can set my name to be Bo. Now, later, you can set it to be something else. I can say my name equals 8. And you can just set it to other data types later. Now, there are actually 3 ways to declare a variable in JavaScript. So var is one of them, and for a while that was the only way, but there are other ways too. There's a way called let, so I can say let our name, and then I can say equals free code camp. And then the other thing would be const. So I could do const pi equals and 3.14. Now, the difference between var, let, and const, var is going to be able to be used throughout your whole program. Let will only be used within the scope of where you declared that. Now, we're going to be talking about let and const more later, so I'm just giving you a brief overview of what they are now. Const is a variable that should never change. It can never change. So, like right up here, I declared my name, but then we changed it here. So it started out to be Bo, and we changed it to 8. A const, you can never change it. If you do try to change it, you'll get an error. Okay, that's all for now, but like I said, we'll be talking more about the different types of variables later. There's a difference between declaring variables and assigning variables. Here's how you assign a variable, var a and then the semicolon. I didn't mention this earlier, but you end all lines in JavaScript with a semicolon. Well, it's not actually required. You can actually just skip the semicolons completely, but most people recommend that you put a semicolon just so it's obvious where the end of the line is. So here we are just declaring a variable to be called a. And then here we are assigning a variable. We're declaring and assigning in one line. So we're declaring it var b, and then the equal sign is the assignment operator. It means that 2 is being assigned to b. We're not checking if b equals 2 though, we're just assigning 2 to b. So after that, we can actually assign other things. So I can say a equals 7. So now I've just assigned 7 to a. I didn't have to declare a because it was already declared. And I can also say that b equals a. So I've now assigned the contents of a to b. I'll put the semicolon there. One thing I want to tell you about is console.log. Console.log allows you to see things in the console. So I'm going to console.log a. And if I load this here, you can see down here in the console, it shows 7. So right now we've assigned a to be 7, and so when we console.log a, it shows 7 down there. If we put another console.log right here, this will allow us to show what a was up here and then down there. So console.log, now if I run that, we can now see at first a was null, and then now it's 7. So here it's null, and then it's 7 down here. So you can check what variables are at various points in your program. Now I'll show you another example of initializing a variable to an initial value at the same time it's declared. So I'm going to say var a equals 9. So the var a is declaring it, and the equals 9 is initializing it with the assignment operator, which is the equal sign. before we do anything to these variables, they are uninitialized. That means their value is undefined. We have not set them to anything. But it's simple to fix that. I'll just set this to 5. I'll set B to 10. And then we can set C to a string. It's going to be I am a string. We always have to put in quotation marks like that. So you can see A plus 1 is going to equal 6. 5 plus 1 equals 6. B equals B plus 5. That's going to be 15. And then C is now going to say I am a string. Variable names and function names in JavaScript are case sensitive. That means the capitalization matters. So this declaration here is not the same as this assignment. Even though the letters are the same, the capitalization is not the same. So it's not going to assign correctly. And in here, you'll see there's an error if we try to run it because this has not been defined. It has not been declared. It's generally common practice to use camel case. So let me show you how we do that. Instead of studly cap var, it's going to be studly cap var. So the first letter is always going to be lowercase, and anytime you have a new word or new section of a word, you just capitalize the first letter. And so we can change this. This one's correct. So now we just go down here, studly cap var, and then we just do proper camel case, and then title case over. So now all these should be defined. So we declare them up here, we assign them right here, and then this is not going to give us any errors. It's going to behave exactly how we want it to behave. Adding two numbers in JavaScript is pretty straightforward. You just use the plus operator. So this says 10 plus 0, which equals 10. We can also do 10 plus 10, which is going to equal 20. If we do a console.log, and I can put sum here, and then you'll be able to see that the answer is 20. Right in the console, 10 plus 10 is 20. And subtraction is also what you would expect. We have the subtraction sign here. This says 45 minus 0. We can also do 45 minus 33, and then that would equal 12. So the difference variable equals 12 now. Multiplication in JavaScript uses this asterisk or star symbol here. So this says 8 times 0, which is 0. Or we can change it to 8 times 10, which is 80. So now the product variable equals 80. You can divide in JavaScript with this slash symbol. So this says 66 divided by 0. We can change this to 33. So now 66 divided by 33 is 2. Quotient equals 2. To increment a number means to add 1 to it. So here we're incrementing my var by 1. So it starts at 87. 87 plus 1 is 88. There is a quicker way to increment a number. Instead of doing this, we can just do myvar plus plus. Myvar plus plus. Now we have incremented myvar from 87 to 88. We learned about incrementing a number with plus plus. You can also decrement a number with minus minus. That means subtracting 1. So right now, my var is going to equal 10. 11 minus 1 equals 10. We can do the same thing with the minus minus operator. So now, my var still equals 10. We can also create decimal numbers with JavaScript. These are sometimes referred to as floating point numbers or floats. You can see this is one here, 5.7. It can be anything. I'm going to make one called my decimal, and then I'm going to store it as 0.009. Anything that has a decimal point in it is a decimal point number. Multiplying decimal point or floating point numbers is the same as multiplying integers. So we have 2.0 times 0.0 If I just change this to 2.5, now the answer to the product is going to be 5. And I can console.log that so you can see. If I just put product, and if we do the browser here, you'll see that the answer is 5. You can also divide decimal point numbers. So in this case, I'm going to change this to 4.4. So now the answer to quotient is 2.2. Quotient equals 2.2. The remainder operator looks like a percent sign, and it gives the remainder of the division of two numbers. So for instance, if I want to find out the remainder of 11 divided by 3, I can do remainder equals 11, and then I'm going to put the percent sign, which is the remainder operator, 3. And 11 divided by 3 is 9. 11 minus 9 is 2. So the remainder is going to be 2. 11 remainder 3 is 2. The remainder operator is often used to determine if a number is even or odd. If you can divide a number by 2 and the remainder is 0, that means the number is even. It's common to want to add a number to a variable like this. See, a equals a plus 12. Well, a starts at 3 plus 12 is 15. So we're just adding 12 to whatever a is. Here we're adding 9 to whatever b is. Here we're adding 7 to whatever c is. This is such a common pattern that there's a shortcut to do the same thing. It's the plus equals operator. So instead of a equals a plus 12, we can do a plus equals 12. So this equals the same thing. So instead of b equals 9 plus b, we can do b plus equals 9. So now we're adding the value to the variable and assigning the answer to that variable. So again here, we can do plus equal 7. So that's just a shortcut. Previously, we learned about plus equals. Well, minus equals does the same thing, but subtracting. So this says a equals a minus 6. We started at 11. Minus 6 is going to be 5. So the new a is going to be 5. But we can shorten that. Instead of a equals a minus 6, we can do minus equals. This is just a shortcut that JavaScript has that means the same thing. That means a equals a minus 6, but it's just shortened. Same here, so we can do minus equals 15. C equals c minus 1, we can do c minus equals 1. So it just subtracts the number from the original value and then assigns that new value to the variable. Here we have a equals a times 5. Well, we can do the same thing as before. We can shorten this to a times equals 5. So that means the same thing. Here, we can do a times equals 3. And then c equals c times 10. We can shorten this to c times equal 10. And that's another shortcut for JavaScript. And there's also divide equal. So a equals a divided by 12. We can do a divided by equal 12. And then here we can just do divided by equal 4 or divided by equal 11. So another way of just dividing the variable by a new number and assigning that answer to the variable. We've already mentioned strings a little bit, but anytime you have some characters surrounded by quotation marks, they can either be single quotation marks, double quotation marks, or backticks. It's a string. These are called string literals, and you can create them just like you see above. I'm going to do a few more. So var my first name equals Bo, and var my last name equals Carnes. So that's how you create a string in JavaScript. sometimes your string contains the quote symbol. Now normally the quotes identify the beginning and the ending of the string. But what if you have something like this? I am a double quoted string inside double quotes. So I'm actually trying to use these quotes right inside the string, but the JavaScript doesn't know what to do about it. It thinks that this is the whole string. When it sees the first quote inside the string, it thinks we're at the end of the string. So there's something called an escape character. So if you want to escape a quote, that means it will no longer be considered the end of the string. I'm going to put a backslash. So if I put a backslash before each of these quotation marks, JavaScript no longer interprets it as being the last character in the string. So now you can see this is a full string. And then if I log this out, console.log, and I put my string, you'll see that it's not going to show the quotation marks. So, I mean, it's not going to show the backslashes. It shows the quotation marks without the backslashes, because when we put backslash quotation mark, JavaScript knows that this should just mean a quotation mark. We talked about escaping a quote character like this, where you put a backslash before the quote character, so JavaScript knows that this is supposed to be a literal quote character inside the string. However, you're not going to have to escape quote characters very often, because there are other methods of accomplishing the same thing of having a quote character within a string. So a common way is to use, instead of having your string start with double quotes, have it start with a single quote. So a string can either be surrounded by single quotes or double quotes. So this time we're just going to have single quotes. And now I can remove all of these escape characters from inside the string here. Okay, so now you can see that JavaScript still knows that this is a string, even though it has these double quotes inside. An additional thing you could do is use backticks. So if I put a backticks at the beginning and the end of the string, now I actually can use single quotes and double quotes both within the string. But right now I'm just going to focus on showing you the double quotes, or the single quotes with the double quotes inside. We talked about escaping a double quote character by using the backslash before the double quote. There's actually quite a few other things you can escape out. You can escape out a single quote character. You can escape out a backslash. In fact, anytime you're going to use a backslash, you're going to have to put two backslashes, so the JavaScript knows that you're not trying to escape a character. You can also add a new line character, or a carriage return, a tab, a backspace, or a form feed, all with doing a slash and then the corresponding letter here. So let me show you an example. I'm going to put var myString equals, and we're going to make a multi-line string. So we're going to have the first line, and now I'm going to put backslash n to add a second line, and then I'm going to put a tab, so backslash t for the tab, and backslash to add a backslash. Now it's going to say second line. Now I'll do backslash, and then I'll just say third line. And if I were able to log out all of that, you would see 3 different lines, and you would see the tab and then the backslash character. You can concatenate strings with the plus operator. You can see here that we have 2 strings. I come first and I come second. They've been added together or concatenated with this, so the our str, our string, is now one long string that says I come first, I come second. I'll give you another example here. So we can say my string equals, this is the start, and then I'm going to put a space before the in quotation mark, because when these get concatenated together, we want there to be a space between these two sentences. And I'll say this is the end. Now let's just see what that looks like. I'll do a console.log and do a my string, and let's see if I run this. We can see this is the start, this is the end. Just one long string. You can also concatenate strings using the plus equal operator. You can see here in this example, we have the R string equals I come first, and then we have the R string plus equals I come second. So remember, just like when you're using numbers, plus equals means that you take whatever is on the end here and add it to the variable. So we've just added I come second onto the end of I come first. Let's do another example down here. My string equals, this is the first sentence, and then I'll put a space at the end because we're going to do my string, and I'll do the plus equals. This is the second sentence. Now, if I just do a console.log here of my string, we should see that those sentences have gone together. This is the first sentence, this is the second sentence. Good. You can concatenate strings together with variables. You can see here our name, FreeCodeCamp. Hello, our name is, and then we add this variable, the our name variable, which is FreeCodeCamp. Hello, our name is FreeCodeCamp. How are you? Well, we're going to do the same thing down here. So I'm going to do my name equals Bo, and then my string is going to equal my name is, and then I'm going to add the variable name, which is my name, and then I'll continue the string here. Whoops, that's supposed to be a plus here. And I am well. See that I put a space here and here because you have to make sure you put appropriate spaces in. And let's see what that looks like. I'll do a console.log, and I'll just put my string here. If I show that, my name is Bo and I am well. Looks good. You can append variables to strings with this plus equals operator. You can see we have this variable, an adjective, which is set to the word awesome. And then we have another variable, FreeCodeCamp is. And then we have the our string variable plus equal an adjective. So now our string is going to equal FreeCodeCamp is awesome. So let me show you another example. We're going to say some adjective equals worthwhile, and now I'm going to use the plus equal, so my str plus equals, and then I can put some adjective. So now after we do the my string plus equals some adjective, my string is going to say learning to code is worthwhile. Sometimes you want to find the length of a string. JavaScript makes this easy. So we have the first name is set to Ada, but we just use the .length property to find the length. So first name .length. Remember, first name is Ada here, and then .length will return an integer, a number that has the number of characters in the string. So that would be 3. So let's try this again. Here's another example. Last name length equals last name. We just have to type in .length. And just to show you, let me console.log that, and you'll be able to see if I put in last name length, and if I run that, you'll see 8, because there are 8 characters in the word Lovelace. bracket notation is a way to get a character at a specific index within a string. So you can see right here we have the first name, Ada, and right here we have first name, and then here's the bracket notation. You can see there's brackets with a number inside. So most modern programming languages like JavaScript don't start counting at 1 like humans do. They start at 0, which is called zero-based indexing. So with the number 0, that refers to the first index of the string, which would be the A. So the A would be 0, D is 1, and then A is 2. So this first letter of first name, if we do first name with the bracket notation with a 0, that's going to equal A. So let me show you another example. Let's say we want to get the first letter of the last name. Again, I'm just going to do the bracket notation and put a 0 here. If I wanted the second letter, the O, I would put a 1 here. So if I console.log, we can see what it came up with. So console.log, first letter of last name, and if we look in the console, L, because the first letter of the last name is L. Strings are immutable, meaning they cannot be altered once created. This does not mean that they cannot be changed, just that the individual characters of a string literal cannot be changed. So look at this example. My string, and then we're going to use bracket notation to choose the first letter. So it currently says Jello World. We want the first letter to change to an H to say Hello World. But if I run that, there's going to be an error because of the immutability of strings. Now we can still change this to Hello World, but we can't just change an individual letter like that. So we're going to have to do my string equals, and I'm just going to have to type in the whole thing, which is Hello World. And now it will change to the word Hello World. You can use bracket notation to get any character position in a string. So earlier we did the first position, but here's how you would get the second position. Remember the 0 index, so 1 is the second position, 0 is the first position. We can also get the third letter of the last name using the brackets. We'll just put 2 in the brackets to get the third letter of the last name. You can also use bracket notation to find the last letter in a string, even if you don't know how many letters are in the string. You do it based on the length. So if you look right here, in the brackets, we have an expression to be evaluated. First name.length minus 1. So the length is 3. 3 minus 1 is 2. The reason why we're doing a minus 1 is because, remember, we count starting at 0. So the length minus 1 is going to be the last index of the name. So we can do that same thing here. To get the last letter of the last name, I can just do last name dot length minus 1. And that's going to get the last letter of the last name, which is the E right here. We saw how to use bracket notation to get the last letter of a string. You can also do the third to last letter or fourth to last letter. So you just subtract however much you want from the length of the string. So we have the bracket notation, first name.length minus 3. That's going to get the third to last letter. So if we want the second to last letter into this variable here, we do something similar. We just do last name.length, and then we're going to subtract 2 to get the second to last character of the string. We are going to use our knowledge of strings to build a Mad Libs style word game. In a Mad Lib game, you are provided sentences with some missing words, like nouns, verbs, adjectives, and adverbs, and then you fill in the missing pieces with words of your choice to make a sentence that could be funny and hopefully makes a little bit of sense. So let me show you how you do this. This also uses a function. Now, we haven't talked about functions yet. I'm going to explain those more later. But for now, just go with it, because that's not the point of this lesson for now. But this function called word blanks, you can call the function and you have to pass in certain types of words. You pass in a noun, an adjective, a verb, and an adverb. So down here, you can see that we're calling the function called word blanks. That's the function name here, and we're passing in a noun, an adjective, a verb, and an adverb. So the point is that we are going to use all these words that are passed in to make a sentence. So we know that var result equals an empty string at first, and then we have to use all these words in result, and then the result is going to be returned from this function, and eventually will be logged out onto the screen with this console.log. So what I'm going to do here is do result plus equals. We're going to use the plus equals to add something to this result using all the noun, the adjective, the verb, and the adverb. So let's see, it's going to say the, and we'll use the adjective, my adjective, in this case will be the big, and then let's put the noun, my noun, because adjectives are words that describe nouns, the big dog, and then we're going to say what this noun was doing, the verb, my verb. The big dog ran, and then where does he run to? To the store, and then we're going to add, we need a space here, so there's a space between this to the store, and then we're going to add the final adverb. So now we have to add a period, and there's one more thing we have to add, or a few more things. So right now it's my adjective, my noun, my verb, and there's no spaces in between those. So if I run that, you can see what that's going to look like in the console. It just said big dog ran with no spaces. So we're going to have to add some spaces in here also. Let's do that. And now it's going to take in the noun, adjective, verb, and adverb, and then put it into that sentence. So one cool thing is we can actually pass in some different words. So like for instance, if I copy this, I'm going to paste it. Instead of dog, I will put for the noun bike, and then adjective, I'll put slow. And then for the verb, I'll put flew, and the adverb, I'll put slowly. And now, if we look in the console, we have two sentences. The big dog ran to the store quickly. The slow bike flew to the store slowly. Arrays allow you to store several pieces of data in one place. So look at this example, our array. Now arrays always start with a bracket and then end with a bracket to show the beginning and ending of the array. And every element in the array is separated by a comma. So you can see here, the first element is a string, the second element is a number. And you can have more and more elements. You just put comma and you can keep adding elements. And the elements can be any data type. You can see here we have a string and a number, but you can always also use arrays or floating numbers or really any sort of other data type in your array. So let's see another example. So let's do my array Quincy, and then for a number we'll do 1 because Quincy is number 1. When one of the elements in an array is another array, that's called a nested array or a multi-dimensional array. You can see here's the beginning of the array and here's the end of the array, but the first element in this array is another array with 2 elements of its own. Same with here, the second element is an array. So this is two arrays within another array. So we can do that here. Here's another example. So our first element in the array will be an array with a string and a number. And then I'll put a comma to put the second element of the array, which will be another array with a string and a number. Earlier we learned how to use bracket notation to find a specific index in a string. You can do the same thing with arrays. So look at this array. Our array, we have three elements, 50, 60, 70. And these have the indexes 0, 1, 2. So with this R array, with the bracket notation in the 0, that's going to be index 1, which is going to equal 50. So we can do the same thing here. My array equals 50, 60, 70. So let's try to find the first element in that array. So var r my data equals my array, and then I'm going to do index 0. I could do index 1, index 2, and then if we console.log that, we can see for sure what that is. So if I put my data, and we can see in the console, it's 50. You can use array indexes to modify arrays. Now we tried to do this earlier with strings using bracket notation, and we were not able to modify a string using bracket notation, but with arrays you can. So the original array is 18, 64, 99, and then we're going to use the array index of 1. Now 1 is going to be the second number, or 0, 1, 2, and this number 64 is going to be set to 45. So the new array is going to be 18, 45, 99. Let's try it again with this, 18, 64, 99. So let's do my array, and then instead of doing the second digit, I'm going to do the first digit in the array, the first index, which would be index 0, and I will say equals 45. So now this array has been updated. So if I do console.log and then do my array, we'll see that the array is now 45, 64, 99. You can also use bracket notation to select an element in a multidimensional or array of arrays. So you can see this array here, we have our outer array, but inside that array are more arrays. The elements of the array are other arrays, and the last element of the array actually has an array in this. So this is a 3-layer deep array right here. So to access an array of arrays, or an element within an array that's within an array, you use a double bracket notation. So if you see this example here, my array, the first bracket is 0. That's going to get the first element in the array, which would be right here. And then that element is an array. So the second bracket would be the index of the array within the array. So this 0 would point to here. So let's try to figure out how we can select a value equal to 8. Well, let's see. I see an 8 right here. So let's figure out what this first number should be. Well, let's count. 0, 1, 2. So the third array would be index 2. Now we want to go 0, 1. Now we have to do index 1 to get the second number in the third array. So let's test to see if that equals 8. So I'll do console.log and then do my data here. And we'll see if that equals 8. It does. We did it. You can append data to the end of an array with the push function. So see, an array has been set up here, our array, Stimson J cat, and then we take our array right here and use the push function to push into the next element in the array another array here. So now it's going to look like this. We can see at the end of the original array, we've pushed this other array at the end. So let's try it again down here. we have my array, and you can see we have each element in the array is another array. So I am going to do my array dot push, and then I can push something on the end here, which will be like above another array. So this is going to say dog, comma 3, and now we've pushed this onto the array. We can remove an item from an array with the pop function here. So see this pop here, and then we know it's a function because of the parentheses at the end of the word pop. So the array starts with 1, 2, 3. So now we do this array.pop, and it's going to return it's going to remove the last element, which is the 3, and then it's going to put it right into this variable here. So now, as you can see down here, remove from our array now equals 3, and then our array is going to equal 1, 2, because the 3 has been popped off. So we can do the same thing here. So remove from my array equals, and I'm going to do my array dot pop. And we can see what the array is going to equal now if I just do console.log my array. And if you do this, we can see that the array only has the one item, the one array, instead of the two arrays. The shift function is very similar to the pop function, except it removes the first element of the array instead of the final element. So we see the shift function on the end of the array here, and the array is the same as before, but now the first element, Stimpson, is being removed. After we shift off the first element, the array is going to equal jcat, and the removed from our array is going to equal Stimpson. So let's do another example down here. We're going to do a shift again, so I'm going to do equals my array dot shift, and now the my array is just going to equal dog 3, and the removed from my array is going to equal John 23. The unshift function is similar to the push array function. While push adds an element to the end of the array, unshift adds an element to the beginning of the array. So let's look through this example code. We have the array, Stimpson jcat. We're going to shift off the first element, remove the first element, so our array is jcat. Now we're going to unshift or add an element at the beginning, which is the string happy. So the array will now be happy jcat. So let's try again. This time the array is John 23 dog 3. Because of the shift, we've shifted off the John 23. And now I'm going to unshift something. So I'll do my array dot unshift. Now we're going to add something to the beginning of the array. We'll do Paul 35. So now the array is just going to be Paul 35 dog 3. Let me give you another example of nested arrays. This will be a shopping list. So inside this array, we're going to have another array, and we're going to have items. Cereal, how many boxes? 3 boxes. We also need some milk. Let's get 2 cartons of milk. Let's get some bananas. 3 bunches of 3 bananas. We'll also get some juice. 2 containers of juice. And finally, we will get some eggs. We'll get 12 eggs. And now we've created an array of arrays, which is our shopping list. Functions allow us to create reusable code in JavaScript. This is how a function is set up. We have the word function, then we have the function name. There's always parentheses here, and you can pass information into the parentheses We'll talk about that later. And then we have these curly brackets. So this is the opening curly bracket, and then we have the closing curly bracket. And everything inside the curly bracket is run anytime the function is called or invoked. So here the function is being called by just putting the function name with parentheses after the name. So every time this function is called just like this, the console is going to say, "Hey world." So if we load the console right now, you can see it says, "Hey world." And if I just copy this and paste it a few times, we'll see that it's going to say, "Hey world, hey world, hey world" in the console. Since we have run the function 3 times, we see the words "Hey world" 3 times. So now I'm going to create my own function that's going to be very similar. So we'll do function reusable function. And this time it's going to say something slightly different. It's going to say "Hi world" instead of "Hey world." And now I can call the function down here just like this, reusable function. Oh, forgot to put the parentheses, that's important. And now you see "Hey world" and "Hi world" in the console. Parameters are variables that act as placeholders for the values that are to be input to a function when it is called. So we have defined a function right here called our function with args, and inside the parentheses we see the letters A and B. Now these can be any name. We could call these anything, not just A and B. They could really be any words up here, and that means that when this function is called, we're going to pass data into the function or input data into the function. So you can see the example here where we're calling the function, and instead of saying A and B in the parentheses, we're actually passing the values 10 and 5. So when the function runs, it can use the information that's passed into the function. So in this case, it says console.log A minus B. Well, that's going to be 10 minus 5 because the numbers 10 and 5 have been passed into the function, and that's going to output 5. So I'm going to create a function that's very similar to that function. This one is going to be called function with args, and it's also going to accept an A and B, but we could call that anything we want. And inside, instead of subtracting A minus B, we're going to do A plus B. Now, I'm just going to call this function with args, and I'll pass in 10 and 5, and let's see what that looks like in the console. So first, it outputted 5 for this one, then it outputted 10 for this one. Scope refers to the visibility of variables. Variables which are defined outside of a function block have global scope. Global scope means they can be seen everywhere in your JavaScript code. For instance, I'm going to declare a variable right here called myGlobal. I'll set it to 10. Now, since this is set outside of a function, we can see it anywhere in the whole code, even in this function right here called fun2. We can see that we reference it here, and we're going to be able to see it. Now, this is an if statement, which we will talk more about later, but we're checking if the type of myGlobal does not equal undefined. So it will not equal undefined if it has been defined and the program knows about the variable. Since this is global scope, it does not equal undefined. It equals 10. The program knows about the variable because this is in global scope. So since this function can access the my global variable, we'll run what's in this if statement, where we just add to this output variable my global, and then we put with the value of my global, which is 10. Now here's another example where we're going to see if the type of oops global equals undefined. Well, we're going to set that here. So it is possible to set a variable without using the var keyword. So I'm going to set this to oops global equals 5. So you can see here that there is no var keyword. So normally, if you do use a var keyword, since this is within a function, it will be scoped to that function. If we had the var keyword here, this would be scoped to this function, so you would not be able to see it in this function. However, since we forgot to put the var keyword in this example, there's no var keyword, it becomes global automatically. That means you can access it anywhere else in the program, including here. So if we put the var keyword, then oops global would equal undefined, and then we would never have this line in the output. However, since we did not put the var keyword, oops global equals 5, and this will be added to the output, oops global and then the colon 5. So when we console.log the output, it's going to say my global 10, oops global 5. Now actually it's not going to say that because this is in Scrimba, and in Scrimba it's more careful and just enforces the fact that you have to use a var keyword. But if we were in our browser, it would not enforce the var keyword, and then it would actually show my global 10, oops global 5. If this was a little complicated, don't worry about that, because a lot of these concepts we'll be going over again later with additional examples. Variables which are declared within a function, as well as the function parameters, have local scope. That means they're only visible from within the function. Let me show you what I mean. If I declare a variable right here, my var equals 5, so we've declared this variable inside a function. So this variable, my var, is only visible inside the function. So it says console.log my var, it should console.log the 5. So we're going to call the function here, and it's going to console.log my var, but then the program is going to run this console.log that's outside of the function. It's still going to try to access my var. And so let's see what happens. You can see in the console that first there's a 5 because it console.log within the function. Then there's an error because it tried to access my var outside of the function. So really we just need to delete this where we try to access the variable outside the function. And now there is no error. It is possible to have both local and global variables with the same name. When you do this, the local variable takes precedence over the global variable. Let me show you an example. Here we have a function called myOutfit that's going to return outerwear. That's this variable up here. This is a global variable because it is declared outside of the function. So when we console.log the output of the myOutfit function, or the myOutfit function is going to return outerwear, which is the word t-shirt. So let's check the console, and you can see, yep, t-shirt is there. However, let's change this up a bit. So we have some space here because I'm going to put var outerwear equals sweater. So now, if I run this program, you can see in the console, it's going to say sweater. instead of t-shirt, it's because this local variable outerwear took precedence over the global variable. Another interesting thing about this, if I do console.log and I console.log the outerwear variable, we'll see that it's still t-shirt. So first, you see in the console it says sweater and t-shirt. So first we console.log this function, which is sweater, it returns sweater, and then we console.log the global variable, which is t-shirt. You can return a value from a function with this return statement. So we have this function here, and we are passing a number into it, the num, and then it's going to return whatever's after the return keyword, in this case num minus 7. So here we're going to console.log the function, and it returns the result of minus 7 is this 10 minus 7, which is 3. So it's going to console.log the number 3. If we look in the console, yep, it console.log the number 3 because the function returns 3. Let's try creating another one. This function is going to be called times 5. Again, we'll pass in a number, and it's just going to return something. It's going to return the num times 5. And then just like before, we can test it using a console.log times 5, and we'll pass in the number 5 here. And if I run this, we'll see that it returns the number 25. Functions can have return statements, but they don't have to. In this case, this function adds 3 to the sum variable, which is a global variable because it's defined before the function. It does not return anything. So if you don't specify a return value, the return value is just undefined. Now I'm going to create another function that is similar. This one is going to be called add 5. And this time we'll just do sum equals sum plus 5. Or we can shorten this to use the plus equals. So now that's going to add 5 to sum also. But it's not going to return anything. So if we log this out, it would be undefined. It's simple to assign a returned value to a variable. See right here we have the function change, and you pass in a number and it's going to return the result of this mathematical expression. So when we call the function change and pass in the 10, the value that is returned from this function is going to be stored in this variable here. We can do the same thing down here. First we initialize the variable processed, and process arg, it's going to return the result of this mathematical expression. So I can set processed to equal what this function returns. So I can say processed arg, and then I'll just pass in the number 7 here. And now processed equals the result of this mathematical expression. In computer science, a queue is an abstract data structure where items are kept in order. New items can be added to the back of the queue, and old items are taken off from the front of the queue. We're going to simulate that right now, a sum of the functionality of a queue, using this next in line function. So the purpose of this is to show that in this next in line function, you can add an item to the array that's passed in, and then it's going to return the first item on the list. For instance, if we have this array right here, if we add an item to this array, it should come after at the end, so it should come after 5, and then it should return the first item on the list. In this case, it's 1. So you see we have some console.log set up. So it should show what the list looks like, the array looks like beforehand, and then show what it looks like afterwards. This JSON.stringify is just a way to change an array into a string that can easily be printed out to the screen. So to do this, we're just going to have to do two things that we've learned about already. So the first thing is to add the item onto the list. So we see right here, next in line, passed in the test array and 6. So we're calling this function next in line. We're passing in this test array here and the number 6. We want the number 6 to be added to the end of the array. So we'll just do r.push, and then I'll put in num, just like that. Well, actually it's item. So what we did, we took this array that was passed in here, which is in this case test array, and we pushed the item that was passed in. And in this case here, it's the item 6. Now we want to return the first item on the list. We want to remove and return this item, so that when we console.log here, it should show the number 1. So instead of returning item, I'm going to return r.shift. That's what shift does. Shift removes the first item and returns that first item. So let's check this out. Okay, you can see before 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then we've popped off the 1, and after it's 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We did it. Booleans are another data type in JavaScript. There are only two values, true or false. They're basically little on-off switches where true is on and false is off. They don't use quotation marks around the Boolean. See, it just says return false. So this is a function here, it should be indented, where it's just going to return false when you call this function. It could also be true, so we could return true. You can use true and false in more places than just function returns, and we'll be talking more about that later. An if statement is used to make decisions in code. The keyword if tells JavaScript to execute the code in the curly braces under certain conditions defined in the parentheses. So here is a full if statement right here, and there's always parentheses after the keyword if, and here's the condition. So if the stuff inside these parentheses evaluates to true, then the code within these curly braces will be evaluated or run. So in this case, it's a variable. So if the isItTrue variable is true, it will return yes, it's true. Now if this is not true, then we'll get to the second return statement, no, it's false. So this whole function here takes in a variable, and we check if that's true or not. So I'm going to make another example just like this. We have another function that hasn't been filled out yet, true or false, and there's a variable that's passed in, was that true? So we'll say if, and then the parentheses, was that true? If that's true, we're going to return something. It will be a string just like before, and the string is yes, that was true. If it's not true, then we'll get to the second return statement in the function, and we'll return a different string. We'll return no, that was false. False. Let me just add some semicolons, and then I can run this, and we'll see what happens. Oh, return needs to be spelled correctly, so let me spell return correctly. So before I run this, I'm going to add a console.log here, so we can console.log the answer. So this is the function call here, true or false. We're passing in true, and then we're going to log what is returned here. Yes, that was true. Since we passed in true, this if statement evaluates to true, and this code is run right here. There are many comparison operators in JavaScript, that will return a Boolean of true or false. The most common is the equality operator, and it's often used in an if statement. So here it just says if val. So we have this whole if statement right here. If val, we're going to see if val equals 12. Now to check if it equals 12, we're going to have to use the double equal sign. That is the equality operator, and we'll say if val equals 12. The reason why we can't just use a single equal sign is that a single equal sign is the assignment operator. If we just had a single equal sign, that would mean that we were setting the value of the val variable to equal 12. We're not trying to set this to equal 12. We're trying to check if the value of this variable equals 12, so we have to use the double equal sign. So now this test equal function is going to test to see if the number we pass in is equal to 12. I can do a console.log here, console.log, and then we can see what appears in the console here, not equal, because 10 does not equal 12. We learned about the equality operator, which is the double equal sign. There's also the strict equality operator, the triple equal sign. So here we're checking if 3 equals 3 with the strict equality operator. So the difference is that the equality operator, the double equal sign, attempts to convert both values being compared to a common type, while the strict equality operator does not do the type conversion. So this is going to evaluate to true, the 3 equals 3. But the 3 equals 3 with the string on this side is going to evaluate to false. Both of these would be true if we were using the double equal sign, because the string would be converted to a number and they would be equal to true. But with the triple equal sign, it does not get converted to a number, so it would be evaluated to false, the second one, with the 3 equal signs. So here, we're just going to use it right in this if statement and do equals 7. So now we can pass in the number 7 and it's going to evaluate to true, but if we pass in a string 7, it will evaluate to false. We will do one more review with the equality operator and the strict equality operator. So if I run this here, we'll see in the console says equal, because it's checking if the number 10 and the string 10 are equal. So if A equals B, the number 10 equals a strict number 10, return equal. Since we're using the equality operator with 2 equal signs, it performs a type conversion, and it converts the string into a number. But if we use the strict equality operator with 3 equal signs, I'll run that again, and you'll see not equal in the console, because now it's not converting the types, and it's just checking if a number is equal to a string, which is not, so we get not equal. Now I will show you the inequality operator, which is basically the opposite of the equality operator. So I'm going to do the inequality operator with an exclamation point and an equal sign. In this case, I'm going to see if the value is not equal to 99. And again, just like the equality operator, this does type conversion. So let's just run this program and we'll see it is not equal, because 10, we passed in 10 into the function here, and 10 is not equal to 99, so we get not equal. The strict inequality operator is basically the opposite of the strict equality operator. And it works like this. So it says if val, I'm going to do if val does not equal 17. So this is the strict inequality operator. Instead of 1 equal sign, we have 2 equal signs. And that means it's going to check if this is not true, but it's not going to convert types. So for instance, if we were checking if the number 3 does not equal the string 3, that would be true. So in this example, we're just checking if 10 does not equal 17. If we run this, we will see it's not equal. We can also use the greater than operator. So in this function, we're checking if a value is over 100. So I'm going to put greater than 100. And then here, we're checking if a value is over 10. So I'll put greater than 10. So here we call the function, we pass in 10. And if I run that function, you'll see 10 or under because we're not over 100, we're not over 10, or 10 or under because we passed in 10. We can also use the greater than or equal to operator. So we'll finish this function by using greater than or equal to. That's just a greater than sign and an equal sign. And we'll put 20 down here. Just greater than or equal to 10. If I run that, we should see 10 or over because we're passing in 10 and it's greater than or equal to 10. Now I'll show you an example of the less than operator. With this function, we're going to check if the value is less than 25. And then here we're checking if a value is less than 55. So here's a trick I use to remember which symbol is less than and which symbol is more than. If you see the less than symbol looks kind of like the letter L, which is the first letter in less than, and then the more than symbol is just the opposite. And we also have the less than or equal to operator we can use in JavaScript. So here we're going to check if it's less than or equal to 12. So we just put the less than operator, 12, equal, less than or equal, that's an important part. Here it's the less than or equal to 24 to make this statement true. And if we run, we see smaller than or equal to 12, number 10 we passed in. Sometimes you want to check if two things are true at the same time. For instance, you may want to check if this value is less than or equal to 50, and you also want to check if the value is more than or equal to 25. So here we have a nested if statement. So it's going to check if it's less than or equal to 50, and if it's more than or equal to 25, then it's going to return yes. But there's an easier way to do this. So what I'm going to do is copy this, where it says value is more than or equal to 25. I'm going to delete this nested if statement. So we don't need that if statement. And I'm going to use the AND operator. So we have less than or equal to 50, and if I put two ampersands like this, that means and. Now I'm going to put value is more than or equal to 25. So this says if value is less than or equal to 50 and the value is also more than or equal to 25, then we're going to return yes. So both this statement and this statement have to be true to get inside this if statement here. In this code here, we're checking if the value is not between 10 and 20. So if the value is less than 10, we return outside, and if the value is more than 20, we return outside. There is an easier way to do this with the logical OR operator. So I'm just going to delete this whole if statement here, and then I can add an OR statement, which is just two pipes. So I'm going to put val is less than or more than 20 here. So now we're checking if the value is less than 10 or if the value is more than 20. Either way, we're going to return outside. And then if that's not true, we'll return inside. When an if statement is true, normally the block of code right after the if statement will be evaluated. And if it's not true, nothing happens. But with an else statement, an alternate block of code can be executed when it's not true. So this is a perfect use case. If value is more than 5, the result is bigger than 5. If the value is less than or equal to 5, the result is 5 or smaller. We can do this with an else statement. So I'm just going to type in else here, and then we can just delete this whole if statement, just like that. And now we have if the value is less than 5, the result is going to be bigger than 5. Else, if it's not more than 5, we'll return 5 or smaller. If you have multiple conditions that need to be addressed, you can use else if statements. It's a way of chaining if statements together. In this example, we have 3 conditions. If value is more than 10, we're going to return greater than 10. If it's less than 5, return smaller than 5, or else we're going to return 5 and up. So this is a perfect use case for an else if statement. So this is how we do it. We'll do else, and then we're going to add the if statement at the end of the else. I'm just going to delete all this stuff. So else if value is less than 5, and then we're going to have one final else statement. Else, and I'm going to put this statement here, this final return, just going to cut that, and then paste it right in there. So now, instead of using multiple if statements, we have the if, and then we have the else if, and then we have the else. When you're using else if statements, order is very important. Let's look at this example here. In this function, first we check if the value is less than 10 and return less than 10. Then, else if, we check if the value is less than 5 and return less than 5. Well, if we look at this example and we pass in the number 7, if I run this, you'll see it's going to say less than 10, which is what we want. However, if we put 3, it's still just going to say less than 10. Really, we want this to say less than 5, because it is actually less than 5. However, this is in the wrong order. So, what we need to do is change the order. So this should be 5, this should be 5, and this should be 10. And this should be 10. So, once the first condition is met, it doesn't even check for the rest of the conditions. So that's why it's important to think about the order. So if we run this now, yep, less than 5. That's what we want. You can also chain if and else if statements. So I'm going to complete the following challenge here. Write chained if/else if statements to fulfill the following conditions. So we have these conditions where if the number is less than 5, we're going to return tiny. If it's less than 10, return small, and so on. So what I'm going to do is actually just copy this right here, because this is written, part of it's written exactly how we want it to be written. I'll just paste it here, and I'm going to just add the if and else statement. So it's going to be if, and then we put this in parentheses, because the condition is always in parentheses. If number is less than 5, then we're going to use the curly braces, and we're going to return tiny. So I'll just move that up here. I'll cut it and paste it. Now we're going to use an else if statement. And I got the curly braces. First of all, also I need to put the condition in these parentheses. I'm just going to cut this. Number is less than 10, put it right here, and we're going to return this small. So I'll put that in the curly braces here. And then we have another else if statement. Else if, and the condition, just like before, number is less than 15. Put that in there. We always need the curly braces to show what's going to happen in the if statement. So I'm just cutting and pasting this text again. We have an else if, and then we have this here. Then we have return large. Actually the final thing is just going to be else. We don't even need an else if at the statement at the end. We don't even need to put the condition, because if it's more than or equal to 20, that's going to be everything else. So I'm just going to cut this, we don't need any of this stuff here. And we're just going to return large. So with this one test here, for test 7, we can actually console.log that. Console.log. And see what it returns for 7. We can try a few different things. Oh, we have an error here. Oh, forgot to put this parentheses wrong way. Let's try that again. Small. But if this is 20, it should be huge. And if it's 19, which should be less than 20, we should see large. Yep, that worked. In the game of golf, each hole has a par, which means the average number of strokes you're supposed to use to get the ball into the hole. So depending on how far above or below par your strokes are, there's a different nickname. So here are some of the nicknames: hole in one, eagle, birdie, par, and we're going to write a function where you pass in the par and you also pass in the strokes. You can see up here par and strokes, and it's going to return the nickname. So that's what we're going to write. You can see this table here shows what we have to do. If the strokes are 1, then you get a hole in one. If the stroke is less than or equal to par minus 2, you get an eagle, and so on. And we also have this array that's going to make it easier because we can just use things from this array instead of typing out the words. So we're going to start with an if statement. If, and then we have to put the condition, if strokes equals, that's the equality operator. We don't want to use a single equal sign because that would be the assignment operator. If it equals 1, then we can return, and we can see down here we're going to return hole in 1. But we can just use it from this names array. So it's going to be names, and this is going to be index 0 of the array. So we'll do names and then 0. And then we can do an else if, and then we can put the condition, strokes. I have to spell strokes right. Strokes, and then we can just actually copy this right from here, less than or equal to par minus 2, and then we are going to return name, and this will be the index 1, which is an eagle. At this point, I can do some copying and pasting. I'm going to copy this whole thing because a lot of this, rest of this will be else if. So else if strokes is, this time it's going to be equal to par minus 1, and we're going to return, this is going to be birdie, which is array index 2. And I'm going to continue just like this. So this time it's if strokes equal par, we're going to return name index 3. See, 0, 1, 2, 3 is going to be the word par up here. They'll just keep just like this. Now it's going to be par plus 1, and we'll change this to 4. Now it's going to be par plus 2, and we'll change this to 5, which is going to be the double bogey. And finally, if strokes is, change this to more than or equal to par plus 3, that means you did very poorly, so you should just go home. So it's going to be name index 6, and we don't need this anymore. So now we're going to do some tests here. I'm going to do a console.log, and we're going to pass in the function that we're calling. So in this case, the par is 5 and the strokes are 4. So that should return birdie. Let's see what happens. Null. Okay, that's not what I expected. It's because this should be names. I spelled this wrong. Okay, that's why sometimes it's better to check before you go through the whole thing. You can test things as you go. But let's do that again. Yep, birdie. And if I type in 2 here, eagle. If I type in 8, it's probably going to tell us to go home. Go home. Yep, we just completed this challenge. Instead of using chained else-if statements, you can use a switch statement. A switch statement tests a value and can have many case statements which define various possible values. So let me show you how that works. Here we're going to write a switch statement which tests val and sets the answer to the following conditions. If we pass in 1, the answer should be alpha. If we pass in 2, the answer should be beta, and so on. So let me show you how that works. We'll just type in the word switch, that's a keyword here, and we're testing the val that's passed into this function. So it starts off kind of like an if statement, and right now, so we're going to compare the val to the different cases that we have. So we'll have case, and the first number is going to be 1. So here we're saying if the case of val is 1, if val equals 1, and it's using the strict equality operator, so it's like the equals equals equals, it's going to make sure that the type of the variable are the same, so a string 1 and a number 1 will not be equal. But if the case is 1, then we're going to set answer to equal alpha. We'll just do it like this, alpha, and then we are going to break. Break means that we're at the end of that case statement, and once you break it, it just goes to the end of the switch statement. It doesn't evaluate anything else in the switch statement. So we're also going to have case 2, and one thing I forgot, that we're just going to indent that so it's easier to see the different cases. And case 2, the answer is going to set equal to beta. And then we always need the break statement. If you don't have a break statement, it will just run through to the next case statement automatically. So if the case was 1 and you did not have a break here, first it would set the answer to alpha, and then it would set the answer to beta. It would just skip over right to the next case statement. But since the break is here, it's going to go out of the switch statement completely. So it would start running the code after this last curly bracket. So now we're going to do case 3. We'll just do some copying and pasting here. And we're going to have 4 cases, so I'll just do the rest of the pasting here. So we'll have 3 and 4, alpha, beta, and then we have gamma and delta. And we know that the switch statement is over because we have this final curly bracket, and then we're just going to return answer. So let's do some tests. To really test this, we're going to have to add a console.log here to log what it's going to be. And I'll run this. Oh, alpha, good. Now 2 should be beta. 3 should be gamma, good. And we'll just assume 4 is correct, so we're done. Now I'll talk to you about the default option in a switch statement. The default option is kind of like else in an if-else statement. So here's a switch statement that's very similar to the one we already saw, and it's inside this function where we pass in a value into the function, and we're going to check if the value equals A. If it equals A, the answer is going to be set to apple. B, answer set to bird. C, cat. So in this example, we can see that we passed in here, we passed in the A, and it returned apple because that was one of the options. But what if we pass in something else? If I pass in the number 2 here, it's going to return an empty string. That's because the answer is set to an empty string, and we never override the answer here, so it just returns that empty string. What if we want to return something anytime A, B, or C is not passed through? So for anything else that's passed into the function, we're going to do default. This is like the else statement. So the default, we're going to do answer equals stuff. And again, we're going to have the break. So now, whenever we pass in something that's not A, B, or C, it's going to return stuff. So we can pass in 5, it's going to return stuff. But if I go back to passing in C, one of the things we have a case for, it will return cat. And that's the switch statement. Sometimes you want a switch statement where multiple inputs give the same output. Well, that's easy enough by omitting the break statement. Let me show you how that works. So let's get a switch statement here, and we're going to have val, that's what's passed into the function. And in this case, we want the case of 1, 2, and 3 all to return the answer of low. So I can do it like this. Case 1, and I can go straight into case 2. And then I can go straight into case 3. And since I don't have any break statement between each cases, it will just keep going to the next one automatically. And now I'm going to say that the answer is going to be set to equal low. And here is where I put the break statement. Okay, now we're going to do the same thing with cases 4 through 6. And actually, I'm just going to do some copying and pasting. I'm going to copy all this. And now we're going to paste. That's 4, 5, 6. We're going to do the same thing with 7, 8, 9. So I'm going to do copy and paste again, and then I'm just going to update the code. So this is going to be 4, 5, 6. We'll have 7, 8, 9. And we're going to have mid and high. So if the case is 1, 2, or 3, like for instance, if it's 1, it's going to pass through 2 and 3 to get low, and then it's going to break out. If it's 4, 5, or 6, it's going to pass through to get to mid, and then it's going to break out. 7, 8, 9, it's going to pass through to high and break out. So let's test this out and see. Since we're passing in the number 1 here, it's going to be low. But if we pass in 5, we should get mid. And if it's 7, 8, or 9, we should get high. Sometimes a switch statement can be easier to write and easier to understand than a chain of if-else statements. So we're going to change this chain of else-if statements to become a switch statement. So let's do that right now. So we're going to start with the switch keyword, and we're going to be evaluating the value with open curly bracket, and we'll have to make sure to have an in curly bracket at the end. So for case Bob, we're going to set the answer to Marley, and then we need to have a break in here. For case 42, we're going to set the answer to the answer. For case 1, we'll set the answer to there is no number 1. Oh, we need a break up here. For case 99, the answer is missed by this much. And then we need a break. Now we have for case 7, well, 7, 8, 9, and break. And now we just changed that chain of else-if statements into a switch statement. Here's a little trick when you want a function to return a Boolean, a true or false value. You can see in this function we're checking if A is less than B, and if so, we return true, else we return false. You may remember from before that all comparison operators return a Boolean true or false value. So instead of using this if statement here, we can just do that. We can actually delete all of this and just return the result of this. Return We're just returning the result of A is less than B. So this is going to be true or false, and we can just skip that whole if statement logic and just return this. So if we console.log this out, console.log, we should be able to see if 10 is less than 15. 10 is less than 15, it's true. But if we put a 20 here, then it's false. We've already seen a few examples of this, but you can return early from a function with the return statement. So if you see this function right here, we return at the very end of the function, and so it leaves the function and returns this value from the function. But you can leave the function anytime with a return statement. So we're going to modify this function so that if A or B are less than 0, the function will immediately exit with a value of undefined. So let's do that. We're going to set an if statement. If A is less than 0, or, that's two pipes, B is less than 0, then we're going to return undefined. So we can do a test here, console.log 8, but what if this is a negative number? It's going to return undefined. Scrimba has a little quirk here where it just shows null, but in a browser it will show undefined. We are going to create a blackjack card counting function. So how card counting works, at least how this function is going to work, is that when you see a low card, the count goes up, and when you see a high card, the count goes down, and if it's a middle value card, the count stays the same. And then, when the count is positive, the player should bet high, and when the count is 0 or negative, the player should bet low. So we are going to use a switch statement to figure out what card has been passed in and what to do about it. You can see that the function looks like this. CC, and we pass in a card, and depending on what the card is, it's going to increase this global count variable, or it's going to decrease it, or it's going to stay the same. And then we are going to return two things. We're not going to return change me. We are going to return the current count value and whether the player should hold or bet. So every time you call the CC function, it's going to change this count value and return the total count. So let's see how this is going to work. We are going to use the switch statement, like I said, and we're going to check the card value that was passed in. So if the case is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we are going to increment the count variable. So we're going to do it like this. Case 2, I'm going to do some copying and pasting. If the case is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, we'll just have to actually change these values. 3, 4, 5, 6. Now there are many ways to write any program. This could be done with if statements and else statements. It could be even done with other ways that we haven't even talked about yet. As long as the program works, in this case, that's all that matters. So if you find a different way to write this program, that's great. So if the case is 2, 3, 4, 5, or 6, we are going to take the count value, and if we just do plus plus, that increments it by 1, and then we're going to break. Now, if the case is 7, 8, 9, so let's paste in 3 of these, do 7, 8, 9, actually we're going to do nothing. The count is not going to change at all, so we don't even need case 7 or 8, 9. So instead of doing 7, 8, 9, we just need to check in the case that something's actually going to happen. So we are going to decrement the count variable if we have 10, jack, queen, king, or ace. So that's what we're going to change this to. 10, Jack, Queen, King, or Ace. In this case, we're going to decrement the count. So we can do count minus minus. So that's the same as count equals count minus 1. And then we will break. Now, we've taken care of the count and updating the count. Now we have to take care of what we're going to return. We are going to return the count, and we're also going to return whether we are going to hold or bet. So we're going to actually return a variable, but first there's going to be a space. There's a space between the number, and then we're going to return the hold bet variable. Now this is a variable we haven't created yet. Normally this would be the perfect time to use the ternary operator, but we haven't learned that yet, and we're not going to learn that for a few more lessons, so I won't use that now. We are going to set what that hold bet value is. First, we'll create the hold bet variable hold bet, and we'll set it to hold. However, if count is more than 0, then we can set hold bet to equal bet. So now this should work. Let's test it out and see if we've made any mistakes yet. Hold bet is not defined. Well, we have it right here. Hold, oh, we spelled that wrong. So instead of hold bet, that should be hold bet. Okay, in this case, we're going to bet because we had a bunch of positive numbers and then negative numbers. But if we change this to K, when we change this to 10, let's see what happens. Now we're going to hold. Okay, it worked. Objects. Objects are similar to arrays, except that instead of using indexes to access data, you use properties. So here's an object called our dog. Objects are going to be defined with these curly braces at the beginning and the end, and these are the properties. Now the properties are everything before the colons. So we have name, that's a property, legs is a property, and then the values are the things after the colons here. So the name is camper, the legs 4, tails, there's only one tail on this dog, and friends are everything. Now you can see that with the properties can be strings, they can be numbers, they can be arrays, they can be any data type in JavaScript. So now we are going to create our own dog. So this is going to have a name. Personally, I like the name Quincy, so we'll use that for our dog's name. Also, we're going to have legs. Unfortunately, our dog has had an accident. He only has 3 legs. But to make up for the only having 3 legs, he does have 2 tails. And for friends, another unfortunate thing, it's an empty array. He has no friends. Okay, we've now created our own object. There are 2 main ways to access a property on an object. The first I will talk about is dot notation. So we have this test object, and we have hat, shirt, and shoes, and we want to find out the value of these properties. So right here, the hat value, we're going to set to test object. Now here's where we use the dot notation. We just put a dot or a period, and then I put the name of the property, dot hat. And then for the shirt value, I will do dot shirt. So see, this word right here is just the word here. So the value of hat value, test object dot hat, is now going to be ball cap, and the value of the shirt value is going to be jersey. Besides using dot notation, you can also use bracket notation to access a property in an object. You can use bracket notation anytime, but it is required if the name has a space in it. You can see in this object we have 3 properties and each of them have a space. So to get the value of these properties, we're going to have to use bracket notation. So the entree value, we're going to do test object, that's the name of the object, and then we're going to put brackets kind of like an array index. So you need the opening and closing brackets, and inside we will put the name of the property. So I'll do an entree, and then we can do it again down here for the drink value, and I'll use a single quote this time instead of a double quote to show that each of those will work. The drink, and then we need the closing brackets here. So now entree value is set to equal hamburger, and drink value is set to equal water. Bracket notation can also be used to look up object properties using variables. So here we have this test object. We have these different numbers associated with these names here, and we are going to set this variable to be one of the numbers. So I'll set this to be 16. So now we can, in this test object, 16 is Montana, and we can look that up using the variable name instead of the number. So instead of putting 16, I'm going to put player number in here. And now player is set to the word, the string, Montana, and we use this variable to look up the object property. We can use dot notation to update object properties. Here you can see an object called our dog. It has a name, legs, tails, friends, and the name is Camper. However, here we use dot notation, our dog dot name, and use the assignment operator, the equal sign, to set the name to Happy Camper. So if we did console.log on our.dog.name, it would no longer be Camper, it would be Happy Camper. Well, we have another dog here with the name of Coder. But we want to change the name to Happy Coder. So that's what I'll do right here. So my dog.name equals Happy Coder. So just like above, we use dot notation to set the object property to a new value. You can add new properties to an object using dot notation or bracket notation. So here's an example right here. We have this object, our dog, and there's 4 properties here. But down here, we're adding a new property, our dog.bark equals bow wow. So it had 4 properties, but now it has 5 properties as the property bark as well. Now down here, we'll add a property to the my dog object. So we can do my dog, and then here I'm going to use bracket notation instead of dot notation, bark. I'm going to set that to equal woof. And because he's yelling it, we'll have an exclamation point. And that's how you add properties to objects. It's simple to delete a property from an object. Our dog object has all these properties, and with the delete keyword, delete our dog.bark. So now this property here, the bark, has been deleted and is no longer in the object after we've deleted it. So we can do the same thing down here. And this time, we will delete the tails property, my dog.tails. So now the my dog object no longer has a tails property. Objects can be thought of as a key value storage like a dictionary. You can use an object to look up values. So in this case, we have a switch statement that returns certain values. So when you pass in alpha to the function, it returns Adams. If you pass in Bravo, it returns Boston. We can replace this switch statement with an object and use the object for lookups instead of the switch statement. Let me show you how that's done. I'm going to create var lookup. This is going to be an object here, and the object is going to have a bunch of key value pairs. So we have alpha, and that's going to be Adams. And then we have Bravo. And the value for Bravo is going to be Boston. And that's it. So we can now delete this whole switch statement. And now we can say result equals lookup. In bracket notation, we put the value that was passed in. And then I forgot one thing, which was the equal sign here, because lookup equals this object. And let's do a test. So let me put console.log so we can actually see what happens here. So if we do Charlie, we're going to get Chicago. If we do Foxtrot, the result will be Frank. So it works. You can check if an object has a property with the hasOwnProperty method. Let me show you how to use this method and finish making this function where we check if an object has a specific property. If it doesn't have the property, we'll return not found. So let me show you how that's going to work. We'll do myObj, that's the object up above, dot hasOwnProperty, and then we pass in the property we're going to check, which is check prop. This is either going to come back as true or false if it has the property. So let's make this into an if statement. If my object has its own property, check prop, but if that's true, we're going to return myObj and then use bracket notation, check prop. So we're going to return the value of that property. Else, we're going to return not found. So let's take off this other return statement and I'll do a test. So when we pass in gift here, we returned pony. But let's say we passed in hello. Reload that, not found. Okay, it works. A JavaScript object is a way to store flexible data. So you can store strings, numbers, and arrays, and even other objects. So in this example, we have an array called myMusic. We can see it's an array because we have the open bracket and close bracket, but inside the array are objects. So this is one of the objects, and inside the objects are all these key value pairs with the strings and the numbers and so on. So I'm going to add another object. So since this is array, after each element in an array, you have to have a comma. So I'm going to add a comma here, and then I'm going to add my next record right below this comment here, and we're going to have, just like above, we're going to have an artist. The artist is going to be Bo Carnes, and then we have a title. The title will be Serial Man. The release year will be 2003. And for formats, this is going to be an array, just like above. So we can have any format. I'm going to put YouTube video. And now we've created a second object in our myMusic array. And each object holds data in a property, which is the key value format. This is very similar to JSON, which we will talk more about later. Here we have an object with other objects nested inside that. So in order to access subproperties of an object, you can chain together the dot or bracket notation. So I'm trying to get the glove box contents. So I'm going to take away this undefined here, and I'll do my storage dot car dot inside. And then now the next thing, we did car inside, and the last thing is glove box. Because there's a space here, we have to use bracket notation. So I'm going to use bracket notation on the end here and say glove box. And now if we run this, see, we are going to console.log. So let's see if we get the contents here. Yep, maps. It worked. Array bracket notation can be changed to access nested arrays. You can see we have this array here, and inside this array are two objects. The first element in the array is this object. The second element in the array is this object. And then inside the object, we have a key value pair. The key is list, and the value is another array here. So we can combine dot notation and bracket notation to access the second tree. That's what we're trying to do here. So let's do that. First, we need to do my plants, and the trees are the second element in the my plants array, which is index 1. Now we need to get the list. So the list of trees here. So I'm going to do dot list, and since dot list is an array, I can use the bracket notation to get the second list element, which again is array index 1. So if we run this, it's going to console.log, and we see pine. That's the second tree here. This is a coding challenge we're going to do. We're given this object here, which is a record collection. Each record has an ID, and then it also has different pieces of information about the record. They don't all have the same information, but see, we have album, artist, tracks, this just says artist tracks, and this just has album here. And we are supposed to create this update records function where we can pass in the ID, the property, and the value, and it's going to update our record collection with the property and the value. So for instance, if we pass in the ID 2468 and we put the property artist, and if we set a different value like Quincy or something like that, then we should update this whole object so now it says Quincy instead of Prince. And we should return the full collection. So it's going to update the collection and then return the collection. If we have an empty string for the value, it should just completely delete that property. Also, if we have the property of tracks and then we have a value, instead of updating the whole tracks here with what we put in, it's just going to add the track to the end of this array. So if you look right here, it says, the comment says, keep a copy of the collection for tests. This JSON.parse and JSON.stringify and then collection, this is just a fancy way in JavaScript to make a copy of the object. Remember, in our function, we are going to be changing the collection object, but we want to have a copy of the original object before anything was changed. So that's what that's for. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're just updating this function here, this update records function. Okay, so let's get to this. So we'll do if value equals blank, because the first condition we are going to test for is if we need to delete the property. Remember, if the value is set to blank, we delete that property. So if the value is blank, we are going to delete collection, and then we have to use bracket notation, ID, and then prop. The collection ID prop, that's the collection here. If we pass in the ID 1248, it would go to there. The property, if we pass in album for the property, it would go to here, and then it would just delete that whole thing if our value is an empty string. Okay, the next condition we have to look for is if the property is tracks, because for most properties, we're just going to override that property with the value passed into the function. But if the property is tracks, we are going to push onto the end of the array. So let's do an else if. Else if prop equals tracks, then we just have to push onto the end of the array. So there's also another condition here, which is if the tracks property is empty. if the tracks property is empty, we need to create it. Here's a fancy way to do that. Collection ID props. So if prop equals tracks, we are going to set the tracks, because remember prop is going to equal tracks. We're going to set the tracks to equal. It's going to either equal itself if it exists, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to create it. I'll show you how. Collection ID prop. It's going to equal itself, or that's the or operator. It's going to equal an empty array. So if this already exists, we're going to set it to equal itself. But if itself doesn't exist, we'll just set it to equal an empty array. So that's just a way to create that property if it doesn't already exist. So now that we know it exists, we can just push the value to the end of the array. Collection ID prop, and we'll just do the dot push, and then put in the parentheses the value. So we're able to push the value that was passed into this function onto the end of the array. Okay, there's only one last condition, which is the kind of the default condition, else. So if the value isn't blank and the property isn't tracks, then we just push the value onto the property. Then we just set the property to equal the value, just like this. Collection ID prop equals value. Okay, let's test this out. So we already have this example down here, but to see if it actually worked, we're going to do a console.log so we can see the output there. And if I run that, let me open up the console so you can really see it. So let's see what we changed. Go to 5439, and we set the artist, which didn't previously exist, to ABBA. So let's look down here. In the console, 5439, and the artist is ABBA. Let's see what happens when we add a track. So we'll do one more example here. I'll just put it right above here. Update records. And I'm going to pass in something. I'll pass in, let's see, the ID 2468. And we'll pass in the key, which is going to be tracks. And then for the value, we'll put test. So let's see what happens here. If we run that, it's going to update the record here, and then it's going to update the record again, but we don't care about that one. We mainly care that it's going to console.log what the final value is. So if we look at 2468 here, 2468, let's see the tracks. We got 1999, Little Red Corvette, and test. So it's working. Great. Loops allow you to run the same code multiple times. I'm going to talk to you about a while loop that runs while a specified condition is true and stops once it's no longer true. So we are going to push the digits 0 through 4 onto this array. Here's how it's going to work. While, here's the while loop, while I is less than 5. And we're going to do something while that's true. First, we have to set what I starts off at. So var I equals 0. So while I is less than 5, we'll do my array dot push I. Just push it onto the array, and to make sure this loop eventually ends, I'll have to do I plus plus, which increments I. So then I will test this out by doing console.log, and I'm going to console.log the my array. So let's see if this works. I'll run this and check the console. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. The while loop worked. Every time it went through this 5 different times and pushed 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4 onto the loop. A for loop is the most common type of loop in JavaScript. So here is an example of a for loop. You start with the keyword for, and then we have these parentheses with 3 different items in there separated by semicolons. The first thing is the initialization, then we have the condition, then we have the final expression. So the initialization happens before any of the code inside of the loop runs. So we will start by initializing I to equal 0. So this is what most for loops start with, is you have a variable that you're going to initialize for the for loop. Then the next thing is the condition. So once this evaluates to false, we break out of the loop. So while I is less than 5, we'll continue to run through the loop over and over until this is false, and we break out of the loop. The final thing is what we do at the end of each iteration. At the end of each iteration, we will increment I by 1. In this example, we are filling our array with the numbers 0 through 4. I'm going to do another example where we fill an array with the numbers 1 through 5. So we'll start with 4. Now we're going to initialize I to equal 1. We're starting with 1 instead of 0 this time, and we're going to do I is less than 6. So while I is less than 6, or until I is more than 6, we are going to run all the code in this loop. And at the end of each iteration, we are going to increment I. Now, I can just do what we had before, my array dot push I. So the final thing we will do is test this. I will do console.log and put my array inside here. And I'll just load this and see what we see in the console. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It worked. We iterated 5 different times, and each time we pushed a new digit onto the array, and at the end of each iteration, we incremented I, so it pushed a larger number onto the array. Loops don't just have to increment one at a time. Look at this for loop here. We have our initialization where we initialize I to 0, and then we are going to run the loop until I is less than 10. And finally, our increment, instead of incrementing I by 1, we're incrementing I by 2. So now this is going to push all the even numbers onto the array. We have console.log, so let's log it out and see what it looks like. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8. I'm going to write another loop right now that creates an array of odd numbers. So let's do that. For var I equals 1, we'll start at 1, while I is less than 10, I can use 10 again, I'm going to do I plus equal 2. So we're still going to skip count by 2s, but since we're starting at 1 instead of 0, this should give us the odd numbers. So let's see what's going to be inside our loop. My array.push, and I'll just put I there. So let's log this out and see if we did it right. Console.log my array, and I'll run that. 1, 3, 5, 7, 9. It worked. A for loop can also be used to count backwards. So if we see this for loop here, we're initializing I to 10. We're starting at 10 and we're going back to 0. So we're going to iterate through this loop while I is more than 0. We're going to keep iterating. And at the end of each iteration, we're going to decrement I instead of increment it. We're going to go down by 2. I minus equals 2 means I equals I minus 2. So we're going to continue pushing the lower and lower numbers onto the array until I is less than 0. So let's log this out and see what our array becomes. You can see 10, 8, 6, 4, 2. Well, I'm going to write another one where we're going to push the odd numbers from 9 through 1 to my array. So another for loop, and I'm going to do var I equals 9 because we want to start at 9. Now we'll still do I is more than 0. So while I is more than 0, we're going to keep going through this array, and we'll do I, and everything else is really the same. Minus equals 2. and this is going to get all the odd numbers onto the array. So we just have to do myArray.push, and then push on the I there. Now we'll just console.log, so we can see what it ended up as. myArray, and I'll run the code. 97531. We did it. It is common in JavaScript to iterate through the contents of an array. So look at this example. We have this array here. Before, we were always adding items to the array. But this time the array already exists. Right here, our array 9, 10, 11, 12. So we are going to start at 0, but now instead of going to a specific number of iterations, we are going to the rArray.length. So the length is 4 here, but if we added elements to this array, that means this loop would just go even longer until we went through every element of that array. And then at the end, we're going to increment I by 1 at the end of each iteration. So look what we're doing inside the array. We're doing our total that starts off at 0 up here, and we're doing plus equals. That means we're going to do our total equals our total plus something else. So we're going to keep adding to the total whatever is in the array at that index. So our array I. So it starts at 0, and then it goes 1, 2, 3, until it gets to 4, which is the length of the array, and it doesn't even run the iteration at 4, and there is no index 4 on the array. Remember, it's 0, 1, 2, 3. So this is just going to add up all those numbers. If we run this, we can see it adds up to 42. I'm going to write another for loop down here that's going to add up all the numbers in this array here. So we'll do for var I equals 0, and then we'll do I is less than myArray.length and I plus plus. So just like before, for each element in my array, we're going to do a total plus equals my array index I. So we have to initialize the total variable right up here. So we'll do var total equals 0, and then at the end we'll just console.log that out to see what the total is. So if I just run this, we can see that the total this time is 20. If you have a multidimensional or nested array, you can use nested for loops to access all the array elements. So for instance, we have this multiply all function. It's defined up here, but we're calling it here, and we're passing in this multidimensional array, which is basically an array with arrays inside the array. So inside the first array, there are 3 elements. 1, 2, 3. And you can see each of those elements are an array with their own set of elements. So we are going to use nested for loops within this multiply all function to multiply every number in these nested arrays here. So let's get started. We're going to start with a for loop, and it's going to look just like the other for loops that we've started. I equals 0. We're going to initialize I to 0, and then we're going to say while I is less than r.length, and then we're just going to increment I at the end of each iteration. Now, r.length, that's going to start off as 3 because we're passing in this array, and the first level of the array, there's just 1, 2, 3 elements. So that's going to be 3, but now we're going to go inside this for loop and create another for loop. So we're going to do var j equals 0. Normally it's standard practice to call the variable that we're incrementing I, but we already have an I within this scope. So we need to create another name, and it's pretty standard to call the next variable j, because j is after I. So now we're going to do j while j is less than. Now this is where it gets a little tricky. We're going to do while a is less than r index I dot length. Also, we're going to increment j here. So this is going to change. So the first iteration of this outer for loop, we're looking at the length of this array. Then we're looking at the length of this array. Then we're looking at the length of this array. The index is going to be different every time, so we're going to be going to each different array inside the nested array. So at this point, we just have to multiply all the numbers together. So we already have the product that we've defined above. So we're going to do product times equals, which is just going to multiply everything together. And we're going to do R I J. So the I references the outer array, and the J references the inner array within what we're passing in. And now we're done. So we have the console.log here, so let's run this and see what happens. And 5040. Next, I'm going to talk about do-while loops. Now, we already talked about while loops, and I'm going to review this while loop, and then I will tell you how a do-while loop is different than a while loop. So this while loop first checks the condition before it runs any code within the loop. A do-while loop will always run at least one time, and then it will check the condition. So here we have this empty array. We have I equals 10. So while I is less than 5, well, I is not less than 5, so it's not going to do anything. Let's see what happens. So we see it logged out 10 and then an empty array because I started as 10 and my array started as this empty array. See, we're logging the I and my array. With a do-while loop, it's different. So what I'm going to do is cut this line up here and put it at the end. And then at the beginning, I'm going to put the keyword do. In a do-while loop, this is always run at least once before it checks the condition. So first it's going to do these things, and then it's going to check the condition. In this case, it's going to find out the condition is false, and it's going to break out of the loop. Let's see what happens here. See, now I is 11, and the array has the 10 added to it. This is a coding challenge. We have this array of objects in our contacts list. And you'll see each object is one of our contacts with a first name, a last name, a number, and likes. So these are key value pairs here. So what we want to do is create this lookup profile function where we pass in a name, this is a first name, and the property, and it's going to return the value of that property. For instance, if we pass in the name Kristen here, and we pass in the property of number, it should return unknown. If we pass in the first name of Sherlock up here, and we return the property, and we pass in the property of likes, it should return the array Intriguing Cases and Violin. If the name that's passed in does not correspond to any context, then our function should return no such contact. And if there's no property, it should return no such property. So let's go to this function here and start creating it. So the first thing we're going to have to do is iterate through each element in the contacts list. So let's make a for loop. So for var I equals 0, while I is less than contacts length. And at the end of each iteration, we'll do I++ to increment that. So for each of these contacts, the first thing we're going to check is if the name is a name in this list. So if contacts I dot first name equals the name that was passed in. So we're checking each item to see if it was the name that was passed in. And if so, we're going to do something. Now, if not, we're going to do something else. So let's do that now. Remember, if the name that was passed in is not in the array, we're going to return no such contact. However, if it is in the array, we're going to do something else. if the name is in the contacts list, we're going to return the value of the property that was passed in. So return contacts by prop. So this will return the value of that property that was passed in. However, there is another case, which is if the property does not exist, we return no such property. So a fancy way in JavaScript of saying use this value if it exists, but otherwise use a different value, is to use the OR operator. So we'll say return contact iProp, or if it doesn't exist, we're going to return no such property. Now, just so you know, there would be a way to do this without using this OR operator. As long as your code passes the requirements, that's all that's important. There's many ways of doing this. But let's check it. So right now we have our lookup profile. We're passing in a Kira, and we're trying to find the likes. And we're console.logging the data, and pizza, coding, brownie points. So what if we passed in something else? If we passed in Sherlock, we pass in last name, no such contact. Well, that's working because I spelled Sherlock wrong. This is E, so it's a good way to test that. Holmes. And the last thing we'll check is if we pass in a property that does not exist. I'll just say hello, and no such property. So our function works. There is a simple way to create a random decimal number in JavaScript. It's with the math.random function. So we have this function here, which it says random function, and it's returning 0 currently. But we're going to use the math.random function, and you will see that when I run this, we have 0.238137141 and so on. So it's always going to be a number between 0, and it could be 0, between 0 and 1, but it could not be 1. Often you want a random whole number instead of a random decimal number. That can be accomplished with math.floor. We have math.floor here. This rounds down to the nearest whole number. So we pass in math.random times 20, and then we round down to the nearest whole number. This is going to create a random whole number between 0 and 19. Remember, math.random can never be 1. It can be 0, but it can never be quite 1. So when we multiply it by 20, we are going to get a number between 0 and 20, but not including 20. Then we round down, which will end up being 0 to 19. So let me show you another example where we're going to get a random whole number between 0 and 9. It's going to look just like this. So we're going to modify this function. So this math.random, we're going to pass that into math.floor. So I'll have to put the parentheses because we're passing it in to that function. And it's math.random times 10. And that's going to give us a random number between 0 and 9. So if I reload this, you can see 9, 5, 4, 1. Every time I load it, it's a different random number. You can also generate random whole numbers within a range. So look at this function here, our random range. It takes a minimum number and a maximum number, and then it just runs through this calculation here. So we have the math.random, and we multiply it by the max number minus the min number plus 1, and then we get the floor, which is rounding down, and we add all that to our minimum number. So this is just a calculation to get a random number between the min and max. So as practice, I'm going to rewrite it down here. So we have the random range, and instead of our min and our max, we have my min and my max. However, the equation is going to be the same. So we have math.floor. You can take a chance to actually just look over the equation and see if you can understand how it works. My max minus my min, and then we just have to do plus 1, and then this whole thing is going to be plus my min. So we already have this example test setup down here. Random range between 5 and 15, and we're going to log it out here. So let's try that. 11, 6, 7. See, every number is between 5 and 15 whenever I run it. Another useful function is the parseInt function. It takes a string and returns an integer. A lot of times you want to make sure you're dealing with integers and not strings for different calculations and things like that. If the string cannot be converted into an integer, it returns NaN for not a number. So let me show you how it works. From this convert to integer function, we are going to return, and we're going to return the string, except we're going to convert it into an integer first. So we'll do parseInt, and then I'll pass in the string. Now, it was a string because you can see here we're passing in the string of 56, but it's going to return it as a number, an integer. The parseInt function can also be used with a radix. The radix specifies the base of the number in the string, such as base 2, or base 7, or base 8. Base 2 would be binary, so that's one of the most common ones to use. Now the default is base 10. That's what we use normally every day. But let me show you how that would work. We're going to convert this number, which is a binary number, to an integer. So we'll do return, and I will do the parseInt. I'll pass in the string as before, but now we'll have a second argument after the comma, which is going to be the number 2. So instead of the default of base 10, we'll be passing it as base 2. So the computer knows that this is a binary number. I love the ternary operator. It's like a one-line if-else expression. Now, this is what it looks like. You have your condition, just like in an if statement, and then you would have a question mark. After the question mark, you have what's going to happen if the condition is true. Then you have a colon. Then you have what's going to happen if the condition is false. So we can replace an if-else statement like this into something using the ternary operator. So here we have this: if this condition is true, we're going to return true, else we're going to return false. Let's change this. So now we're going to use the ternary operator. So now it's just going to say return A equals B, that's the condition. Then we use the question mark. So if it's true, we're going to return true. And then we have a colon, and after the colon we have what's going to happen if it's false, which is we're going to return false. Now, I'm going to be honest, you would never write a line like this in real life, because you could just write return A equals B, and this line's actually going to do the same thing as this line. However, I just wanted to give you a simple example of using the ternary operator. One of the great things about conditional or ternary operators is that you can nest them within each other, which gives them even more power. So we're going to write a function here, the function check sign, and it's going to return the string positive if this number is positive, negative if the number is negative, or 0. And we're going to use a nested conditional operator. So here it is, return, and first we're going to check if num is more than 0, and then we'll use the ternary operator. If so, the first thing after the question mark is if it's true. If it's true, we're going to return positive. If it's false, if the number is not more than 0, we'll do something else. But here's where we're going to have another ternary operator. We're going to check if num is less than 0. So if the number is less than 0, well, if that's true, we have to have the question mark for the ternary operator. If that's true, we're going to return negative. And if it's false, that's where the colon comes in, we're going to return 0. So let's do this check sign. I'm going to do a console.log so we can see what this returns here. And we can see this is going to return positive. If we have a negative number here, it's going to return negative. Or if we have a 0, it's going to return 0. Now you'll see that after this colon, we have an entire ternary operator. So if this is true, we just return positive. If it's false, then we do everything here, which is another ternary operator, where it checks if this is true, and if that's true, we return negative, and if it's false, we return 0. For a long time in JavaScript, if you were going to declare a variable, you had to use the var keyword. But starting with ES6 in 2015, we can now declare variables with let and const as well. Over the next few lessons, I will be talking about what let and const do that's different than var. But one of the things is that let does not let you declare a variable twice. So let's look at this example. We have var cat name equals Quincy, and then down here var cat name equals Bo. And if I just run this code, you'll see that nothing is happening. It's just allowing us to set the cat name twice and declare it twice with the var keyword. However, if we change this to let, we're going to change all the var to let, and you'll see that when we load it again, you'll see an error, duplicate declaration cat name. So this is good that it's creating this error, because you usually don't want to declare a variable 2 times in the same scope. So this allows your program to give you an error to tell you that you've done something wrong. Now you can still reset it, so if we didn't use the word let here, we could just set the cat name variable, and now we're not going to get an error. In this case, we're declaring the variable here to be Quincy, and we're setting the same variable to a new name here. This is one of a few reasons that many people only use let and const and never use var to declare variables. Another thing in this code you can see is use strict. Now this enables strict mode, which catches common coding mistakes and unsafe actions. So a lot of people will use strict at the top of a full JavaScript file, or maybe just in a function to catch coding mistakes, such as if you create a variable and don't declare it with var, let, or const. Another major difference between the var and let keywords is that when you declare a variable with var, it is declared globally or locally if declared inside a function. However, let, the scope of let is limited to the block, statement, or expression that it was declared in. So let's look at this example here. If you see this code, we have this check scope function, and we're calling it down here, and it's setting I with a var here, a var keyword, to function scope. Then we're setting it to block scope in here, and you can see it's console.logging block scope, I is, it says block scope, and when we get down here, function scope, it's still block scope. If we want this to be function scope down here, we're going to have to use let. So we would use let here, and then we would use let here, and if we run the code, now you can see in the console, block scope I is block scope, function scope I is function scope. So even though we set I to block scope here inside this block, now a block is just anything inside these squiggly braces here. So we set I inside this block to block scope, but then when we get out here, it's now back to function scope because of this up here. Here's another thing I want to show you. If we comment this line out and we change this to var, what do you think is going to happen? Well, let's run it and find out. Look, we set the var inside this block here to block scope, and it says block scope is block scope. But then when we're outside of the block, when we're outside of these squiggly braces here, we can still access I here, and it's set to block scope. But if this was a let, and we're declaring it inside this block, if we run that, now when we get outside the block, we get an error because it's not defined. So that's another reason why people use let instead of var, is so that they can make sure the variable is only defined in the area they want it to be defined in. But for now, I'll uncomment this out. const is another way to declare a variable. It has all the features of let, but it's also read only. You cannot reassign a const. So let's look at this program here. We're running this print many times, and it's going to log out this sentence, and the sentence is up here, var sentence, it's declared, and then we reassign it here. So first we declare the sentence to be the string is cool, then it's reassigned to be the string is amazing. So if we run that, it should work. It prints free CodeCamp is amazing many times. But if we change this to const, let's see what happens. Now I'll run this and we get an error. Sentence is read only. If you declare a variable with the const keyword, you cannot reassign it afterwards. This can be very helpful to prevent you from accidentally making mistakes later. If you know for sure that you never want to reassign a variable, always use const so you don't accidentally reassign it when you don't mean to. Another thing is when you're using const, it's very common to use all capital letters. So like this, sentence, like that. And that's another way to remember that it's a constant. So if I rename this here, I'm also going to have to repeat it here. And while we're at it, we're going to change this to let. Because for the most part, you should only use const or let, but there are certain circumstances where you would use var. And also in some other videos in this course, I'll be using var. But in your own code, you should mainly use const and let. Let's reload this to see what happens. And it worked. Free CodeCamp is cool many times. We can no longer say that free CodeCamp is awesome, even though we know it actually is. While you cannot reassign a variable declared with const, you can mutate an array. So look at this example that's not going to work. First, we declare the variable s, and we assign it to an array. We declare it with const. And now we're going to reassign the variable s here, but if we do that, we're going to get the error. S is read only. However, we can update the array using bracket notation. So I'll just comment that out, and using bracket notation, I'll do index 0, I'll assign that to 2, index 1, I'll assign that to 5, and then index 2, I'll assign that to 7, and just like that, it is going to reassign the array. So if I just do a console.log here, console.log, and put the array in there, we should see the new array here, 257. As seen previously, a const declaration alone doesn't really protect your data from mutation. If you have an object or an array, you can still mutate it even if it's declared with const. There is something called object.freeze that will prevent data mutation. So let me talk to you about object.freeze. First of all, let's understand this function here. We're using this function to demonstrate object.freeze. So it's going to create this constant, math constant, with a pi in it. This is an object. And right now, this can still be changed. So if we look down here, this is a try-catch block. We'll talk about try-catch blocks in more detail later. But for now, you just have to know that it's going to try what's in the first part of the block, and if there's an error, then it's going to go into the catch part and it's going to log it out. So right now we're going to try to change mathconstants.pi to 99. And then if you can see right here, we're going to return the math.constants.pi, and down here we are putting it into a variable called pi. So if we run this, you'll see that we console.log pi and it's 99. But wait a second, we don't want pi to change because we know that pi never changes. That's why we're going to use object.freeze. So I'll put it right here. I'm going to do object.freeze, and then in parentheses, I'll put the object, which is math constants. Now I've frozen math constants. So when it tries to change math constants.py here, it's not going to work, and it's going to go into this catch block, and it's going to log out the error or the exception. So let me run that, and you'll see type error cannot assign to read-only property of pi of object. So we had an error, and we can see here that pi stays the same at 3.14. So whenever you have an object and you don't want any of the items in the object to change, use object.freeze. This function here is called an anonymous function. It doesn't have a name. It is assigned to this variable magic, but there's no word right before the function keyword to assign the name to the function. Whenever you have an anonymous function, you can convert it into an arrow function. That makes it a little quicker to write. So instead of the word function, I'm going to take that out completely and then put an arrow here. So this is the same thing, except it's just a little quicker to write. But we can shorten this even more. If we're just returning one value here, we don't even need the return keyword, and we don't need the curly braces. So I can delete all this, and I can delete all this here. And now, this is the full function from before, but it's just really shortened up. And to make this even nicer, we're not going to use var. I'm going to change this to const. Just like in a normal function, you can pass arguments to arrow functions. So let me show you how to convert this function into an arrow function. So it's a normal function now, and it has two arguments, and then it's going to concatenate the two arrays passed in. So first, we'll take off the function keyword. We're going to leave these parentheses with the parameters. Now we'll put the arrow. Since all we're doing is returning this, we don't even need the return keyword, and we don't need the curly braces. So I'll take that off. We'll take this off. And now we've done this. I just converted that function into an arrow function, and it has these two parameters. So we just have the parameters in parentheses, we have the arrow, and then we have what's being returned right after the arrow. So if I run that, you'll see that we concatenate the two arrays that are passed in this example. And then for good measure, we'll change this to const. Arrow functions work really well with higher order functions such as map, filter, and reduce. I'll go into more detail at a different time about map, filter, and reduce, but the main thing to know is that they take functions as arguments for processing collections of data. Whenever one function takes another function as an argument, that's a good time for an arrow function. So what we're going to do here is we're going to update this function right here. We want it to compute the square of only the positive integers in the array. So it's pass in this array, which is this, and we want to filter out everything that's not a positive integer. So I'm going to use the filter and map functions to do that. But the main thing I want you to look at is the arrow functions that I'm passing into filter and map. This line is going to be a lot more succinct because of the arrow functions. So we have the squared integers is going to be the r, and we're going to filter this. So dot filter. Now again, I'm not really going to explain in detail what the filter function does, but that will be something for another time. Just look at this arrow function. We're going to create this arrow function by starting it just like this. Now, before I showed you that you pass in arguments in parentheses for an arrow function. But if you only have a single argument like this, the number argument, you don't need parentheses around the argument. You can just put the argument and then the arrow. So this is the beginning of the arrow function, and then we'll see what's returned from the arrow function. First, we want to filter this array so we only have numbers that are integers and numbers that are more than 0. So we'll do number.isInteger, and then we will pass in the number, and number is more than 0. So let me complete the parentheses here. Now the result of this filter command will be an array with all the numbers that are more than 0 and also integers. So that would be 4, 42, and 6. But after we get that new array, we want to get the square of each number in that array. So that's where we're going to use the map function. Now the map function takes a function as its argument. But instead of writing a full function out, we can use an arrow function. So we're going to pass in x to the function, and then there's going to be an arrow function. Now x just means every element from the array that's being passed to it. So remember, the map is getting the array 4, 42, 6. X means for every element in the array, this is what we're going to do to it. X times x, because it's going to be squared. Again, the main point of this lesson is not to understand the filter and map functions, but to see that we can put an arrow function, we can pass in an arrow function, and it makes it so we can fit everything really succinctly on one line. So let's reload this and see if it works. Now we have 16, 1,764, and 36. In order to create more flexible functions, you can use default parameters. The default parameter kicks in when the argument is not specified or is undefined. So for instance, with this increment function, we want to change it. We want to change the increment function so you can pass in two arguments, the 5 and 2, to increment by 2, or you can just pass in the one argument, the 5, if you want to increment by 1. So here are the numbers we're passing in, a number and a value, so we just have to put value equals 1. So now, if a value isn't passed in, it will be set to 1 automatically, but if it is passed in, it will be set to whatever's passed in. So if we run this, we can look on the console. We have 7 for this first one and 6 for the second. The rest operator allows you to create a function that takes a variable number of arguments. The rest operator is 3 dots. So we have this function here, and it's taking 3 arguments, x, y, and z, and it's summing them. So at first it's converting these x, y, z into an array called args, and then it's reducing them, so it's summing them all up here, and then returning the result. So right now, if we just run this, it's going to log 6, because 1 plus 2 plus 3 is 6. Well, we can change this to use the rest operator. So we're still going to pass in 1, 2, 3, but where it's accepted here, where we have the arguments here, x, y, z, I'm just going to put dot, dot, dot. That's the rest operator, just dot, 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 and I'm going to put args. So with this rest operator, dot, 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 it will convert everything that's passed in into one array, and the array is called args. So now we don't need this anymore, and it should work the same. If we run this, we'll get 6. But we can also now add any number of numbers. So I'll put a 4 on the end, and 10. It's going to add those numbers together. So before we could only pass in 3 arguments, and now we can have any number of arguments. The spread operator looks just like the rest operator, 3 dots, but it expands an already existing array, or it spreads out an array. So it takes an array and spreads it out into its individual parts. So here we have an array with some months, and the spread operator can spread this array, this R1, into the individual months instead of the actual array here. You can only use it in an argument to a function or in an array literal. So let's look at this. So right now, we're setting array 2 to equal array 1. In this example, we're not actually copying it, because if we change array 1, if we set the index of array 1 to potato and we log array 2, you'll see that index 0 is potato, even though we're logging array 2. and we only changed array 1 because these are equal. Array 2 and array 1 are the same. But what if we want array 2 to be a copy of array 1? We can use the spread operator. Now, we can't just use the spread operator like this. That's not going to work. But if we put this inside brackets, which is an array, it will spread out the contents of array 1 into this new array. So we're not making array 2 equal array 1. We are making array 2 equal all of the contents of array 1, so they'll be different. So if we run this again, you'll see that it says January for the first element in the array instead of potato. The next few lessons will be about destructuring assignment. This is a special syntax for neatly assigning values taken directly from an object to a variable. So look at this object here. We have this object with 3 elements. We have the x, y, and z with their values, and it's all in the voxel variable. So if we wanted to take each individual element in this object and assign it to its own variable, this is the old way of doing it. So you could do voxel.x, this stores x, voxel.y, this stores y, voxel.z, this stores z. Now with destructuring, there's a simpler and quicker way to assign variables for each element in an object. So here's the destructuring syntax right here. This time, we are creating variables a, b, and c, and assigning them to the values from the object x, y, and z. We can see we put in curly braces here, and we just say it equals the object. It equals voxel. You can read it like this. Get the field of x and copy into the value a. So get the field of x from the object, copy into the value a. Get the field of y from the object, copy into the value b. Get the field of z, copy it into the value c. So this is just a quicker way of assigning things from an object into variables. Now we're going to use destructuring to obtain the average temperature for tomorrow from the input object average temperatures. So we have average temperatures. It has today and tomorrow's temperatures. And then the average temperature is inputted into this function here. So I'm going to change this line here to use destructuring and destructure the average temperatures object here that's passed into this function. So first I'm just going to put the average temperatures variable here, and then on this side of the equal sign I'm going to have to use the destructuring. So I'll put the curly braces, and we'll put tomorrow in the colon and then the other curly brace. So this is saying get the tomorrow field from the average temperatures object and assign it to the temp of tomorrow variable. So if we run this, we should see it says 79 in the console because we got the temp of tomorrow variable, we returned temp of tomorrow, and it was logged right here. So we successfully used the structuring to get the tomorrow variable out of average temperatures. We can also use destructuring assignment to assign variables from nested objects. We have this nested object right here, the local forecast, and inside we have some nested objects. So we have the forecast from today and the forecast from tomorrow. So here we have get max of tomorrow, where we're going to pass in the forecast, and here we can see the local forecast becomes the forecast variable, and we're trying to figure out the max of tomorrow. So we are going to use destructuring to figure that out. So it's going to equal forecast, and remember that is a nested object. So here, when you're destructuring, you're always going to use the curly braces, and we are first going to get tomorrow, and on the other side of the colon, we're going to have some more curly braces because it's nested. So we need to go inside of the tomorrow object, and we need the max. So we'll do max, and then we have the colon and max of tomorrow. Now we need two sets of squiggly braces here. So we have this one and this one. And so we've destructured 2 times, and the variable is max of tomorrow. So we've set the max that was inside tomorrow to max of tomorrow. So if I run this, you'll see it's 84.6. You can use destructuring assignment to assign variables from arrays. Look at this example here. So we have this array of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and we're assigning the variables z and x to the first 2 numbers of the array, 1 and 2. The difference between destructuring from arrays and destructuring from objects is that you cannot specify which element from the array to go into a variable. It just goes in order. However, if we wanted number 4 to go into a variable, we could just do like this. We would just add some commas. So we put a comma with nothing in it, like that. 2 commas in a row, and I'll put a y here. So now we have the first element, the second element, we skip the third element, and then we have the fourth element. So if I console.log z, x, and y, we should see 1, 2, and 4. Here's another thing you can do. You can use destructuring of arrays to switch the places of variables. Let me uncomment out these. And what I'm going to do is use destructuring to switch the places of A and B. So it'll be like this. I'll say A, B, and I'll say equals B, A. So now it's just taking this and switching the places. So instead of A being 8 and B equals 6, it's now going to log out 6 and 8. So let's see. Yep, it worked. We can use destructuring assignment with the rest operator to reassign array elements. We can see in this example, we have this array, the digits 1 through 10 in the array, and we have this remove first 2 function. We're calling it here, and we're passing in the source, that's the source array, and it becomes the list. So we want to return the array with the first 2 elements removed. So let's use the rest operator inside an array here. So we'll use the rest operator, the 3 little dots, and to remove the first 2, I just have to put 2 commas here with nothing in between them. So it's saying do nothing for the first element, do nothing for the second element, everything else put into the R variable. We could have assigned the first 2 numbers in the array to 2 other variables. So I could do A, B, and then A would be 1, B would be 2, and then R would be an array of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But right now, we just need to return the array with the first 2 elements missing. So if I run that, you'll see that we did that. If you look in the console, we've logged the array and the first 2 elements are missing. And then we have the original array down here. You can use the destructuring assignment to pass an object as a function's parameter. Let me show you what I mean. Right now we have this half function and it's getting the stats argument. So the stats is being passed when it's called down here, and it's passing in this whole object, so this whole stats object. But you can see within this function, we're only using stats.max and stats.min. So instead of passing the entire stats into this function, we can just pass in what we need. So this is what we're going to do. I'm going to put in some curly braces here and just put max and min. So now when stats get passed in, it's destructured into just the max and min variables, and the max and min from the function gets passed in. So now instead of doing stats.max, we can just do max, and instead of stats.min, we can do min. So if we reload that, it's going to work exactly like it did before, but now we only pass in what we need. This is commonly used with API calls. when you are getting information from an AJAX request or an API request, it will often have a lot more information than what you need, and you can use destructuring to get it down to what we actually want to work with. Template literals are a special type of string that makes creating complex strings easier. You make them with this backtick. So here's an example of a template literal right here. We have the beginning backtick and we have the ending backtick. This would be in place of using a quotation, a single or double quotation mark. A few advantages of using these template literals, these backticks instead of quotation marks, are, one, you can make multi-line strings. You can see this has two lines. Here's the first line and here's the second line. And if we log the greeting, it's going to put the new line right in there. Another thing is you can add quote single or double quotation marks right in the string and you don't have to escape them. The third thing is you can put variables right in the string. So if we see this, see the $, and then we have these curly braces, and so anything in between these curly braces that start with the $, is JavaScript. So right now we just have this variable, person.name, which gets the name from up here. And then here we have person.age, which gets the age from right there. So it makes things easier that you can put variables right in the strings. So if we run that, you'll see, hello, my name is Zodiac Hasbro. I am 56 years old. And normally it would actually also be printed with a new line, but with this exact code editor and console, it doesn't show the new line. So there's going to be a coding challenge that we're going to do right down here. We have this make list function, and we want it to create a list based on the array that's passed in. So when we call make list, we pass in result.failure. Well, here's result. Result.failure is this array here, and we want it to return an array that looks like this. Each element in the array is a template literal that has some HTML in it, and then it also has this no var on top and line break that comes right from this array that's passed in. So let's use template literals to create that. So instead of setting this to equal null, I'm going to start this off to be an empty array. Now there's many ways to do this, but I'm going to use the classic for loop. So we'll do for, and hopefully you remember how to make a for loop. We'll do let I equal 0 while I is less than r.length. And then at the end, we will increment I. So inside this for loop, we'll do result display array dot push. And then here's where I'm going to use the template literal. Put a backtick, and I'll put this HTML code here, li class equals text warning. And now this next part is going to be a variable because it changes for each array element here. So I'm going to do $, and then the curly braces. And now I can just do R and then at index I. Now in the curly brace. And then I can just put the /li. Okay. And if we console.log this out, because we just finished that, if I do console.log result to display array, the array looks just like it's supposed to be. If you look in the console, it returns correctly. ES6 added some nice support for easily defining object literals. If we look at this function here, this function is an arrow function. It takes in 3 variables, name, age, and gender, and it's going to return an object. And the object is going to have a series of key value pairs where the key is the name, age, and gender, and the values are the passed in variable names, the passed in names, age, and gender. So if you look in the console, you can see what this currently does. We did the create person, we passed in a name, age, and gender, and you can see in the console the object is name and Zodiac Hasbro, age 56, gender male. So you can see there's some repetition. We're repeating name, age, gender. Now the first name is the key and the second name is the value, but there's a way to just make this simpler. If you know that you want to create an object with where the key is the name of the variable and the value is the value of the variable, there's an easier way to do it. We can actually delete this whole thing here, and this is how we're going to do it. We'll just do name, age, gender. JavaScript knows that it's going to return this object, and it's going to have 3 key value pairs, the name, age, and gender. So if I reload this, you'll see in the console it looks exactly the same, because this code does the same thing that the previous code did. An object can contain a function. This is the long way to put a function within an object, but there is a simpler way. We have the setGear function, but instead of using the function keyword and this colon, we can just delete all that. And now this is the new way. If I load this again, you'll see 3 in the console, just like it was before, because we've been able to set the gear using that function. ES6 provides a syntax to help create objects using the class keyword. So here's the older way to create an object. It's with the new keyword. We can instantiate an object using this new keyword, and we're instantiating the space shuttle object. We have to have this constructor function up here. So we use this to construct the object, where we pass in the target planet, Jupiter, and we set the target planet to this.targetPlanet. Once we create the new object like this, that allows us to do Zeus.targetPlanet. So Zeus.targetPlanet, which we set to Jupiter. So in the console, you can see Jupiter. The class syntax replaces the constructor function creation. So I'm going to delete that. We're going to use the class syntax. So I'll do class space shuttle, and then we have the curly brace here. And so inside here, we have a constructor. So I'll do constructor target planet, and then that's all. We just have to put in the curly brace, and this works exactly the same as before, using the class keyword and this constructor. So down here, we are going to do the same thing for a vegetable class. So for the vegetable class, we'll have class vegetable, and we're going to have a constructor with the name, this.name equals name. So now that we have this, we can set this vegetable to make class, which will return a vegetable class that's up here. And then when we do new vegetable and passing carrot, this carrot will go into here and it'll get set as this.name. So when we console.log carrot.name, we should get carrot. With a class object, you often want to obtain values from the object and set a value of a property within an object. These are often called getters and setters. So in this class object, we have the constructor, which we already talked about. We also have a getter and setter to get and set the writer. So we can get the writer and we can set the writer. Getter functions are meant to simply return or get the value of an object's private variable to the user without the user directly accessing the private variable. So the private variable is this underscore author that gets set when you construct the object. And then when we do get writer, it's going to return this dot underscore author. So you never actually interact directly with this variable, but it's going to get the writer, which is the author here. And when you're setting it, it's the same. So you're never interacting with the underscore author, but you can set that with the writer setter. This change could invoke calculations or even overriding the previous value completely. So you can have any number of code lines in this setter to ultimately maybe do different calculations before you set it, or calculations before you get the property. So what we're going to do is make our own getter and setter for the thermostat class. We're going to create a thermostat class, and we're going to have a getter and setter. So here's the thing about this challenge, is that when we construct the class, it's going to accept Fahrenheit temperature, but we're going to create a getter and setter in the class to obtain the temperature in Celsius. So it's going to have to do the calculation right within the class. So let's do that. We're going to do a class of thermostat, and in this class we need the constructor. So when you first create the thermostat, you're going to pass in a temperature, and remember this is going to be Fahrenheit. Now within this constructor, we're going to set a private variable, this dot underscore temp. So the word this just means that this variable is only accessible within this class here, and the underscore temp, whenever you start a variable with an underscore, that's going to generally signify that it's a private variable, that you're not supposed to access it outside of that scope or outside of that class. So we're going to set the temp, and we're not going to just put this underscore temp equals temp, because it's passed in as a Fahrenheit and we want to convert it to Celsius. I just happen to have the equation for Celsius. So it's 5/9 times, and then we'll do temp minus 32. So now we can create the getter and setter. So, for getter, we'll do get temperature, and we're just going to return this dot underscore temp, which now it's in Celsius because we're storing the value in Celsius, even though the thermostat is created in Fahrenheit. So with the setter, it's going to be the same. Set temperature, updated temp, and it's now going to still be in Celsius. So this dot temp equals updated temp. So let's look at the code down here, how we're using it. So the const thermostat equals make class. This make class function is going to return this thermostat object here. And then we're going to do const thermos equals new thermostat. So when you're instantiating an object, you always use the new keyword, new thermostat, that's this, and we're passing in 76. That goes into the constructor, the temp. And so we do this calculation to convert that Fahrenheit to the Celsius in this local variable here. And then let temp equals thermos.temperature. So thermos.temperature is going to use the getter, get temperature, and it's going to return this dot underscore temp. So a key thing to look at is that there are no parentheses after this. So generally, if something is a function, you would see parentheses after the function name. But if it's a variable or property name, it's going to not have parentheses. So getters and setters are accessed similar to properties. And then we can use the setter here, thermos.temperature equals 26, and then it sets it with the updated temperature. And now we can say temp equals thermos.temperature, and if we do a console.log here, we can do that with the temp, and it should have the new temperature. If I load that, 26. In the past, people would use the require function to import functions and code from other files. But now we have import and export. You can export code in one file and then import it in another file. It also allows you to only import certain functions from a file or certain variables. Let me show you how it works. So in this file, we have this capitalized string function where we're passing in the string hello, and we want it to log out the capitalized strings. But right now, it just has an error because there is no capitalized string function in this file. However, in this other file, we do have a capitalized string function. In this string function.js, we have export. This is the export statement I was talking about, and then it's exporting this function. It's actually a variable, capitalized string, that's set to equal a function. This is an arrow function where we pass in a string, and then we return the string dot to uppercase. Now, to uppercase is just a string function that makes every letter uppercase. So we can import this in our other file. So let's go back to our other file, and I will import. And with the import statement, you're going to use curly braces, and then I'll put capitalize string. And then we have to say what we're importing it from. We want to import it from, and this is where I put the file name. Now, normally you're going to start with a /, which just means the current directory, and I'll type in the file name, string function. Now, the file name has a .js after it, but that's assumed. So you don't have to put .js. You can just put the file name without the extension. So if I run this, you can see hello in all capital letters. It successfully imported this function from the other file, and we used it in this file. I talked a little bit about export in the last lesson, but now I'm going to go into more detail. You export functions and variables from one file so that you can import them into another file. That's how you can reuse different code. So we have this function here. This is a capitalized string function. It actually just capitalizes the first letter of the string and then leaves the rest of the string lowercase. And before, I showed you you can just put export right before here, but we can export a different way. So I'll do export, and then in curly braces, capitalize string. And so now we just exported this function, and to export a variable like this, we have const foo equals bar, const bar equals foo. To export these variables, you just type in export right before. So now in this file, we're exporting this function and these two variables, and then we could import them into another file. If a file exports multiple different things, you can import each thing individually, or you can import everything. So let me show you how you would import everything from a file. It's just import, and then you're going to put an asterisk or a star, and then you're going to put as, import as, and then you have to create an object to store everything in. So I'm going to import stuff from a file called capitalized strings. So I'm going to call this capitalized strings. So this could really be anything. I'm creating an object with this, and then I'm going to say what I'm importing it from, and then I just put the file name. In this case, it's just going to be capitalized strings. Sometimes you would have to put a / if it's in the same directory there, and then I'll make sure to put a semicolon at the end. So if you're importing everything, you always start off with import star as, and then this can be anything. It can be any object name that you create, and then you're going to put from, and then you put the file name in quotation marks just like that. Before, when I talked about exports, I was talking about named exports. There's also something called an export default. This is a fallback export, and it's often used if you only want to export one thing from a file. So if you, let's say I want this to be my fallback export, I'm just going to only export this one thing from the file, I can just put export default. So now we know that this is just the fallback, though basically just the one thing we're going to export from this file. So we talked about exporting a default export. Now I'm going to show you how to import a default export. It's pretty much the same as before, but there is a slight difference. So we are going to pretend we have a file called math functions that has a default export name subtract. So let me show you how you would import that. So it's going to be import subtract, and we've already reached the difference here. If it's not a default export, you would put curly braces around this. But it is a default export, so we are not going to use curly braces. But we still have to say what it's from. So from math functions. Okay, so that is how you would import a default export. Well, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe, and remember, use your code for good.
Hey, welcome to Draft Academy. My name is Mike. In this course, I'm going to be teaching you guys everything you need to know to get started in the C programming language. C is an awesome programming language, and it's actually one of the oldest programming languages around. In fact, a lot of modern programming languages are based off of C. So it's a really good idea if you want to get into C, or even if you're trying to get into something like C++ to learn the basics. And in this course, we're going to cover everything you need to know. I'm going to talk to you guys about installing a text editor and using the C compiler, and we're going to write some basic code. I'll talk to you guys about, what is a program and how do programs work and how does C read the instructions that you give it. Then we're going to get into some more advanced stuff. We're going to look at things like if statements and loops. We're going to create different variables. We're going to talk about the different types of data that you can use in C. Then we're going to get more advanced. We're going to talk about things like structures and functions. We're going to talk about pointers. And basically, I'm just going to give you a full overview of all of the core concepts in C. So by the end of this course, you'll have a really good understanding and a really good foundation which you can build on. You can kind of go forward and learn some more. I'm really excited to be bringing you guys this basic course on C. I'm really excited for you guys to dive in and start using these tutorials. So feel free to click around through all the videos, and hopefully you'll learn something awesome about C. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about getting everything set up to start programming in C. Now, in order to program in C, we're actually going to need two things. The first thing we're going to need is an environment where we can write our C programs. Now, there's a bunch of these different environments. Essentially, all you need is just a text editor. So anything that can allow you to write text and then save that text in a specific file format is going to work. Although, when we're working with C, a lot of times it can be useful to use a special environment called an IDE. An IDE stands for Integrated Development Environment. Basically, this is a special text editor which makes it a lot easier for us to write our C programs in. So I'm going to show you guys how to install an IDE called CodeBlocks. The second thing we need to write our C programs is going to be something called a C compiler. Now, C is a programming language, which means we can basically write out, instructions that we want to give to the computer. But eventually, for the computer to be able to execute those instructions, they have to be compiled, which basically means like translated or transformed into a language that the computer can understand. So we're going to basically download and install a special program that will do that for us. So let's get started. I am going to come over to my web browser, and I'm just going to go up to the Google search bar, and I'm going to search for a program called CodeBlocks. So just type in CodeBlocks C, and this link should come up. It's codeblocks.org. Now this is an integrated development environment. It's basically a text editor that will make it really easy for us to write our C programs. So I'm going to come down here into downloads, and there's a bunch of options here. One says download the binary release, download the source code. We want to click on download the binary release. This is going to be the easiest option. So if you're on Windows or Linux or Mac, you can install it from this page. So depending on the operating system that you're on, you want to click that. I'm on Windows, so I'm going to come down here to the Windows option. You'll see there's little options for us to download this stuff. So there's a bunch of options here. What we want to download is going to be this one right here. It says CodeBlocks, and then the version number, and then it says min-gw-setup. Basically what this is it's going to allow us to install CodeBlocks. So we're going to be able to install that IDE program, and we're also going to be able to install a C compiler. So remember, I said we needed those two programs, we needed those two things, and this is actually going to give us both of them on Windows. So I'm going to come over here and click on the link to download this from sourceforge.net, and you can see it's gone ahead and downloaded that. So now let's head over to our downloads folder, and I'm just going to double click on this setup program. So this should open up a window where we can set up the program, and let's just click through this. So I'm just going to click next, I'm going to agree to the license, and basically just leave all the options as default, and you should be good to go. Alright, when that's done installing, it's going to ask us to run code blocks, so we can just go ahead and do that. And it's giving me this little window here. It says compilers auto detection. So you can just click on the one up here that's highlighted. It says GNU GCC compiler, and I'm just going to click set as default and click OK. And there you go. We now have code blocks installed. So in the next few tutorials, we're going to be learning about setting up code blocks, writing our first C programs, and really just getting started with C. But for now, you have everything you need to get started. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about getting everything set up to start programming in C on OS X. So if you're using a Mac, then this video will basically show you how to get everything set up. In order to start working with C, we're actually going to need two things. The first thing we're going to need is a text editor. And basically, we're going to use the text editor to write our C programs in. And you can use any text editor that you want to write C programs, but there's actually a special type of text editor, which is called an IDE. And it stands for Integrated Development Environment. And it's basically a special environment where we can go to write and run and manage our C programs. So that's the first thing. The second thing we're going to need is what's called a C compiler. Now, C is a programming language. So essentially what we're doing when we're using it is we're writing instructions for the computer. But in C, we're writing instructions that us humans can understand and work with. But in order for the computer to be able to carry them out, they have to be compiled or translated or transformed into a language that the computer can understand. And that's what the C compiler is going to do. It's going to take our C programs and essentially just translate them into a language that the computer can understand. So the first thing I'm going to do is show you guys how to install that compiler, and then we'll get a text editor. So what you want to do on your Mac is go over to the search bar, and you're just going to type in terminal. And click enter, and a window that looks like this should pop up. Now the terminal is basically a program that allows us to interact with the computer using text commands. So we're actually going to need to use the terminal in order to do what we want to do. So first thing we want to do is check to see if you might already have a C compiler installed. So in certain circumstances, you might already have one. So you just want to type in cc-v and click enter. And you'll see over here, I have a C compiler installed. So I'm getting all of this information. You can see over here, it says like CLang, and it's giving me, you know, a bunch of information. If you have that, then you have your C compiler installed and you're ready to go. But if you don't have that, I'm going to show you guys how to get it. So all you want to do is just type in Xcode, select, and then the space, hyphen, install. And click enter, and you'll see I'm getting an error here because I already have these command line tools installed. But if you don't already have them installed, and obviously then you wouldn't have that C compiler, then this is going to go off and install everything you need to get that C compiler working. So once you run that Xcode select command, just type in cc-v again, and you should be getting this version number. Alright, so now that we have our C compiler installed, what we want to do is download an IDE. So we want to download a special text editor that we can use to write our C programs in. So I'm going to go over here to my web browser, and I'm up here at a website called codeblocks.org. And this is an IDE called CodeBlocks. It's one of the most popular free IDEs for programming in C. So we're just going to come down here to this downloads link, and there should be a few options here. Download the binary release, download the source code. We're going to click download the binary release. And you'll see down here we have a bunch of options for Windows, Linux, and Mac. Click the Mac option. And if we come down here, you'll see that here is what we need to install CodeBlocks on Mac. So if you go over to the right side here, there's a link to SourceForge where we can download it. So just click that link and it should start downloading automatically. When that finishes downloading, let's head over to our downloads folder. And you'll see here we have our zip file, so I'm just going to double click on this, and this should give us CodeBlocks. Now all you want to do is just drag and drop CodeBlocks into your applications folder, and you're ready to go. So you have CodeBlocks installed and ready to start following along with this course and writing some awesome C programs. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about getting our first C file set up. So we're going to load up a C file, and we're going to be able to get everything working and test out our program. So I'm going to open up my CodeBlocks program, and this is the IDE that I'm going to be using for the rest of this course. So I'm just going to double click on it and it should start opening. Once we have code blocks open, you'll see over here there's a bunch of different options like create a new project, open an existing project. So we're actually going to want to create a new project. So whenever we're going to start writing some C files, we're going to want to create a new project in code blocks. So you can either click this button right here, or you can go up to File, New, and Project. So either way, it's going to bring you to this window over here. And there's going to be a bunch of options here. Basically just, these are different types of like C projects that we could create. What we're going to be doing is creating a console application. This is like just a basic C project that you could run on your computer. That's exactly what we need. So click on console application and then click go. And I'm just going to click through this wizard. And you'll see over here it says C++ or C. Now C and C++ are both different programming languages. For this course we're going to be working with C, so just highlight C and click next. And we're going to give this a title. I'm just going to call mine draft. And we're going to have to put this project inside of a folder. So I'm going to open this up and I'm just going to put this on my desktop. So let's click OK and click next. And you can leave all of these options as the default and we'll click finish. So now what we should have is our first C project in code blocks. Now over here inside this little file explorer, you'll notice that draft is right here. So that was the name of the project that I just created. Down here we have this source folder, so I'm going to click down and you'll see we have this file here called main.c. And this is a file that got automatically created for us by code blocks. I'm just going to right click and open it, and you'll see over here we have some default code. So up here there's these little lines of code that say include. Down here this says int main. So this is the program that we're given by default when we created our C project, and this is sort of like the simplest C program that you can write. Essentially what this program does is it prints out hello world onto the screen. So in order to run this program and test it and just to make sure that everything's working, I'm going to come up here and you'll see that there's this green play button over here, and it just says run when I hover over it. When I click this button, this file that we have open right here, main.c, is going to get run. So we're essentially telling code blocks to run this file and execute the program. So when I click the run button, we're getting this message. It says the project hasn't been built yet. Do you want to build it? Click yes. And now over here, this little window pops up. Basically, this is the command prompt. So whenever I run a C program, this little window is going to pop up. So if I was to exit out of this and run this program again, you'll see this window pops up again. And it basically just executes the program. And in the case of this program, all we're doing is we're printing out hello world onto the screen. That's actually what this instruction does over here. When we open up this command prompt, it's essentially just executing the program and it's printing out whatever we told it to print out. So it's printing out hello world over here. And printing something out onto the screen is really easy, and that's one instruction that we can give to the computer. But as we go through this course, we're going to learn all sorts of instructions that we can use. But the purpose of this tutorial was just to get our C project set up and to test our main.c file. So as long as everything works here, then you're good to go, and now we can start really learning how to program in C. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about the basics of writing a program in C. So if you've been following along with the course, up till this point we've installed a text editor, we've installed a C compiler, and we set up our first C program and our first C project inside of code blocks. So now, essentially what we have is this file over here. This is that main.c file. And I just kind of want to point out a couple things that are in here. First up here we have these little instructions which are just called include. And I'm not going to get too much into what those do in this tutorial. Later on in the course we're going to talk about what these are actually doing and the specifics of how they're helping our program. But for now, just know that in order for us to use our program, we're going to need to have these guys up there. Next thing we have is this little block of code called main. And it just has this name main, and you can see there's an open and closed parentheses. And this is actually what's called a method. And don't worry too much about what methods are. We're gonna talk more about those in the future. But essentially a method is just like a container where we can put some of our code. And this method main is very important because this is the method that's going to get executed when we run our program. So in C, we can actually write out a bunch of instructions for the computer, and then we can run our program. So we can tell the computer to execute those programs. And whenever the computer executes our C program, it's going to look inside of this main method. In other words, it's going to look inside of all the code inside of these open and closed curly brackets, and it's going to execute that code. So I have this instruction here. It's called printf. And basically, this is just printing out some text onto the screen. When we run our program, it's going to come into this main method, and it's going to execute all the instructions inside of here, namely this printf method. So if I was to run my program, then this is going to work. Now, let's talk about actually running a program. Whenever we want to run a program that we write in C, we actually have to do two things. The first thing we have to do is what's called building a program or compiling a program. And basically what that does is it takes all of this C code and it translates it into a language that the computer is going to be able to understand and execute. So it's essentially taking this C program code, translating it into computer code, and then the computer can execute it and run our program. So the first thing we have to do is always build our C file. The second thing we have to do is run the file that gets built. So once we've built this program, we've compiled it down into code the computer can understand, we have to run it, basically tell the computer to execute that code. And in code blocks, it's actually really easy to do this. So we can come over here, and this little gear icon will allow us to build our program, and then this play button will allow us to run our program. But a lot of times when you're programming, you're going to want to build and run your code at the same time, right? You're just going to want to build it and run it just to see what happened, see how your program did. So we have this option over here called build and run. And this will both build your program and run it at the same time. So generally, as you're going through this course, you're going to want to be using this option, this build and run option. So when I click this, it'll essentially build my program, run it, and then it'll show up here on this little window. And this little window is basically a console window, you could call it. So a lot of people would refer to this as the console. And it'll just like output any information that we tell it to. So if we write a C program that doesn't output information, that doesn't print anything to the screen, then we wouldn't actually see this. But since we're using this printf command, that window is going to pop up. So let's talk about how these programs actually get executed. Essentially, when we write a program, we have a set of instructions. So when I'm writing a C program, I'm basically writing out a set of instructions. Imagine you were writing like a recipe or something, right? A recipe is essentially just a set of instructions that when executed correctly will result in cooking or baking something delicious, right? And that's basically what these C programs are. It's a set of instructions that when executed correctly will result in the computer doing something for us. And one of the cool things about computers is that we can program them to do anything, and C is one of the best languages to do that with. So let's look at this instruction over here. It's called printf, and like I said, this prints something out onto the screen. But you'll notice over here at the end we have this semicolon. And this semicolon is actually really important. So whenever we write an instruction in C, we always want to end it off with a semicolon. That tells C that we're done with that instruction and we want to move on to the next one. So I could actually copy this instruction and I could paste it down here. And now we're basically going to be executing this instruction twice. So if I was to run and build my program, you'll see that we're not only printing it out once, but we're also printing it out twice. So when we run our program, the program comes down into this main method, and it looks at all the instructions inside of it. So it starts with this first instruction, it executes it, right? So it prints out hello world onto the screen, and then it also prints out a new line. So this \n is like a new line character, and that'll move the text onto a new line. When it's done with this instruction, it moves on to the next instruction, and it'll execute that instruction. So as we go forward and we learn how to write in C, we're going to learn more and more complex instructions. And we'll be able to use all those instructions in conjunction with each other to specify some seriously complex programs. But for now, this is really the only instruction that we know, which is printf. So why don't we use this printf instruction in order to draw out a little shape onto the screen. So I'm going to show you guys how we can draw out like a little triangle onto the screen. I'm going to take this printf, and I'm actually just going to get rid of hello world, and I'm going to copy this a couple times. So I'm just going to copy it, and we'll paste it down here, maybe 4 times. And what I can do is I can specify instructions to the computer that will tell it to draw out a particular shape. So down here I could make like a /, and over here we'll make another one, and I'll make another one, and I'll make another one. And you can see here I've drawn like a little diagonal line with these /. Now I'm going to draw vertical bars going all the way down. So I'm going to put one here, I'm going to put one here, I'll put one here, and finally, why don't we draw some underscores and then we'll put one. So I'm basically drawing out a little triangle shape. And these backslash ends are just printing out a new line. So anytime I print this, it's going to move it onto a new line. So it'll print this guy out now on the line down, the line below. So if I was to save my program and execute it, now the computer is going to go through, it's going to execute each one of these instructions in order, and we'll be able to print out the shape onto the screen. So let's do that. You'll see over here we get our shape. And one thing I really want to stress is that order matters. So if I took this instruction and I placed it up here as the first instruction, now this is going to get printed out first. So when I run my program, you'll see that we're printing out this kind of funky looking shape. And that's because we changed up the order of the instructions, so the computer changed the order in which it executed those instructions. And you'll notice here, again, we're using this semicolon after each line of code. So that's kind of the basics of writing a program. That's essentially all you need to know. When we're writing a program, we're specifying a list of instructions that we want the computer to carry out. And depending on which instructions we give the computer and which order we give them and how complex the instructions are, that'll determine what the program does. And as we go through this course, we're going to learn more and more complex instructions. We're also going to learn how we can take simple instructions like printf and do different things with them to make our programs a lot more powerful. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about variables in C. Now, when we're using C programming language, a lot of times we're going to be dealing with data. So there's going to be different data values or different information that we're going to want to keep track of and use inside of our programs. And sometimes it can be difficult to maintain and keep track of all that data. And that's where variables come in. A variable is essentially a container where we can store different pieces of information, so different data values. We can store things like numbers or text or characters, and these variables make it a lot easier for us to keep track of and manage all the data in our program. So I'm going to show you guys basically how variables can be useful and how we can use them in our C programs. So down here I have a very basic program. I'm basically just printing out a little story. It says, there once was a man named George. He was 70 years old. He really liked the name George, but did not like being 70. So this is a simple program. We're just printing out a bunch of different lines of text. And then when I run this program, you'll see we print out the actual story. So over here, we have our story. And this is great. But let's say that I'm reading through my story, I'm reading through my program, and I'm thinking to myself, I think I want to change the character's name. So instead of calling the character George, why don't we call him like John? In order to make that change, I'm going to have to look through my entire program and find every place where we mention the character's name. So right here is one, change it to John. I'm going to have to keep looking, and here's another one, so we'll change this to John, right? So I had to manually go through and change every instance of the character's name to John. And let's say that, okay, that sounds pretty good, but maybe I'm thinking I want to make the character a little bit younger. So instead of 70, why don't we make him 35? So now again, I'm going to have to look through my entire program, find every place where we mention the character's age, and change it to 35. So there and there. There you go. I changed the program, I updated it, I modified it. Now if I was to run this program, then all that information will be updated and we'll have our new story. Here's the problem though. I'm dealing with a very short story. I mean, this is 4 lines. We only mentioned the character's age and name twice. But imagine if I was writing out a huge C program that had hundreds of lines in this story. So this story had hundreds of lines, and maybe we mentioned the character's name hundreds of times. We mentioned their age hundreds of times. Well, if I wanted to change the character's age or name, I would have to go through and manually change it in every single location. That would take forever, and it would be a huge drag. Basically, that's not a good way for us to manage and maintain the data in our programs. Right, we basically have 2 pieces of data that we're working with consistently in this program, the character's age and the character's name. What I want to show you guys now is how we can use variables to better keep track of and manage these pieces of information. So remember, a variable is basically just a container where we can store some data. So I want to create 2 variables which will store the character's name and the character's age. And I'll show you guys how this can make our program a lot easier to manage. Up here above these print statements, I'm just going to make a new line, and I'm going to come over here, and I want to create a variable. Now, whenever we create a variable in C, we have to give C a couple pieces of information. So we have to basically tell C a couple different things. The first thing we have to tell C is what type of information we want this variable to store. Now, I'm going to get into the different data types that we can represent in C more in the next tutorial, but for now, just know that there's a bunch of different types of data that we can store in C. We can store things like numbers, characters, we can store text, we can store decimal numbers, all sorts of stuff like that. In our case, I'm going to store the character's name. And the character's name is basically just a collection of characters. So in order to create this variable, the first thing I have to do is tell C that I want to create a variable that's going to store characters. So to do that, I'm just going to type out char, just like that. And that'll basically tell C, hey, we're going to store characters inside of this variable. After we type out char, I want to type out the name of the variable that I want to create. Remember, a variable is a container, and it's a good idea to give these containers descriptive names. And those names will basically let us know what that variable is storing inside of it. So I'm going to call this character name. And now what I want to do is I basically want to store multiple characters. So over here I'm telling C that I want to store a character, but in C we can also store, instead of just storing like one single character, we can store a bunch of characters. And that would be kind of like, you know, a name. So there's like 4 characters in here. In order to store a bunch of characters inside of this variable, after we type the variable's name, we're going to have to make an open and closed square bracket. And that's going to tell C that we want to store a bunch of characters inside this variable. So I'm going to type char character name, open and close square brackets. I'm going to set this equal to something. So I'm essentially assigning a value to this variable. And I'm just going to make an open and closed quotation marks. And inside of here, we're going to type out the value that we want to store. So in my case, I'm just going to store the character's name, which is John. And then, as always in C, we're going to have to end this off with a semicolon. Alright, so essentially what I did here was I created a variable, and I told C what I wanted to store in the variable. I wanted to store a character. I gave this variable a name. It was character name. And I used these open and closed square brackets to tell C that I wanted to store a bunch of characters, not just one. Now what we can do is we can make another variable to store the character's age. So in this case, we're going to want to do something similar, but we're going to want to store a number. There's a bunch of different ways that we can store numbers in C, but for our purposes, we're storing a name, so we're going to use something called an integer. And an integer is basically just a whole number. So I'm just going to type out int, and that basically stands for integer, and now we're going to give this a name. So I'm going to call this character age, and I'm going to set this equal to a number. So in our story, the character is 35. So I'm just going to type out 35, and now we can again end this off with a semicolon. So I have 2 variables here. This one's storing a collection of characters. This one's storing an integer. Now the question becomes, how can we use these inside of our program? Well, basically what we can do is we can print them out alongside of this text. And we can actually use this printf instruction in order to do that. So I'm going to show you guys how to do this, and then we're going to talk about it. So basically, I'm going to go over here where we have the character's name. I'm going to erase this, and I'm going to replace it with a % and an S. And now over here, I'm going to make a comma, and I'm just going to type in the variable name. So I'm going to type in character name. And basically what's happening is when we use this %s, we're telling C that inside of this string of text here, we're going to want to insert another string. And a string is basically just a collection of characters. So I could call this up here a string variable. So when I say %s, this is basically a placeholder, and I'm telling C I'm going to insert a string into here. And over here I use this comma, and then I type out the string that I want to include. So in our case, it's character name. And so basically over here, it's going to say there once was a man named %s, and it's going to replace %s with whatever we specify over here. So it's going to replace %s with the value that's stored inside that character name variable. So I'm going to save this and we'll run our program. And now you'll see that it's still printing out that there once was a man named John. Even though we didn't actually type out John over here, we just typed %s in the character name. So I can do this in this other spot too. So down here we're also using the character's name. So I can type %s, and over here we can type character name. And again, this is going to act as a placeholder for this string of characters that we specify over here. Let's do the same thing with the age. So over here we have the age is 35. I'm going to do something similar. I'm going to say percent, but now because I have a number, instead of using %s, I'm going to use %d. And that basically means that we're going to insert an integer number into here. So I'm saying he was %d years old, and over here I'm going to make a comma, and I'm just going to type out the name of the variable that I want to be placed inside of here. So I'm just going to be character age, and we're going to do this one more time down here. I'm going to type %d and character age. So essentially what I'm doing is I'm printing out the value that's inside of character age where I specify this placeholder. So let's go ahead and run our program, and now you'll see it's going to look exactly the same as it did before. It's the same story, the same name, and the same age, except I didn't have to actually type out the character's age and the character's name inside the story. I just referred to the variable. And what's cool about variables is I could come up here, and let's say I wanted to modify the character's age. All I would have to do is modify it in this one spot. So we could change the character's name to like Tom, and we could also change their age to like 67. And now when I run my program, all of that's going to get updated in the story. So now it's using the name Tom and the age of 67. In our case, we only mentioned the character's name and the character's age a couple times, but you can imagine if I was mentioning this variable like 10 or 20 or 30 times, having to change it in each one of those individual spots would be extremely difficult. So variables are great because we can store the value one time, and then if we want to modify it, we just modify it in one place. So another cool thing that we can do with these variables is we can actually modify them. So let's say that halfway through the story I wanted to change the character's age. I could actually come down here, I can make a new line, and right above these print statements, I could give this variable a new value. So I could say character age, and I can just set it equal to something else. So we could set it equal to like 30. And again, we want to include that semicolon. So now, halfway through the story, the character's age is actually going to change. So you'll see it says there once was a man named Tom, he was 67, and then down here the age is being 30. So we actually modified the value that was stored inside of the variable halfway through printing out our story. And that's really why variables are useful. So that's kind of a basic overview, an introduction into what variables are, why they're useful, how we can use them. And over here, again, we're storing a collection of characters, which is called a string, and we're also storing this integer. But there's some other data types that we can also represent. So in addition to representing like a string or a number, we can do some other stuff as well. And I'm going to talk about that in the next video. But for now, this has just been a basic overview and introduction into variables in C. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about data types in C. Now in the C programming language, we're going to be dealing with a lot of data. So generally when you're writing programs, you're going to be dealing with all sorts of information. And in this tutorial, I just want to talk to you guys about what types of information we can represent and use inside of our C program. And these are called data types, right? So what are the different types of data that we can work with in our program? So I'm going to show you guys all those different data types right now. So a lot of times in C, when we're working with data, we're going to be storing that data inside of variables. So I'm just going to show you guys a bunch of different variables that we can create and all the different types of data that we can store inside of those variables. So remember, whenever we create a variable in C, we have to tell C a couple pieces of information. And the first piece of information we need to tell C is what type of data that we want to store inside of that container, inside of that variable. So let's talk about the different types of data. One of the most basic types of data, and probably one of the types of data you're going to be using the most, is going to be numbers. There's actually two very important types of numbers that we can represent in C. So the first type is called an integer. And an integer is basically a whole number, so it's a counting number, right? If I was counting on my fingers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I'm just counting out whole numbers. And I'm not saying like 1, 1.5, 2, 2.3. Like I'm counting in whole numbers, and that's what an integer is. So to create an integer, we could just say int, and we'll give this a name. So we could say like age, and we could set age equal to like 40 or something. Now, whenever we want to use an integer in C, we always just want to type out the number. So you'll notice I'm not putting quotation marks or parentheses or anything around this. I'm just typing out the number like that. And now we actually have our variable, age. Another type of number we can create is a decimal number. So this would be a number unlike an integer, so it would be like 2.5 or 8.67 or 7.538, right? It's a number that has a decimal point associated to it. So there's actually two types of decimal numbers in C. There's something called a double, and there's something called a float. And I'm not going to get too much into the difference between the two of them, but as a beginner to C, for the most part, you're just going to want to use a double. So I'm just going to type out double, and this could be like someone's GPA, for example, might be like a 3.7 or whatever. So, you can use the double to represent decimal numbers. It's also important to note that I could also represent like the number 3. So I could just say like 3.0, and that's going to be a decimal. Or I could say 40.0. So the difference between 40 and 40.0 is that 40.0 is a double, it's a decimal number, and 40 without the decimal point is an integer. So that's something just to keep in mind, so you can make this like 3.6. So those are the two basic types of numbers, integers and doubles, and those are going to come in handy all the time. Now, the next type of data that we're going to want to store is going to be characters. So in C, we can store single characters inside of a variable. So I could just say CHAR, and that stands for character, and we could give this a value, so maybe it'd be like someone's grade. And when we create a character in C, we're basically going to specify the character that we want to store inside of single quotation marks. So inside of these single quotation marks, I could put a letter. I could put like A, or lowercase a, we could put H, C, D, F. Basically, you can put any character that you want to store. So if I put an A here, now this character variable, grade, is going to store the single character A inside of it. And it's important to note that you can only store one character. So I couldn't put like a whole bunch of characters over here. That's actually going to throw an error. All we can do is store one single character. But these three are the basic data types in C. So these are the basic types of information that we can deal with in our C programs. And just using these three data types, we can represent all sorts of information. I also want to talk to you guys about one sort of extra data type, and it's not technically a data type in C. It's technically like a modification of the character data type. So you'll notice when we create a character, we can only store one letter, one single character inside of it. But a lot of times we're going to want to represent more than one character. So we're going to want to represent like a string of characters, and generally this is called a string. So it's a collection of characters that are grouped together. And we can use this char data type in order to create a string. So I can basically say char, I can type out the name of the string that I want to create. So I could say like phrase, and then after this I can make an open and closed square brackets. And this is basically going to tell C that we want to string a bunch of characters together. And what we're actually doing is creating something called an array. And I'm going to get into arrays later in the course. But just for now, know that we can create a string of characters by using char, specifying the name, these open and closed square brackets, and then we can create this using two open and closed quotation marks. So instead of these single quotes up here, we're just going to use double quotes, and I could type in like a phrase. So I could type in whatever string of text I want here, and this will get stored inside of this variable, which, like I said, is technically called an array. Now, it's important to note that doing something like this, or creating this like string of characters, is a little bit different from these guys up here. So like these variables up here, we could modify them, we could give them new values, but you can't do stuff like that with this. So just know that this is like a special type of data, and it's going to act a little bit differently than these ones up here. But that's sort of the basics of working with data, and those are all the basic data types that we're going to be using in our C programs. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys some more about the printf function. So if you've been following along with this tutorial, we've been using an instruction in our C programs called printf. And printf basically allows us to print different things out onto the screen. In this tutorial, we're going to talk more about what printf does, and we're going to look at how we can use it to print out things like variables, and also things like different data like numbers and strings and all that stuff. So in order to use printf, we just type out printf, and we're going to make an open and closed parentheses and a semicolon. Now printf is what's called a function. And basically what that means is it performs a specific task or a specific function. In our case, printf just prints something out onto the screen, right? The task that it's doing is printing something out. And it basically works how you'd expect it to work. So if I came in here, I could print out a specific piece of information. And generally when we're using printf, we're going to be printing out text. So I can make an open and closed quotation marks, and I could print out like hello world in here. Now this will print out onto the screen, hello. And inside of printf, I can use all sorts of special characters. So if I wanted to create a new line, for example, I can make a \n, and down here I could type world. And now this will print out a new line. So you'll see hello world on different lines. We can also use these special characters. So for example, I could print out like a quotation mark. So if I just printed a normal quotation mark right here, you'll notice that it's messing this up. So it's sort of like counting this as the entire string. If I wanted to change that, I could just put a / here, and now this will literally render a quotation mark. So when I run my program, you can see we have a quotation mark there. And so that's kind of like the basic usage, right? You can specify some text that you want to print out onto the screen, and it'll do it. But this printf function is actually extremely powerful, and we can use it to print out different pieces of information. So in addition to just printing out plain text inside of these quotation marks, I could also print out other types of information. For example, I could print out a number. And if I wanted to print out a number, I would have to use something called a format specifier. A format specifier basically tells this printf function that we want to print out a type of data that's not just plain text like this. So if I said %, and then I said D, this would actually allow me to print out a number. So generally when we use these format specifiers, you use this %, and that tells C that you're going to want to print out something special. And then after that, we would type in a specific letter, and that'll tell C what exactly we want to print out. So if I said %D, this means that we want to print out an integer. So all I have to do now is I can make a comma, and over here, I can specify the integer that I want to print out. So I could say like 500. And now this is going to print out 500 to the screen. So you can see over here, we're getting 500. And this is cool because we can interweave these different types of data with text. So I could say like my favorite number is %D, and this acts as a placeholder for this number over here. So when I run my program, now it says my favorite number is 500, and that's really cool. We can also use multiple format specifiers. So in addition to just using this %D, I could also specify another one. So over here, I could say %S, and you'll notice that this is structured similarly to %D. %S is basically going to allow us to include some text. So I can include some more text just like this. So if I said %S, I can make another comma here, and I could say number. And now this is going to print out my favorite %S, so it's going to look for this string of text over here. It's going to insert that in, and it's going to say 500. So now when we run this, it'll say my favorite number is 500. And you'll notice here that I'm using multiple commas. So I'm saying like %S, %D, and over here I have a comma, and I'm specifying the string that I want to print, so the string of characters, and then the integer. And so basically the order that you put these format specifiers inside of your string of text is the order that you need to include them using these commas. So you're going to separate each of them using a comma. So in addition to %S and %D, we can also use a bunch of other ones. And I'm going to talk to you guys about some of the most common. %D will print out an integer like 500, but if we wanted to print out a decimal number, for example, a double, we could say %F, and this is going to allow us to print out a decimal number. So I could say like 500.98754. And now this is going to print this out onto the screen. Actually, I need to build this. So my favorite number is 500.9875540. So essentially you can use these printfs and you can use these format specifiers in order to include different data types into your output. So like this is just some general text output, and we can use these different guys to interweave like numbers or other strings and stuff like that. And where these really become useful is when we have variables. So if I was to create like a number variable up here, I could call it like favnum, set it equal to 90. I can use this variable and print it out inside of this printf. So over here we could make this %D, And instead of printing out this number, we can just access that variable. So I could say favnum. And this will allow me to print out that variable using that printf function. So my favorite number is 90. So that's the basics of using printf. This is a very awesome tool that we can use. And printf is basically just used for us to find out information. So when we're running our programs, a lot of times we're going to want to be able to get some information about what's going on, about what they're doing. And printf can allow us to do that. So don't be afraid to use these different access modifiers, like I said, %s, %d, %f. Those are all sort of the common ones. And you can also use %c, and this will allow you to print out a single character. So I can come over here, create like a character variable. We'll call it mychar, and just set it equal to like lowercase I. And I could print this out using %c. So now we could say mychar. And you'll see that we print out I. So play around with printf. It's extremely useful, and it's really going to come in handy when we're writing more complex programs. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about working with numbers in C. Now, a lot of times when we're writing programs in C, we're going to want to do different things with numbers, whether that's just storing numbers and keeping track of them, or adding, multiplying, subtracting, doing math with numbers, or really just dealing with numbers in general. So I'm just going to give you guys a basic overview of a lot of the stuff we can do with numbers. We're also going to talk about how different number types interact, so how like integers and doubles interact and all that fun stuff. So down here I am printing out a number. So you can see I'm using this printf function, and inside of these quotation marks I'm basically saying %f. And %f stands for like a floating point number. So that could be either a double or a float, basically a decimal number. So when we put %f in here, it's going to allow us to print out a decimal number, just like this. And you can see I can run my program and it'll print out 8.9. You'll notice that it's printing out not just 8.9, but it's also printing it out to a very precise decimal point. And that's what C is always going to do. So it's always going to print it out to a very precise decimal. So using these decimals, I can do all sorts of stuff. So obviously I can just print out the decimal, but I could also do things like math. So I could say like 5.0 plus 4.5. And this is going to go ahead and be able to do that for us. When I run my program, not only is it going to like print this out, but it's going to do the actual math operation. And you see we get 9.5. So in addition to addition, we can also use subtraction, division, which is going to be a /, and multiplication, which is going to be an asterisk. And you can use all these different things to do the 4 basic math operations: addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. So now I want to talk about how we can use floating point numbers, so like doubles and floats, alongside integers. So let's say I was going to add an integer with a double. So if I said 5 plus 4.5. Well, actually, when we do this, this entire answer is going to get converted into a decimal number. So when I say 5, which is an integer, plus 4.5, we're going to get a floating point number back. So we're going to get 9.5. And basically, any operation that you do between an integer and a floating point number is going to return a floating point number back. So that's important to realize. But if I was to change this to 4, now this isn't going to work anymore, because this is asking for a floating point number and we're giving it an integer. So when I do math with 2 integers, it's going to give us an integer back. And if I do math with a floating point number and integer, it'll give us a floating point number back. It's also important to realize, for example, if I took 5 and divided it by 4, this should actually be a decimal number, right? And you'd expect us to get a decimal back. But if I just printed out %d, so I printed out the result of the integer 5 divided by the integer 4, I'm actually going to get an integer back. So when I run the program, you'll see we're getting a 1 here. But really, this the answer is 1 technically, but it's 1 with a bunch of decimal points after it, right? It's 1 plus a bunch of other stuff. But when we just do math with 2 integers, we're going to get an integer back. If I was to say 5 divided by 4.0, and I printed out a decimal, now we're going to get the entire answer back. So we're going to get 1.25. So that's just a little bit about dealing with integers and floating point numbers. We could also take these and put these into variables. So, in addition to just having numbers down here, I could specify a variable like, num, set it equal to 6. And we can go ahead and print num out down here as well. I'm going to need to make this a D. So now we'll be able to print out that variable with no problem. So it can be really useful sometimes to store these numbers inside of variables. I also want to talk to you guys about using more complex mathematical functions. Now in C, we have these things called functions, which are basically just little blocks of code that we can call. And when we call them, they're going to go off and do certain things for us. So they'll like modify a value or give us information about a value. And these functions can be really useful. I'm going to show you guys a couple functions that we can use with math. So I'm just going to come over here and I can actually start using these functions. And all you have to do is just type out the name of the function that you want to use. So by default, C is going to give us access to a bunch of math functions that we can use. So we really don't have to do anything. All we have to do is just type in their names. And I'm going to show you guys one. It's just POW. So I'm just typing in POW. Then I'm going to type in open and closed parentheses. And inside of this parentheses, I can actually give this two numbers. What this is going to do is it's going to take the first number that we give it, and it's going to take it to the second number. So if I said like 2 and 3, and you'll notice I'm separating them with a comma, this is basically going to give us 2 raised to the third power. So it'll give us 2 cubed. So when I run my program, and actually we need to print this out as a decimal number. So this is going to give us a decimal number back. So I need to print this out with F. When I run my program, we're going to get 8 back, just like that. So it's basically cubing 2. I could say like 4 raised to the third power, and now we should get back 64, which we do. So that can be pretty useful. There's a couple other ones I'll show you. Another one is SQRT. So this will allow you to take a number's square root. So if I said like 36 in here, now we're going to print out the square root of 36, which is going to be 6. And there's a couple other ones. So let's say that I had a decimal. I could say CEIL, which stands for ceiling. So if I had like 36.7 or 36.356, this is going to give us the next highest number. So it'll basically round this number up. And this is going to give us 37, as you can see. We can do another one, which is called floor. And floor will do the opposite. So floor will just round the number down no matter what. So if I had like 36.656, this will round it down to 36. So there's all sorts of little, things we can do, little functions that we can call and get information about numbers. And like I said, these functions will either like modify a number, so it would like give us the floor or the ceiling, or sometimes they'll like give us information about numbers. So that's sort of the basics of working with numbers. You can do all sorts of math with numbers. You can add and subtract, multiply, and you can even multiply, add, subtract integer numbers and floating point numbers. So play around with all these different things with numbers. And if you want to find some more of these little math functions, all you have to do is just go online and Google search for C math functions. There's like dozens of these little functions that you can use. But I think these are some of the most widely used. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about using comments in C. Well, comment is a special block of code in C which actually gets ignored when we run our program. So if you want to write a comment, you can use a special starting and ending tag, and any of the text, any of the code, anything that you put inside of that tag isn't going to get executed or really looked at by C. So we can use comments to do all sorts of things. You can leave little notes or little comments inside of your program. You can use comments to temporarily disable certain lines of code. They can be really useful. So I'm going to show you guys the basics. Down here in my program, if I want to create a comment, I can start a comment using a forward slash and an asterisk. And you'll see when I put this asterisk in, all the code in my text editor changed color. And basically what this means is anything that comes after this forward slash and asterisk is going to be considered a comment. In order to close off the comment, I can use another asterisk and another forward slash. You'll see the code changed back to normal code. Inside of these two asterisks, I can basically write out anything I want and it's going to get considered as a comment. So, for example, if I, wrote out like my program and I ran my program, this whole thing is going to get ignored by C. So it's just going to print out comments are fun. It's not going to do anything else. And, like I said, comments are really useful. So I could leave a little note up here. I could write something like to do, like I have to do something. And a lot of times people will use comments to explain certain lines of code. So I could put a comment here and I could say like this print out text, right? So maybe, you know, this was like a really complex line of code. We could use this text in order to explain it. You can also use comments to do something called commenting out a line of code. So for example, let's say I wanted to run my program, but I didn't want to have this line of code in there. Well, one thing I could do would just be to delete the entire line of code, right? So I could delete this code, and now I can run my program, and it's no longer going to print it out. It's no longer going to do anything. But here's the problem. In order to do that, I had to actually delete the line of code. So instead of deleting it, I could just bring it back, and I could comment it out. So I could basically surround it with these comment tags, and now the computer is just going to ignore it. So it's not going to render it because it's been commented out. So now when I run my program, it's going to do the same thing. It won't execute that line of code, but I didn't have to actually delete the line. I could just comment it out. So a lot of times when you're writing programs, you might want to try to run your program without a certain line or a certain, you know, series of lines of code. And instead of deleting them and then running the program, you can just comment them out, and C will basically ignore them. So that can be really useful. So those are the two basic uses for comments, and essentially comments are open, right? It's just a way that we can write out information in our files that won't get rendered by C. And so you can really use comments to do whatever you want. Now I will say one best practice with comments is to use them sparingly. Generally, you only want to use a comment when you absolutely have to. So it can be really annoying if you open up a C file and there's like comments littered all around. And obviously if you want to put a bunch of comments in your code, I mean, no one's stopping you. But as a best practice going forward, I think generally only using comments when they're absolutely necessary is kind of like a good practice. But again, it's open, you know, you can use comments for whatever you want. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about constants in C. Now, a constant is a special type of variable in C which can't be modified. So when I create a constant in C, I'm basically creating a value that is unable to be modified. So I'm going to show you guys basically how this works. Let's say I created a variable. Let's say I created an integer and I just called it num, and I set it equal to 5, right? And then I printed out that integer onto the screen. So we can print this out, %d, and I'm just going to print out num, right? So I can create this num variable, I can print it out onto the screen. Let's say that down here I wanted to modify num. So I could basically say num is equal to 8, so I can modify the value that's stored inside of the num variable. And let's come down here and we'll print this out as well. So %d, and we'll print out num again. And actually I'm going to print out a new line here. So when I go ahead and run this program, and I forgot a semicolon, when I go ahead and run this program, you'll see we're printing out 5, and then we modified the value to 8, and then we printed out 8. So I was able to modify this value down here. I was able to modify num. But in certain circumstances in C, you're going to want to create variables, or you're going to want to create values that can't be modified. So these would be values that just like can't change, and those are called constants. So if I wanted to make num a constant, in other words, let's say for some reason I didn't want the num variable to be able to be modified in my program, I could come over here and I could say const, so C-O-N-S-T, and I'm going to say that right before I declare the type. Now you can also say const right after you declare the type, but I've always preferred to just put it before. So I say const int num5, and now this program is actually going to throw an error. So when I try to run this, you'll see down here it's getting highlighted in red. That's because I can't modify a constant. So I'm trying to modify num down here, but I can't because I gave it this const keyword, because it's now considered a constant. So in a lot of cases, you'll want to have variables that just can't be modified, can't be changed. And in a situation like that, you want to make them constants. Also, a lot of times when we make constant variables in C, we'll give them all uppercase names. And this isn't required. This is just sort of like what a lot of developers will do. So they'll say, like, instead of num like this, they would say like num. Or maybe this is like your favorite number, so you could say fav_num. So that would be how you could like distinguish two words. But generally, like, constants will be all capital, and that's just so it's kind of obvious that they're unchangeable, that they're constants. But again, you don't have to do that, but that's kind of like a best practice. So this is one way that we can create a constant. We basically create a constant variable that can't be changed. But a constant could also refer to just like any number or any text that we're using in our program. So, for example, I'm going to get rid of this. If I came down here and I just like printed out some text, so let's say I just printed out like hello, this is actually also going to be considered a constant. So this is just like a string of characters, a string of text. That's also considered a constant because it's just like text on the screen. We can't change it, we can't modify it, it's just kind of there. So you would also consider this a constant. If I was printing out a number too, like let's say I came over here and printed out 70, 70 is also considered a constant. So it's just considered to be like a piece of information or a piece of data in our program that is sort of unchanging, right? So 70, this isn't going to change. I mean, unless I physically came in here and changed it, like this value is always going to be 90 no matter what. I can't modify it unless I like manually come in and modify it. So that's also considered a constant. But I would say, like, for the most part, like, where this is going to come in handy is obviously doing stuff like this, but creating constant variables, variables that can't change. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to get input from a user in C. So a lot of times in our C programs, we're going to be working with all different types of information. And a lot of times, we're going to want to get some of that information from the user. So I'm going to show you guys how we can prompt the user to enter in some information. We can take that information, store it inside of variables, and then we can use it inside of our program. So this is going to be pretty cool. So down here, I will basically write out the code for this. And the first thing we want to do whenever we're getting input from the user is we want to prompt them. So I want to prompt the user, as far as what they should enter in. So I'm just going to say printf, and over here I'm just going to print out a prompt. So why don't we ask the user to enter in their age. So I'll show you guys how we can get a number from the user. So I'm just going to say enter your age. And now that we've prompted them to enter their age, I need to do two things. So the first thing I want to do is create a variable where we can store the input that the user puts into the program. So I want to create a variable where we can store the age that the user inputs. So I'm going to create an int over here. I'll just call it age. And I'm not going to give this a value. So all I'm going to do up here is just declare the variable. I'm just going to tell C that I want to use this variable, but I'm not going to give it a value. In other words, I'm going to allow the user who's inputting the age to give this a value. So down here, I want to be able to get input from the user. So I can use another function which is called scanf. And scanf is basically going to allow the user to enter in some information into our program. And this works similar to printf. It's kind of doing the opposite of printf, right? Printf is printing something out onto the screen. Scanf is allowing the user to input something into the program. And I'm going to make an open and close quotation marks. And in here, I basically want to tell C what type of information I'm asking the user to enter in. So in our case, we're asking for an integer, right? Age is going to be an integer. It's a whole number. So I'm going to accept as an input an integer. And over here, we want to tell C where we want to put that integer. So I'm basically going to tell C what variable I want to store this in. So I'm going to store this inside of my age variable. And I can essentially just type out the name of the variable here. But in order to get input from the user, I'm actually going to have to type an ampersand in front of this. So instead of just typing out age, I'm going to have to type ampersand age. And when I say ampersand age, this is what's called a pointer. And we're going to talk about pointers in a later tutorial. I'm going to cover everything you need to know about pointers. But for now, that's a little bit beyond what we need to learn. So all you need to know is that when you're using scanf and you want to store information inside of like an integer or a float or like a character, you need to use this ampersand over here. So down here, now that we've scanned for the user's age, I'm just going to go ahead and print it out. So we'll just print out like you are, and I'll say %d years old. And over here, I'm just going to print out that age variable. So essentially, what I'm doing is I'm prompting the user to enter their age. I'm storing whatever age they enter inside of this age variable, and then I'm printing it out to them. So let's go ahead and run this program, and we'll see how we did. So I'm going to run the program, and it says enter your age. So let's say someone is 50. When I click enter, it's going to take that value. It's going to take that integer that we entered, 50, store it inside of that age variable, and print it out. You'll see over here it says you are 50 years old. So that's how we can get an integer from the user. We can also get like a double from the user. So for example, I could say enter your GPA. And so now instead of asking for an integer, we're going to be asking for a double. So I could come up here and say like double, and we could call this GPA. And now I can do the same thing. But instead of saying D, I want to say LF. And LF is basically going to tell the scanf function that we're looking for a double. And then obviously instead of age, we're just going to put GPA inside of here. And so now we can just say like your GPA is, and then we can put %F because we're going to be printing out a double, and I'll just say GPA. So you'll notice here in printf, when we want to use a double, we're using %F to print it out. But when we're using scanf, we're going to use %LF. So that's just like a little difference. And now let's go ahead and run this program, and we should be able to get a GPA. So let's say someone's GPA is like 3.1. Now it says your GPA is 3.1. So that's how we can get a double. I also want to show you guys how we can get a character. So why don't we create a character up here, and we'll just call it grade. And we'll say enter your grade. And now when we want to get a character, we can just say %C. And again, I can just come down here and say ampersand grade. And then down here, we can just say your grade is %C, and we'll go ahead and print out the grade. So now we should be able to get a character from the user. So enter the grade. Let's say I got an A, and it says your grade is A. So we can use this scanf to get specific types of input from the user, and we can store those specific types of input inside of variables. Now I also want to show you guys one more thing we can do, which is we can actually get a string from the user. So in addition to getting numbers and a character, we could also get like a string of characters from the user. And this is going to be a little bit different from doing like numbers and characters. So I want to kind of show you guys how we can do this really quick. So over here, let's create a variable. We'll just call it, let's just call it name. So we'll be storing someone's name. And whenever we're creating a string of characters, we always need these open and closed square brackets. And inside of here, I'm actually going to specify how many characters I want to be able to store inside this string of characters. So I'm just going to put 20. And in the past in this course, when we've been creating strings, we haven't put a number in there. We've just kind of said like whatever. Right, we've basically just given this a value straight away. But in this particular situation, we're not going to be giving this variable a value right away. In other words, like I don't know what the user's name is going to be. Like I don't know that right up front. They're going to tell us what that is. And so if I'm not going to give this a value right away, I do actually need to tell C how big I want this variable to be. In other words, I need to tell C how many characters I want this variable to be able to store. And that way C can go ahead and allocate enough memory for this variable. So I'm just going to put 20, and 20 basically means this will be able to store 20 characters. And I think that's enough for a name. So down here we'll just say enter your name. And I can use scanf in order to get input in the form of a string, but instead of saying %C, I'm just going to say %S. And over here, instead of saying ampersand grade, I'm just going to type out the name of the string of characters. So I don't actually need this ampersand here. I can just specify the name of the string. So down here it says printf your grade is, and actually let's just say your name is, and we'll just say %S. And then over here we can print out the name. So this should work just like it did in the other cases. So let's go ahead and run this. And it says enter your name. So my name is Mike. And you'll see it says your name is Mike. So that works out really well. But there is one problem when we're using scanf in order to get a string from the user. So for example, if I came in here and I said enter your name and I said my name was John Smith, when I click enter, you'll notice that it's only saying your name is John. It's not including Smith over here. And here's the problem. This is because whenever I use this scanf function and I use it with a string, it's only going to grab the characters up to the first space. So once it sees this space, it's going to be like, okay, we're done getting characters, right? So that's kind of a problem. And that's just kind of how scanf works. It's not really, scanf's fault. There is a way that we can modify scanf in order to be able to get input with spaces. But there's another function which I want to show you guys, which we can use to get a line of text from the user, and it's called fgets. And fgets is another function. It's similar to scanf, but fgets is basically going to be more general. So fgets is essentially just going to grab like a whole line of text. It's not going to be able to grab it and store it inside of like an integer or a variable or a character. It's just going to be able to store it inside of like a string of characters. So when we're using fgets, the first argument we want to give it is the name of the variable where we want to store the line of text. So in our case, it's just going to be this name variable. The next thing we want to do is specify how many characters we want to be able to input from the user. So this will essentially limit the amount of characters that the user can input. And this is always a good idea when we're trying to get a string from the user, because one common problem is that the user could try to enter in like 1,000,000 characters and they would overflow the buffer. In other words, like C wouldn't be able to handle accepting that many characters and the program might break. So over here with fgets, we can specify how many characters we want to be able to accept. So I'm just going to say 20 because that's how many characters we can store inside of this variable. And over here, I'm just going to say stdin. And this stands for standard input. Essentially what we're doing over here is we're telling fgets where we want to get the information from. And standard input is essentially just like that little console that we've been using. So now I'm using fgets, and this is going to do exactly what scanf did. So we'll be able to store the input inside of this name variable, but now we'll be able to store multiple words instead of just one single word. So let's run this program, and it says enter your name. So now if we entered in John Smith, you'll see it's able to enter in John Smith. Now, the one downside with just using this fgets is you'll notice that it printed out this new line over here. So let me actually demonstrate this a little bit. So if I was to print out like, just some random text over here, whenever I get input using scanf, so if I entered in John Smith, when I click the enter key, so when I'm entering this by clicking the enter key, that's actually going to represent a new line character, and that's going to get stored inside of the string. So when I click enter, you'll notice it says your name is John Smith, and then it prints out a new line character and it prints out this text. So that's just something that you need to be aware of when you're using this fgets function. But for the most part, I would say if you're getting input from a user in the form of a string, you can use fgets. You could also use scanf, and you could use multiple %s's, and I'm actually going to show you guys how we could do something like that in a future tutorial. But for the most part, I would say whenever you're getting a string from the user, you just want to use fgets. So that's the basics of getting input from the user. Like I said, there's a couple other things that we can do, and I'm going to talk about at least one other way that we can get strings from the user in a future tutorial, but this is kind of the basics, and you can kind of play around with doing this stuff in your programs. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how to build a basic calculator in C. We're basically going to build a little program where the user can enter in 2 numbers, and then our program will take those 2 numbers, add them together, and spit out the answer. So this is going to be kind of cool, and we'll also learn about getting numbers as input from a user. So over here, I want to show you guys exactly how we can do this. The first thing I want to do is print out a prompt. So I basically want to prompt the user for some input. So over here, I can just say printf, and inside of here, we're just going to give them a little prompt. So I'll say enter first number. And essentially what we're going to have them do is enter in 2 numbers. So I'm actually going to create 2 variables up here. So we'll make an int, and we'll call it num1. And then we'll make another int, and we'll call it num2. And I'm not actually going to give these values right up front. We're going to end up giving these whatever the user enters in. So after the user enters the first number, we need to actually grab that number. So I can use another C function called scanf. And in here, we're basically just going to say %d because we want to grab an integer. And then over here, I'm going to say the name of the variable where I want to store the value that gets entered. Now, if you're following along with this course, in the last tutorial, we were able to get a string of characters as input from the user. And basically, we just typed in like the name of the variable. But when we're getting input that's not a string of characters, in other words, when we're getting input that's not %s, so if it's like %d or %f or %c, so if it's like a decimal or an integer or a float or a character, we actually need to use a special symbol, this ampersand. So I'm going to have to say ampersand and then the name of the variable where I want to store this value. So I'm just going to say ampersand 1. And basically what this means is we're accessing the address of num1. And we're going to talk about addresses and pointers in a future video. But for now, just know that you need this ampersand here in order to store the value that gets entered inside of this variable. So once we do that, now we can move on. And we're basically just going to do the same exact thing, but for the second number. So I'm going to copy these, and I'll paste this. And now instead of saying enter first number, we'll say enter second number. And we're just going to store this inside of num2. Alright, so once we're done with this, the last thing we want to do is add them together and print out the answer. So I'm just going to come down here, I'm going to say printf, and we'll just say answer, and over here we'll print out the answer. So it's going to be an integer, and we're basically just going to print out num1 plus num2. So we're going to print out the value of num1 plus num2. So we have our basic calculator, we're getting the first number, we're getting the second number, we're storing them inside of these variables, we're adding them together and printing them out. Let's try to run our calculator. So I'm going to run my program, and you'll see over here it says enter first number, so let's go ahead and enter 6. Enter second number, we'll enter a 8, and now we're going to get 14. So 14 is the correct answer. So our program worked. It was able to add the numbers correctly, and everything's awesome. But let me show you guys one problem with this program. If I wanted to do math on decimal numbers, for example, if I said 2, and then over here I said like 6.8, when I add these together, we're not going to get the correct answer. We're going to get 6 plus 2, which is going to be an integer 8, but we're not going to get 8.8. So we're not getting the correct value. So instead of letting the user enter in only integers, why don't we instead let them enter in doubles? So over here I'm going to change these to double. So I'm going to say num1 is going to be a double, num2 is going to be a double. And since we're getting doubles as input, we're going to have to come down here and modify these. So right now this is accepting an integer, but we want to make this accept a double. So normally if we're using printf and we wanted to print out a double, we would say f, and that stands for like floating point number. But when we're scanning for a number, if we want to use a double, we have to say lf, just like that. So down here I'm also going to say lf, and we'll change this to just f. So printf is a little bit different than scanf, right? In scanf, if we want to accept a double as input, we need to use lf. In printf, we just use %f. So let's run our program now, and we should be able to add floating point numbers, so decimal numbers. Over here we'll do 4.5 plus 6.7, and we get 11.2. So that looks good to me. Looks like everything's working properly. And now we have a basic calculator, so the user can enter in any numbers that they want, and the calculator will be able to handle them. Now, this calculator is not like 100% ironclad secure. For example, like if I was to come up here and enter in like a string of characters instead of a number, you'll see that it's going to break the program, right? So it's just like not doing what we wanted it to do. And as we go further in this course, we're going to learn all sorts of ways that we can check to see if certain things are getting entered correctly, and we could basically mitigate circumstances like that. But for now, this is just kind of an introduction into how we can get numbers as input and do things like addition or multiplication once we have them. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about building a little game in C. More specifically, we're going to be building a Mad Libs game. Now, if you ever played the game Mad Libs, it's basically a game where you write down a bunch of random words. So it could be like, nouns or verbs or someone's name or, a verb ending in ing, something like that. You take all of those words that you enter in and you kind of sprinkle them into a story. And then generally the story is like kind of funny because it has all these random words in it. So actually, if we head over to my web browser, you'll see I have a picture of a Mad Lib up here. And basically, you would just add in a bunch of random words into the story, and then you'd read the story back, and it could be kind of funny. So I'm going to show you guys how we can build something like that in C. And we're also going to talk about some more ways that we can use that scanf function that I showed you guys in the last tutorial. So over here, we have a little story that I printed out. It just says, "Roses are red, violets are blue, I love you." Kind of like a classic poem. But I think this poem would be a lot funnier if we turned it into a Mad Lib. So that's exactly what we're going to do. I'm going to replace roses are red. I'm going to replace red with a random color. So we're just going to have the user enter in a color. I'll replace violets with a plural noun. So we're going to have them enter in a plural noun. And I'm going to have, instead of saying I love you, we're going to say I love and then a specific celebrity. So I'll just type in celebrity right there. Alright, so this is basically what we're going to be printing out. We're going to be printing out roses are, and then whatever color they enter in. Plural nouns are blue, and then I love whatever celebrity. So let's talk about actually creating this program. So we're actually going to need to do a couple things. And actually the first thing I want to do is I want to create variables. We're going to create variables to store the color that the user inputs, the plural noun that the user inputs, and the celebrity the user inputs. We're going to create 3 variables. And these are basically going to be character strings. So they're going to be collections of characters, and we can store them in a variable. So I'm going to create some of these variables. Why don't we create one for color? And remember, whenever we create a string or like a collection of characters, we need to make these open and closed square brackets. And what I also want to do, because I'm not going to be giving color a value right away, in other words, we're letting the user determine the value of color, I just need to tell C how many characters we want this string to be able to store. That way C knows how much memory it needs to allocate for this variable. So I'm just going to say 20, and we'll basically just say they can enter in a color that is up to 20 characters. We're going to do the same thing for plural noun. And again, we'll let them enter in 20 characters maximum. And finally, we're going to do the same thing for celebrity. So again, 20 characters sounds good. Alright, now that we have our variables created, I want to actually get information from the user. So I want to prompt the user for information, and I want to take the information that they entered in, and I want to store it inside of each one of these variables. First order of business is to prompt them for input. So I can just say printf, and inside here we'll basically just type in enter a color. Once we've prompted them to enter the color, we can actually get whatever color they enter and store it inside of a variable. I'm going to use a function called scanf, and over here I'm going to accept a string. So I'm going to accept a string of characters, and we're going to store this inside of our color variable, just like that. And remember, if you watched the last tutorial, we used the ampersand here when we were getting numbers, or also you do the same thing if you were getting a single character. But when we're getting input for a string of characters, we don't need that ampersand, so you can just get rid of that. Let's copy these, and I'm going to paste this 2 more times. So the second thing we want to get from them is going to be the plural noun, and I'm going to store this inside of the plural noun variable. So you can see now we're getting the plural noun, and finally we're going to do the same thing for celebrity, and again we're going to get that celebrity. Okay, cool. So now I'm getting the color, I'm getting the plural noun, and I'm getting the celebrity. So the last thing we have to do is we have to take all of these variables and put them into our story, right? So we need to be able to print out the story with all of those variables. So I'm going to come down here, and I'm just going to say %s, and over here we'll pass in the color. Same thing here, I'm going to replace the plural noun here with a %s, and we'll pass in the plural noun. And finally, same thing for celebrity down here. Alright, so everything seems to be wired up, and you'll notice that I have new lines here so that this story prints out on new lines. Let's go ahead and run this program, and we'll see how we did. So over here, it's prompting us for a color. Why don't we enter in magenta? Enter a plural noun. Let's do microwaves, and enter a celebrity. Why don't we just say Prince? So when I click enter, it's going to say roses are magenta, microwaves are blue, I love Prince. So we were able to prompt the user to enter in all of that input. We took everything that they input, we stored it in variables, and we printed all those variables out inside of our story, and we have our Mad Lib. The program seems to be working really well. I do want to show you guys one way that this program could mess up. So let's go ahead and run this again. So let's enter in a different color. I'm going to enter in like blue, enter in a plural noun, so why don't we enter in phones. And now enter in a celebrity. So I'm going to show you guys one way that we could actually break this program. If I entered in a celebrity with a first and a last name, like Tom Hanks, when I click enter now, you'll notice that instead of saying I love Tom Hanks, it's only saying I love Tom. Here's the problem. When we use that scanf function, scanf is only going to grab characters up to the first white space. So essentially when we put this space here, we're telling C that we don't want to grab anymore. But in reality, we want to be able to grab the actor's full name. We want to be able to grab the celebrity's first and last name if need be. So this is a situation in C where we would have to modify our little program. So what I could do is, instead of just getting one variable like the celebrity, I could actually get two. So I could say over here like celebrity F, and that'll stand for celebrity first name. And then down here we can make another variable called celebrity L. That'll stand for last name. So now when we scan, instead of just scanning for one string of characters, I can scan for two strings of characters. And we'll have celebrity F and then celebrity L. And down here we're going to want to do the same thing. So we can just say celebrity F and celebrity L. And we just need to add another % here. So it's going to say I love celebrity's first name and celebrity's last name. So let's run our program and see how we did. So I can enter in like red and microphones. And now we can enter in Tom Hanks. And we're printing out the actor's first and last name. So that's one way that we could remedy this program and make it be able to accept two inputs with a space in the middle. And that also just shows you guys a little bit more about how scanf works. So it's going to stop scanning, it's going to stop getting the input at that first space. Now here's the thing about this program though. If I wanted to enter in a celebrity with who only had one name, so if I only wanted to enter in one, the program actually isn't going to be able to handle that. So if I said like hats, and down here if I said like Gandhi, and I click enter, you'll notice that it's still waiting for me to enter in a last name, right? So I can enter in something here and then the program will work, but it was waiting for me after I entered in just that one name. So that's something that you're going to have to, play around with in your programs. Basically, C is going to force you to be very specific about what the user is entering. So if the user needs to enter two things, like two words, then you need to specify that. If the user is only going to enter in one word, you have to specify that. So you have to be very specific when you're getting input from the user like that. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about using arrays in C. Now, a lot of times when we're writing our C programs, we're going to be dealing with a bunch of different data. And one of the things we can do to control and manage and sort of keep track of and organize that data is put data inside of things called arrays. And an array is really useful because it's basically a container where we can store a piece of information. But what happens in your programs when you're dealing with huge amounts of information? Specifically, huge amounts of information that are related. Right? Imagine I had a list of like a bunch of names or a list of a bunch of numbers that I needed to keep track of. Let's say I had like a list of 100 numbers, right? I wouldn't want to have to create 100 different variables to store all of those different numbers. And this is where arrays come in. An array is essentially a data structure where we can store a bunch of different data values. So inside of an array, unlike a variable where I can only store one value, I can store hundreds or thousands or even millions of values. So inside of a single array, I could store like 5 things or 7 things or 10 numbers or 20 characters. I could store a bunch of different pieces of information, and then all that information would be nice and neat and organized in my program. So I'm going to show you guys how to create arrays. We can create an array a lot like we create a normal variable. And a variable and array are very similar, right? A variable is basically used to define a container that stores a single value. And an array is used to define a container that stores, any number of values. So the first thing we're going to have to do when we create an array is give C some information. And the first piece of information is what type of data we want to store inside of the array. So for example, I could say int, and now I'd be creating an array that would hold integers. If I said char, I'd be creating an array that would hold characters. Or if I said like double, same thing, but for double numbers. So why don't we create an array of integers, and I'm just going to call this lucky numbers. Whenever I create an array, I always want to use a special little symbol, and this symbol will tell C that instead of just creating a normal variable, we want to create an array. And it's an open and closed square brackets. whenever I use these open and closed square brackets after the name, it's going to tell C, like, okay, we want to store multiple pieces of information. Now, there's a bunch of different ways we can create these arrays. The easiest one, though, is to just say equals, and I can make an open and closed curly bracket. And inside of this open and closed curly bracket, I can just start typing out some numbers that I want to put in this array. So we could type out like 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Now I could basically type out as many numbers as I wanted, and I could store them inside of this array. So over here, I printed out 6 numbers. I could print out 600 if I wanted. The only thing that's limiting me is how many I can actually put in here. So you'll notice that I put in the piece of data, so like 4, for example, and then I put a comma. And a comma is going to separate all the elements in the array. So we would say 4 is the first element in the array, 8 is the second element in the array. These are all considered to be elements inside of this array. And what's cool about this array is it's now storing all of this information. So unlike a variable where we can only store one value, now in this array I'm storing 6 different numbers. So if I wanted, I can print this out, and I'm actually going to print this out just to show you guys. So remember, we're going to print out a number, and I'm going to show you guys how we can access specific elements inside of this array. So all of these numbers are stored in this lucky numbers array, in this array structure, but the question becomes, how do we access them, right? How can I gain access to one of these? Well, I could say %d, so I'm going to print this out, and now I can just say lucky numbers, so I'm going to refer to the name of the array, and when I want to access a specific element, I can make an open and close square bracket, and inside of this open and closed square bracket, I want to put the index of the element that I want to access. So all of these elements in here have a specific index, and I can access them by putting the index inside of this square bracket. So if I wanted to access this 4, for example, I can put a 0 inside of here. And now when I run my program, you guys will see that we'll be able to print out that 4. So over here, I'm printing out 4. If I wanted to access this 15, I can put a 2 in here. So now when I run my program, I'll be accessing the 15, as you can see. So one thing you might have noticed by now is that we start the indexes in arrays at 0. So when I wanted to access this 4, instead of putting a 1 in here, I put a 0 in here. Right? You might think that 4 would be at index position 1 because it's the first element in the array. But in C, we start array indexes at 0. So actually the first element, this 4, is going to be at index position 0. So if I was going to write out indexes, I would say like 4 is at index position 0, this 8 is at index position 1, this 15 is at index position 2, 16 is at index position 3, etc. So that's going to allow me to access all of these elements inside of the array individually. So I could print them out just by referring to the index inside of these square brackets. Another thing I can do is I can modify some of the elements inside of here. So let's say I want to modify lucky numbers index position 1. So let's say I want to modify this 8. So I don't like this 8 anymore, so I could basically just assign this a different value like I normally would. So I could say lucky numbers, and I can make an open and close square bracket. We can say 1, and I can just set it equal to something else. So I could set this equal to like 200. And now when we print out lucky numbers 1, instead of printing out an 8, it's going to be printing out a 200. So let's go ahead and do that and run my program, and you'll see we're printing out 200 instead of 8. So you can modify any of the individual elements inside the array just by referring to the index. And really, when you think about this conceptually, an array is basically just holding a bunch of variables, but those variables don't have names. So when I access lucky numbers 1, it's the same as me accessing an integer variable. It's just that, the array is holding potentially hundreds or thousands or millions of these different variables. So an array is a very useful structure, especially if you're storing data that is very similar. So like I said, I could do this with an int, I could also do this with a double, I could do this with a float, I could do this with whatever I wanted. But there's going to be situations where you might not necessarily know all the elements that you want to put inside your array. So let's say I'm creating an array, and I don't know what numbers I want to put in it yet. So maybe I just want to create it, I want to tell C that we need it, but I don't want to necessarily put anything in it right away. Well, up here, we're basically saying lucky numbers, the open and closed square brackets, and then we're giving it a bunch of information. But if we don't want to give it all that information, instead, I can just put a semicolon here, but inside of these square brackets, I need to tell C how many elements that this array can hold. So I need to tell C, like, hey, this array can only hold like 10 elements, or this array can hold 20 elements, or whatever. So let's say we wanted an array that could hold like 10 elements. I can put a 10 right here, and now the capacity of this integer array is 10. So it has the potential to hold 10 items. And what I could do is I could come down here and I could start assigning values to those items. So I could say like lucky numbers 1 is equal to 80, right? So I'm giving lucky numbers 1 a value. And now over here I could print that value out onto the screen. And you'll see we're printing out 80. But if I tried to print out, for example, lucky numbers 0, so the lucky numbers at index position 0, this is going to give me a -2, which basically means that it's not found. So basically means that there's no element inside of lucky numbers at index position 0. But if I wanted, I could do that. So I could say like lucky numbers 0 is equal to 90, and now when I run my program, it's going to be able to do that. So it'll be able to get that value. So in a lot of situations, you're just going to want to give these arrays values up front right off the bat. But in a lot of other situations, you're not going to necessarily know what's supposed to go in there. But in a situation like that, you still have to tell C how many elements the array is going to hold. You still have to like rigorously define like, hey, this array can only hold 10 elements. And that's just so C is able to allocate enough memory in order to hold all of those elements. So that's kind of the basics of working with arrays. Now I do want to point out one thing that we've been using in this course has been strings. So I've been creating character strings, so I could say like char phrase, and I could set this equal to Giraffe Academy. Or other times in the program we created like, when we were making our little game, we created arrays and I would just say like 20, and then I would get input from the user and put that information in here. This is basically a string of characters. So anytime we create a string in C, like if I was to create a string over here, I called it like array or whatever, this is an array. So we've kind of just been taking this for granted. Like I've kind of just been calling this a string or calling it like a string of characters, but it's basically just an array of characters. The only difference is this is such a common thing to use in our programs that C makes it special and makes it really easy for us to create it. But just like that array of integers, this is also an array. So now you kind of have a better understanding of what strings are and what they're actually doing. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about functions in C. Now, function is basically just a collection of code that performs a specific task. So what you can do is you can take a bunch of code, maybe like 5 or 6 or 20 lines of code, and put it inside of a function. And then when you want to access that code that's inside the function, you can call the function. And generally, when you create a function, you'll design the function to perform a specific task. So the function will have a specific purpose. So I'm going to show you guys how to create functions, how to work with them, and we'll just talk about the basics of using functions. Like I said, a function is basically just a collection of code that does a specific task. So we can actually create a function here in our C program. Now you'll notice up here we have this block of code. It says int main, and there's an open and closed parentheses and an open and closed curly brackets. And we've kind of just been using this for the entire course. Like up to this point in the course, we've just been kind of using this main little block of code here, but actually this is a function. And sometimes you'll hear people call this a method as well. So function and method are two words that essentially mean the same thing, but generally in C we're going to refer to these as functions. But this is called the main function, and the main function is basically a function that's going to get executed when we start running our program. And so we've already been using a function, this main function, but if you want, we could actually create other functions in our program. So I'm going to show you guys how to do that. So let's go down, and we're going to go here outside of this function. And the way you can tell we're outside the function is we're outside of this ending curly bracket. So down here, I'm going to create a function. And when we create a function, we actually have to give C a couple pieces of information. The first thing we have to tell C is the return type of the function. And so actually, we're going to talk more about return type in the next tutorial. But for now, just know that return type is basically the type of data that the function is going to return to the user. So sometimes your function can actually give information back to whoever calls it. In our case, though, we're just going to say void. And void basically means that this function isn't going to return any information. That's the first thing that you have to tell C. The second thing we have to do is give this function a name. And generally, when we're naming a function, we're going to want to name the function according to what it does. So in our case, we're going to create a function that says hi to the user. So I'm just going to call this function say hi, because that's what it's going to do. It's going to say hi. Whenever I create a function now, I want to make an open and closed parentheses, and I'm going to make an open and closed curly bracket. So now, any code that goes in between these curly brackets is going to be considered code that's inside of this function. So let me show you guys. I'm just going to make this a very simple function. We're going to do one thing inside of here. We're just going to make a printf, and we're going to print out hello user. So I've created my function. It's called say hi, and inside of this function, we're just printing out hello user. So now let's go ahead and run our program and see what happens. So I'm just going to build and run my program. But you'll see up here that hello user doesn't get printed out, right? In other words, I came down here, I said printf hello user, but this didn't get printed out. And this is the first lesson with functions, is that in order to use the code inside of the function, we have to call it. Calling a function basically means we're telling C that we want to execute all the code inside of it. So if I want to execute this code, I can call this function. And the way that I do that is just by typing out the name of the function and an open and closed parentheses. So now, instead of just printing out nothing, C is actually going to go over here and execute all the code in the say hi function. So let's run our code, and you'll see now we're printing out hello user. So the difference between this main function up here and this say hi function is this main function is a very special function, right? When we run our program, this main function basically gets called. Then if we want to use other functions, we can call them from inside of this main function. And that's sort of how this is going to work. So also I want to show you guys one other thing. I just want to illustrate the flow that these functions take. I want to show you guys how these get executed by the program. So I'm printing out top and I'm printing out bottom, and I'm calling say hi right here. So now I'm going to run my program again, and you'll see we're printing out top, then we're printing out hello user, then we're printing out bottom. And this might have looked a little bit better if I put new lines, but essentially what's happening is when C goes to execute this program, it's going to execute this first line of code, printf, so it's going to print out top. Then we're telling C that we want to call the say hi function. C is now going to jump over here to the say hi function, and it's going to execute all of the code inside of here. So in this case, we just have one line of code, but I could put any number of lines of code inside this function. So if I had like 5 lines of code, it would execute all 5 of those lines of code. Then it's going to jump back up here, and it's going to move on to the next instruction. So that's kind of how that works. And that's sort of the basics of writing functions. Anytime you have a block of code or a bunch of code that does one thing, or that you want to kind of encapsulate into its own little container that you can call, you can put it inside of a function, and then whenever you want to access it, you just call it. But these functions can actually do a lot more. So one thing we can do is we can give these functions some information. So I can actually give this function a piece of information, and it can use that information to do different things. This is what's called a parameter. And a parameter is basically just a value that we give to a function. So let's say in this say hi function, instead of just saying hi to the user, we wanted to say hi to someone specifically. Well, I can actually come down here in these parentheses, and I can specify a function parameter. And I can specify a parameter a lot like I would specify a variable. So I could say, for example, char name and an open and closed square brackets. And basically what I'm saying down here is this say hi function is going to take as a parameter, in other words, as an input, a string of characters called name. And what I can do is I can come down here and I can actually print that out. So I could say %s and we could print out name. Now, over here when I call this say hi function, because I specified that it's going to take a parameter, I have to give it a string. So I could give this a string like Mike, like I'll put my name in here. When I call this say hi function now, I'm passing the value Mike into this function. So Mike is going to get stored inside of this name array, and we're going to be able to print it out down here. Let's go ahead and run our program, and you'll see it says hello Mike. So instead of saying hello user now, we're able to customize what it says. The cool thing about this is I could copy this line of code. Like I could call this function a bunch of times with different names. Actually, I'm going to put a new line down here so this is more obvious. So I could say hello Mike, hello Tom, hello Oscar. Now when I run my program, it's saying hello to each of these different people. And because we define the function and we can pass it different names, and depending on what we pass it, depending on the parameter that we give it, it'll perform its task a little bit differently. You can also specify multiple parameters. So let's say in addition to accepting the name as a parameter, we also accepted their age. So I could say char name, and then down here I can specify int age. And now we're basically saying that this is going to take an age as well. So I could say hello, and then I could say you are, and we'll say the age. So now over here, instead of, in addition to just saying name, we can also say age. So now when I run this function, and when I call it, I have to also give this an age. So we could say like 40, 23, and 70. And now this is going to print out all of that information for us. So hello Mike, you are 40, hello Tom, you're 23, hello Oscar, you're 70. And you can pass as many parameters as you want into one of these functions. You always just have to make sure though that you're passing a parameter when you're calling the function, just like that. So that's the basics of using functions, and in the next tutorial we're going to talk about this guy over here, which is the return type, and we're going to look at how we can get information back from a function. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about return statements in C. A return statement is a special line of code that we can include in our functions, which will allow them to return information back to whoever called them. So I can write a function, and then I can have that function give information back to whoever called it. That could be information like the result of some operation, or it could be a message telling whoever called it how the function went. It could be anything like that. So I'm going to show you guys basically how we can do that, and I'll just give you an overview of like return types and all that stuff. So down here, I'm actually going to create a function, and we're going to create a function that cubes a number. So when you cube a number, generally you take it to the third power. So I could say like 2 raised to the third power, which is the same as just saying 2 times 2 times 2. This would be cubing a number, right? You're taking it to the third power. So I'm going to make a function that's going to do that. Basically, this function will accept one parameter, which is going to be a number, and it'll cube that number, and then once it's done cubing the number, it'll give that value back to the caller, and you guys will see how that'll work. So I do want to point out one thing. Whenever we are returning values in our function, so if you're going to write a function that's going to return a value, you always want to put it above the function that's going to be calling it. So for example, like this main function down here, this is the first function that executes, so any code we put in here is going to get executed first. If I want to return a value with my function, I'm going to define the function here above the main method. And there's a couple reasons why we want to do that. Essentially, it'll just make sure that everything works correctly. So we want to make sure that we define this function before we actually call it down here and get a value back. So the first thing that I need to tell C when I want to create a function is what type of data I want to return. If you've been following along with this course, you'll know in the last tutorial we used the void return type, which basically means we weren't going to return any information. But now we want to actually return information, right? So we want to cube a number, so why don't we return a double? And you can put any data type here you want. You could also put like int or character or a character array. But let's just do double, and we're going to give this a name. So I'm going to call this cube, and I'm going to make an open and closed parentheses. And inside of this parentheses, we're going to allow this method, or we're going to allow this function to accept one parameter as input. So it's just going to be another double, and we'll call it num. So basically what we want to do is we want to cube num, and we want to give that value back to the user. So over here, I'm just going to create a variable. It's just going to be another double called result, and I'm going to set it equal to num times num times num. So basically, this variable result now represents or now stores the cubed value of num. All we need to do to return this value now is just say return result. And this return keyword is basically going to do a couple things. The first thing it does is it breaks us out of the function. So wherever we put that return keyword, it's going to break us out of the function, and it's going to return this value back to the caller. So down here, we can actually call this function. So actually what I want to do is I want to print out the answer that we get back. So I can do printf, and in here I'm just going to say answer, and we'll print out the answer. So %f. So I'm using %f because we're expecting to get a double back from here. Remember, double is a return type. And over here I can just say cube, and we'll pass in a number. Let's pass in 3.0. Essentially what's going to happen now is we're going to call this function. All this code's going to execute, and this function is going to get a value back, basically the value of cubing 3.0. So normally, like in the past in this course, when we wanted to print out a number, we'd have to put like 4 or 76 or whatever. We'd have to put a number right there. But we can just call this function because eventually this is going to get a number back anyway. So this will contain a number after the function's done being called. So I can actually just run my program now, and this is going to print out the result of cubing 3.0. So you'll see down here we get 27.0000. So 3 cubed is 27. 3 times 3 is 9. 9 times 3 is 27. So looks like our cube function works. Let's try it with another number. Why don't we do 7? So let's run this again, and we get 343. I'm guessing that's right. So basically what we did is we created this function, and we used this return keyword, and we returned back to the caller the value of cubing the number. And that's really cool. And actually, so we can make this a lot simpler. So I could actually just get rid of this result variable, and I could just straight up return num cubed, and this is going to do the same exact thing. So we should get the same answer, yeah. So this can be really awesome. And one thing I want to point out is this return keyword will actually break us out of the function. So if I came down here and I said like printf, and I printed out like here, this code is actually never going to get executed. So if I was to run my program, you'll notice that it's not printing out here. So that never gets printed out. In other words, this line of code down here, printf here, this never gets touched. Because when we use this return keyword, this breaks us out of the function. So whenever C sees this return keyword, it just exits the function and goes back down here to the normal program. So just keep in mind that you can't really put any code after you use this return keyword because it will break you out of the function. And I actually want to talk to you guys about one more thing really quick. You'll notice up here I'm creating my cube function above the main function. So I actually created this above here. And the reason that I did that was because if I was to move this down here below the main function, and I try to run my program, you'll notice that we're getting an error over here. And actually, if we look at the error down here in the output, it says error conflicting types for cube. Now, essentially what's happening is when I create this function down here below this main method, when the main method over here tries to call it, it actually doesn't know about this function yet. Like, it doesn't necessarily know like what this function is, what it's going to return, and what parameters it's going to take, because we created it after we created this main method. So what I can do is actually something called prototyping. And when I prototype, it'll allow me to create this function below this main function without getting this error. And basically when you prototype, I'm basically just going to write out the function signature. So we would call this like the signature, basically the return type and the parameters and the name. So if I was to put this up here and put a semicolon, now when I run my program, you'll see that we're not getting this error anymore, and we're actually getting the answer back. So this is a way that you can create functions below that main function without having any problems. And basically any functions that I created, I could put another prototype up there at the top, and it's going to be fine. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about if statements in C. Now, an if statement is a programming structure which we can use to help our programs to make decisions. So by using an if statement, our programs can actually respond. So in certain circumstances, they can do certain things. and in other circumstances they can do other things. And if statements are extremely powerful, and they're a great way to add some intelligence to our programs. For the purposes of this tutorial, we're going to be building a function. So we're going to build a function, and it's going to be called the max function. Basically what this function is going to do is it's going to take two parameters, two numbers, and it's going to tell us which number is the biggest. So I could give it like 4 and I could give it a 10, and it'll tell us which number is bigger. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to make this function up here, and it's going to return an integer, and I'm just going to call it max, and it's going to take as parameters two integers. So it's going to take an integer num1, and it's going to take another integer num2. And now we'll just make the actual function body. So inside this function, our job is to figure out whether num1 is the biggest or num2 is the biggest, and we're going to return the biggest to the caller. So the first thing I'm going to do is create a variable, and it's going to be an integer, and I'm just going to call it result, and I'm not going to give it a value right away. What we need to do in this function is we need to figure out which one's bigger. We need to figure out if num1 is the biggest, or we need to figure out if num2 is the biggest. And this is a perfect situation to use an if statement. An if statement allows us to check a certain condition, and if that condition's true, we can do one thing, and if the condition's false, we can do another thing. So down here, I'm going to use an if statement. I'm basically just going to say if, and then we're going to make an open and close parentheses, and I'm going to make an open and closed curly bracket. Now, inside of here, inside of these parentheses, we need to specify a condition. This is something that's either going to be true or false. If the condition inside of these parentheses is true, we're going to execute the code inside of these curly brackets. If it's false, then we're just going to move on. So, in order to tell whether or not num1 is bigger than num2 or num2 is bigger than num1, we can actually compare them. So down here, I could say if num1, and I can use this greater than sign, num2. I'm basically saying if num1 is greater than num2, then I want to do something. So down here, we can set result equal to num1. If this condition's true, then we're going to do this. So only when num1 is greater than num2 are we going to set result equal to num1. So basically, by using this if statement, we're able to tell which one is bigger. But here's the thing, what if num1 isn't greater than num2? What if num2 is greater than num1? Well, I can use something called an else statement. So I can come down here and I could say else, and I don't actually need to use an open and close parentheses. I can just make an open and close curly bracket, and the code inside of this else block is going to execute if the condition up here is false. So if this condition is false, if num1 is not greater than num2, then we can just set result equal to num2. And then down here, finally, we're going to return result. So depending on whether or not this is true, result is either going to set equal to num1 or it's going to be set equal to num2. So let's go down here into our main method, and why don't we call this? So I'm actually going to print out the result. So I'm just going to say printf, and we're going to be printing out an integer. And over here, I'm going to call this function. So I'm just going to say max, and I'm going to pass in two numbers. So we'll pass in a 4 and we'll pass in a 10. So I'm passing in a 4 and I'm passing in a 10, and this is going to return to us whichever one is bigger. In other words, this should return 10. So let's go ahead and run our program. And you'll see over here we're returning 10. So we got the value of 10 back from this function. Let's try it with the other numbers. So let's make the first number bigger. So now we have 40 and 10. So this should give us 40 back. Awesome. So over here we have an awesome function, right? We're basically checking to see if num1's greater than num2. If it is, then we're going to return num1. Otherwise, we're going to return num2. And it's important to note that even if I made these equal, so if I would have made it 40 and 40, we're still going to get back the correct answer. So it's still going to give us 40 back. So this is the basics of using if statements, right? We say if we specify a condition, if that condition's true, we're going to execute this code. If that condition's false, we're going to execute this code down here. And that is an extremely powerful structure in our programs. And we can really use this to respond to different input, right? So depending on what the user puts in num1 and num2, we can do different things. But this is just sort of the beginning. So why don't we try to make this function a little bit more complex? So down here, we're allowing the user to input two parameters. So we're accepting two parameters into this max function. num1 and num2, and we're able to spit out which one is bigger. But let's up the ante a little bit. What if we wanted to accept 3 parameters? So instead of just passing in 2 numbers, we wanted to be able to pass in 3 numbers and have the max function spit out the biggest. So over here we can modify this max function. So I'm just going to make another parameter. So I'm going to say int, and we'll call this one num3. So now this function is accepting 3 parameters, num1, num2, and num3. But in order to figure out which one of these is the biggest, we're actually going to need a more complex if statement. So I'm going to get rid of this, and let's just start from scratch. So let's think about this. How can we figure out which one of these is the biggest? Well, what I would recommend is we could say if num1 is greater than num2 and num1 is greater than num3, then we know num1's the biggest, right? So if num1 is bigger than num2 and it's bigger than num3, we know it's the biggest. If num2 is greater than num1 and num2 is greater than num3, then we know num2 is the biggest. And otherwise, we can just say that num3 is the biggest. So I'm going to show you guys how to do this, and we're actually going to be introducing a couple more concepts for if statements. So I'm just going to say if, and I want to check a condition. So I basically want to see if num1 is greater than or equal to num2 and num3. So down here I can say num1 is greater than or equal to num2. And now I also want to check to see if num1 is greater than or equal to num3. Because if num1 is greater than or equal to num2 and it's greater than or equal to num3, we know num1 is the biggest. So I can use this special signal here. This is called a logical operator AND. And basically this is going to allow us to put another condition in here. So I could say num1 is greater than or equal to num3. Basically what this AND does is it allows us to put 2 conditions so we can check 2 things, and this whole thing is only going to be true if this condition's true and this condition's true. So if one of these guys is false, then this if statement isn't going to get executed. So down here I'm just going to open this up, and if this is the case, then we want to set result equal to num1, because if num1's greater than or equal to num2 and num1 is also greater than or equal to num3, then we know num1's the biggest. But here's the thing, we also want to check to see if num2 is the biggest. So if this is false, we also want to check to see if num2 is the biggest now. And we can use something called else if. So down here I could type out else if, and I can make another open and closed parentheses. And inside of these parentheses, we can actually check another condition. So if this stuff up here, if this condition's false, then else if is saying, let's come down here, let's check another condition. So here I want to do basically the same thing. I'm going to check to see if num2 is greater than or equal to num1 and num2 is greater than or equal to num3. So if this condition is true, if num2 is greater than or equal to num1 and it's greater than or equal to num3, then we know for a fact that result is going to be num2 because that's the biggest. Now finally down here we can just say else, and we can make another open and close curly bracket. And remember, this code is going to get executed when neither of these conditions is true. So here we can just set result equal to num3. So let me walk you guys through this one more time. Up here we have this if statement. And in addition to checking to see if num1 is greater than or equal to num2, we're also using this special operator called AND, and we're checking to see if num1 is greater than or equal to num3. If that's the case, then result is going to be equal to num1. Otherwise, if this condition is false, then we're going to come down here and we're going to check this other condition. So we're going to check to see if num2 is bigger than num1 and if it's bigger than num3. If that's true, then we're going to do this. Finally, if neither of these conditions up here is true, we're just going to go ahead and set result equal to num3. And then we're going to return result. So this looks good to me. Let's test this out and we're going to see if it works. So now when we call max, we need to include 3 numbers. So why don't we just do 1, 2, and 3. And this is basically going to spit out the biggest one, which should be 3. So let's run our program, and you can see over here we get 3. So let's try to make one of the other ones the biggest. So we'll make the one in the first slot the biggest. And let's run this again, and you can see that it returns 10. So this function is working. So that's how we can use these ands, and we can also use else if in order to check additional conditions. So the and is used to check more than one condition inside of the if parentheses, and the else if is used to check another condition when this condition's false. And so that is actually going to work out pretty well. Now, I want to show you guys a couple other things. There's a couple other things that we can do with these if statements. So, for example, I'm going to come down here and just show you guys some of these. In addition to using that and, we can also use something called or. So, I'm just going to type out a simple if statement. I could say if 3 is greater than 2, and instead of using and like this, I can use or. An or is basically going to allow us to check two conditions, and the whole thing is going to be true if only one of those conditions is true. So I could say if 3 is greater than 2, or 2 is greater than 5. So only one of these is true, right? 3 is greater than 2, that's true, but 2 is not greater than 5. So this guy's false. But when we use or, only one of these two conditions has to be true for the whole thing to be true. So if I like printed something out here, like true, now when I run my program, we should print true because we're using that or, and you see that we do. But if I was to make this guy false, so if I made this 3 less than 2, now it's not going to print out true, and we can just print out false. So now we're going to end up printing out false because both of these guys are false. So you can see down here we're saying false. So the difference between and or, when we have and like this, both of these conditions have to be true in order for the whole thing to be true and for us to execute this code. When we have or, only one of these guys has to be true. So that's kind of the difference there. And I want to show you guys a couple other things that we can use. So over here we're using like a less than sign. So for example, if 3 is less than 2, I could also use a greater than sign. I could use a less than or equal to sign. I could use also a greater than or equal to sign. And if I wanted to check for equality, I could use a double equals. So the double equals will check to see if 3 is equal to 2. We can also use one more, which is this exclamation point. An exclamation point basically means not equals. So I could say if 3 is not equal to 2, then we'll print out true. So down here, let's run this and you'll see that we get true. So yeah, there you go. One more thing I want to show you is how we can negate an entire operation. So for example, if I said 3 is greater than 2, this is going to be true, right? So we'd end up printing out true down here because 3 is greater than 2. But I could surround this whole thing with parentheses, and I could put an exclamation point right before this, and this is called the negation operator, and it's basically going to negate whatever this ends up being. So if this is true, and we put this negation operator here, this whole thing's going to be false. And so now you'll see, because this is true and we're using the negation operator, we're not going to end up printing out true. And you can see we just don't print anything. But if I put a false condition in here, like if I said 3 is less than 2, this is false, but because we're negating it, now it's going to end up being true. So when I run my program, you can see that we get true. So that's sort of the basics of using if statements, and I covered just about everything that you can do. We can use ands, we can use all these different comparison operators, we can use ors, and we can use this exclamation point to negate something. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to build a calculator in C. If you've been following along with this course, you'll know that in the beginning of the course, we actually created a calculator, and it was a very basic calculator. Basically, we let the user input 2 numbers, and we took those numbers, we added them together, and we printed the answer out onto the screen. In this tutorial, I'm going to take some of the stuff that we've learned since then and show you guys how we can build a fully functional 4-function calculator. So this calculator will be able to add, subtract, multiply, and divide, and we're going to let the user decide which one they want to do. So we'll let them decide if they want to add or subtract or whatever. It's going to be pretty cool, and we're going to end up using some of the stuff that we've learned recently in the course, like if statements. We're also going to use like getting input from users, and I'm going to show you guys how you can get characters as input from a user as well. So down here, we want to start making our calculator. Basically what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask the user to enter a number, then I'm going to ask them to enter an operator like plus, minus, division, or subtraction. Finally, we're going to ask them to enter in a third number, and then we'll, depending on what operator they specify, so addition, subtraction, whatever, we will perform the correct operation and we'll print out the number. So the first thing I want to do is create variables where we can store the numbers and the operator. So I'm going to make some double variables, and I'm just going to call this one num1, and then we'll make another double, we'll call it num2. And finally, we'll make a variable that will store the operator that they enter. So this is just going to be a char, and I'm just going to call it OP for operator. Alright, so now we want to actually get input from the user. I want to figure out what numbers they want to use and then what operator they want to use as well. So down here, why don't we get some input? The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to print out a prompt. So I'm just going to say enter a number. And now what we want to do is we want to be able to take the number that they give us and store it inside of one of those doubles that we created. So I'm just going to use this scanf function, scanf. And in here, I'm going to specify that we want to get a double. So remember, when we're using scanf, if we want to scan for a double, we use lf. And lf is going to scan for a double. And now I'm going to use a comma, and we'll put the variable that we want to store in here. So I'm going to use this ampersand, and I'm just going to say num1. So this is exactly what we need to do to be able to get the user's input and store it into num1. The next thing we want to do is get the operator. So I'm going to type out another prompt, and I'm just going to say enter operator. Basically, they'll be entering in plus sign, minus sign, asterisk, or forward slash, depending on what they want to do. And again, now we're going to scan for a character. Now, when we're scanning for a character in scanf, and I actually don't think I've talked about this yet in this course, we want to do something special. So I want to put a % sign and a C, but before I put %C, I want to put a space. So whenever we're getting a character from the user using scanf, we always want to put a space right here before %C. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And again, we want to store this in that OP variable. So I'm just going to say OP. And one more time, we're going to get another number. So I'm just going to copy this, we'll paste this down here, and we're going to get this one for num2. So now we should have all of the input for our program. So I'm getting the first number, I'm getting the operator, and I'm getting the second number. The last thing we have to do now is actually do the math. So we're going to have to figure out which operator they wanted to use, right? So we have this OP variable, and this is storing like a plus sign, a minus sign, a asterisk, or a forward slash. So depending on what that's storing, we want to print something different out. So we can actually use an if statement to do this. So I can use an if statement to check and see what operator is inside of our operator variable, and depending on which one it is, we can do a different operation. So I can say if, and the first thing I'm going to do is just check to see if the operator is equal to a plus sign. So if the operator that the user entered is equal to a plus sign, then we're going to want to add the two numbers together. So I'm just going to print out these two numbers, and I'll just say num1 plus num2 because we're going to add both of them together. We can also use an else if, so I'm going to want to check a few other conditions. I'm going to check to see if the operator is equal to a minus sign. And if the operator is equal to a minus sign, then instead of adding the numbers, we're going to subtract them. So over here, I'll just copy this and we'll paste this guy down here. So it's going to be num1 minus num2. And I can actually just copy this whole thing and we'll paste it down here. So let me make some more room. Down here, we'll paste this other else if. And here we're going to check to see if it's division, so we'll check for a forward slash. And again, we're just going to want to print out a decimal number, so it's going to be num1 divided by num2. Finally, we're going to check for multiplication. So if it's multiplication, then we're going to multiply them together. So now we're checking for each of the operators. We're checking for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. But here's the thing, what happens if the user enters in an operator that we didn't want? So for example, if they don't enter in any of these operators, we're going to want to tell them. So I'm going to have this like print out a little error message. We're just going to say else, and basically the code inside this else block will get executed if none of these conditions up here are true. And down here we can just make a printf, and I'm just going to print out invalid operator. So now we have our if statement, our if block set up, and this should be everything that we need to use our little calculator. Alright, so let's go ahead and run this program. So you can see over here it says enter a number, so we can enter a number. Let's enter in 5.9 and enter an operator. We'll add numbers, and now let's enter in 4.0. So we're going to add 5.9 and 4. So when I click enter, we should go through all of those if statements and figure out what we need to do. And you'll see over here that we're adding 5.9 and 4 together, and we're getting 9.9. So Looks like the program worked. Let's try it again. We'll try another operator. Why don't we try to multiply some numbers? So let's multiply 6 and times, I don't know, 5.7. So we get 34.2. That seems about right. All right, and then one more time we'll run this, and I want to try to enter in an invalid operator. So we'll say like 5.7, and I'm just going to enter in a G. So that's an invalid operator. That's not going to work. And I'll enter my number. Let's do 8. And you can see it tells us invalid operator. So basically we have a 4-function calculator. This calculator can multiply, divide, subtract, and add. And if you don't enter in a correct operator, it's smart enough to yell at you and tell you that you have an invalid operator. So this seems to work pretty well. I'm pretty happy with it. And you can see down here, like, this is a perfect situation for using something like an if statement, right? We have this variable OP, right? Storing some sort of operator. We don't necessarily know what's inside of there, but I can use if statements and I can respond to the different scenarios. So in the situation where it's a plus sign, I can respond. In the situation where it's a minus sign, I can respond, etc. And this just makes our programs a lot smarter, and it helps us to do different things when different situations arise. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about using switch statements in C. Now, a switch statement is basically a special type of if statement which will allow us to compare one value to a bunch of different values. And it's essentially doing the same thing as an if statement. It's allowing us to check different conditions, and if different conditions are true, then we can do certain things. But a switch statement makes it really, really easy for us to compare one specific value to a bunch of other values. And I'm going to show you guys how we can use that in this tutorial to make a little test app. So I'm going to build a little program that will take a letter grade, and depending on the letter grade, it will tell you whether or not you did good or bad on a test. So if you got an A on the test, it would say, hey, you did a good job. If you got a B on a test, it'd be like, hey, you did all right. If you got an F on a test, it'd tell you that you failed the test. So we're basically going to have a variable where we'll store a grade that you would have gotten on a test, and we'll be able to respond to that grade using a switch statement. So it's going to be pretty cool. So down here, the first thing I'm going to do is create a variable, and it's just going to be a character, and I'm just going to call it grade, and I'm going to set it equal to A. So we're going to say that whoever took this test got an A on the test, and they did really well. Now what I want to do is I want to create a switch statement. So I'm just going to say switch, and I'm going to make an open and close parentheses. And inside of this parentheses, I'm going to put grade. So I'm just going to put grade, and I'm going to make an open and close curly bracket. So this is sort of like the basic structure for our switch statement. Now, here's what I'm basically going to do. I'm going to take this variable here that I pass into the parentheses, grade, and I'm going to compare it to a bunch of different values. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to see if it's equal to one value, then I'm going to see if it's equal to a different value or a different value or a different value. And depending on the value that it ends up being equal to, we're going to do something different. And these are what are called cases. So down here I can say case, and I just want to type out a character. So for example, I could put A right here, and then I'm going to put a colon. And when I put A right here, basically what this is saying is in the case that grade is equal to A, then I'm going to put some code down here that I want to execute. So I could just put like a print statement, and I could say like, you did great, because they did great on the test. And basically what this is saying is in the case that the grade is equal to A, we're going to print this out, and then I want to put one more thing down here which is called break. And I'm going to explain what break does in a second. So I could make one of these little case statements for every possibility. So for every possible grade that we could get. So I'm actually just going to copy this whole thing, and I'm going to paste it down here. So now I can put a B in here. So we're saying in the case that the grade is equal to B, I'm going to say you did all right. And then we're also going to break. And down here I'm going to make another one, so I'll say case, and this time we'll make it C. In the case that they get a C, I'm going to print out poorly. And there's a couple more that we can check. So we can check if they got a D or an F. So in the case, they got a D. And I forgot to put a break statement here. And I'm going to put one down here too. And finally, we're just going to do one more for if they failed the test. So I'm just going to say in the case that they got an F, we will print out you failed. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm writing out all of these different cases. So I'm saying in the case that you got an F, I'm going to print out you failed. In the case they got a D, I'm going to print out you did very bad. And then we also have this break statement here. And this break statement basically tells our switch statement that we want to leave. So whenever we're executing this switch statement, whenever C is executing this switch statement, it's checking to see if grade is equal to each one of these cases. So for example, let's say the grade is equal to A. It's going to execute this print F. But if I don't put this break statement in here, then it's just going to keep going and keep checking these different cases. So it's always important to put a break statement in there because I basically just want to break out of this switch statement. I don't want to be in here anymore. So finally, we can check one more thing. In the case that the user, or that we get an invalid grade, so for example, if someone entered in like a T or a G or something, that's not a valid grade. So I can use something called default. And default is basically like an else. So default is going to execute whenever none of these conditions up here are met. So then I can just put something like invalid grade or something. And this will basically be like, hey, you got an invalid grade. So let's take a look at this switch statement and we'll just kind of talk a little bit more about what it's doing. Basically, I'm passing this in a variable or a value or something, and I'm going to check this value against all of these different conditions. So in the case that grade is equal to A, we're going to print you did great. In the case that B is equal to grade, we'll print you did all right, etc. And this is basically doing what an if statement's doing. So I could replicate this entire statement, this entire switch statement, as an if statement. I could write out if, etc., else if, else if, else if. But this just makes it a lot easier, so I don't have to constantly write out all of that if statement stuff. So hopefully we did everything right, and let's actually check and see how our program does. So grade is equal to A. Let's run our program and see what our message is. It says, hey, you did great, because we got an A. If I made this an F instead of an A, now it should tell us that we failed. So it says, you failed. If I made this a C, it'll tell us that we did poorly. And it says, you did poorly. So this is a super easy way for us to check one single value against a bunch of different conditions. And that's really the point of a switch statement, is you're checking one single value, like grade, against a bunch of other values. And that's where it can be extremely useful. So consider using these switch statements. They're not appropriate in every situation, and there's, I'd say, like very select few situations where switch statements will come in handy. But when they are appropriate, switch statements will save you a lot of time and a lot of hassle. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about structs in C. Now, a struct is a data structure where we can store groups of data types. So inside of a struct, I could store like an integer alongside of a string, alongside a character, alongside a double. I could store all these different data types in one single data structure. And there's tons of uses for structs, and one of the things we can do with them is model real-world entities. So I could basically like model something in the real world inside of my program. And I'm going to show you guys how to do that in this tutorial. We're going to be looking at how we can use a struct to represent a student inside of our program. So imagine we were writing a piece of software that was using like students. So it was like storing records of students or something. I could use a struct to represent a student in my program. So over here in my program, I'm just going to come up here above the main method, and I'm actually going to create a struct. You guys will see like how these work and how we can use them. So I'm just going to say struct, and over here I'm going to give this a name. So I'm going to call this student. And a lot of times in C, when we're making structs, you're going to give them a capital letter just like that. And I'm going to make an open and closed curly bracket. Now, inside of this struct, I can start specifying what types of data are going to make up a student in my program. So basically, I can define like different attributes of a student and place them in here. And this will kind of act as a template. And you'll see how we can use this later. So let's think about different attributes of a student. Well, one thing would be like the student's name. So I could say char name, and I'm going to make this an array of characters. So this is going to represent the name. And actually, why don't we give this a number? So I'm going to say 50. So this string can hold 50 characters maximum. And now we're going to make another one for major. So we're going to want to store the student's major. And again, we'll make this 50. I also want to make an integer for the student's age and a double for the student's GPA. So I have this struct student, and in here I have a bunch of attributes of a student, right? I have like the student's name, their major, an integer that stores their age, and a double for their GPA. Essentially what I did was I created like a type of student data type. So I basically am allowing myself now to represent a student inside of my program. So let's come down here to this main method and I'll show you guys how we can use this. So I can basically create an instance of this student structure. So I can create like an actual student inside of my program. And the way that I do that is just by saying struct, and I want to type out the name of the struct that I want to make. In our case, it's going to be a student, and I want to give this a name. So I'm just going to call it student1. And I can just use a semicolon here. Basically what I did now was I created a container called student1 that's going to be able to store a name, a major, an age, and a GPA. So if you're familiar with arrays in C, you'll know an array is a special structure that can hold multiple pieces of information, but all of the pieces of information inside of an array need to be of the same data type, and also they don't have names. With a struct, I can have a bunch of different data types like this, and I can also give them names like name, major, age, and GPA. So now let me show you guys how we can assign some values to these. So for this particular student, student1, I can give them a name, I can give them a major, a GPA, and an age. So I could say student1.age, and I can set this equal to something. So I could say, let's say student1's age is 22. So basically, inside of this student1 container, I'm saying the age of this particular student is going to be 22. I can do the same for the GPA. So I could say student.GPA is equal to, maybe they have a 3.2. So I'm saying this particular student's GPA is a 3.2. I can also do the same thing for those strings, so for the name and the major. Now here's the thing about working with strings. Remember in C, a string is actually just an array of characters. And when we have an array, we can't like give it a particular value. So for example, if I wanted to give this student's name a value, this is just an array of characters. So I can't just come down here and say student.name is equal to something. That's not going to work because you can't do that with an array. I can use something called the string copy function. And this is a function that will take a string and it'll give it a value that we specify. So it'll basically do what we want to do, like what we did over here with the age and the GPA, but with the name. So I could say like strcpy, and inside of here I need to pass this two parameters. The first thing I want to pass is the destination for the string. So we're going to pass in student1.name. The second thing I want to pass in is the string that I want to store inside of student1.name. So in our case, let's just name him Jim. So now we have the student1.name's value is equal to Jim, and I can do the same thing for major. So I'm just going to copy this and we'll come down here, and I can say student1.major, and we're going to set this equal to business. So let's say Jim is a business major. Essentially what I've done here is I've created a student, and that student had all the attributes that we defined up here. So this particular student had a name, a major, an age, and a GPA. And I gave all of those values. So I assigned this student1 an age of 22, a GPA of 3.2, etc. So now what I can actually do is I could print out all of these different values that are stored inside of this structure. So if I wanted, for example, I could like print out the GPA. So I could print out student1.GPA, and now we're going to be printing out 3.2. And actually, it looks like I have a typo here. This should be student1, not student. Alright, so here we're printing out 3.2, so we're printing out the value of the student's GPA. I could also print out like their name, so why don't we do that? Student1.name, and now this is going to print out Jim. So you see we print it out over there. So a struct is a really useful structure. And another cool thing we can do with structs is we could actually create another student. So I could create like another instance of that student structure. So I'm actually just going to copy all this stuff. I'll show you how we can do this. I'll just come down here and paste it. And instead of student1, why don't we call this one student2? And we can set this student's age to be like maybe 20. Maybe their GPA is a 2.5. let's say their name is Pam and they're studying art. So now I have a completely different student, and if I wanted, I could print out this student's attributes. So I could print out like student2.name, and now we're going to get Pam instead of Jim. So you can see how that works right there. So I could create as many of these students as I want, and this is what's cool about structs, is I can just define the basic template for a student in my program, and then I can create individual students down here that I can work with. So now I have this like student variable here. I could do whatever I want with it. I could pass it into a function. I could print it out onto the screen. I could use it in something like an if statement. I could do basically anything I want with it. It acts a lot like a variable or an array. So remember, variables and arrays are just containers. We can do just about anything we want with them, and that's the same with a struct. So this has just been kind of an introduction, and what you could do as an exercise is think of other things you might want to model in your program. So maybe something like a book or something like a phone. You could model a phone using a struct. You know, basically any type of information you could store using a struct just like this. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about while loops in C. Now, a while loop is basically a structure in the C programming language that we can use to loop over and continually execute a specific block of code until a certain condition is false. So I can specify a condition, and then I can basically just loop over a bunch of code until that condition is no longer true. And loops can be really useful. There's a lot of times in our programs where we're going to want to like continually do something while something else is true or while a certain condition is met. And I'm going to show you guys a really basic while loop in this tutorial, and then in the next tutorial we're actually going to build a really cool guessing game using while loops. So it should be pretty fun, and you should get a pretty good idea of like how these things work. The first thing I want to do, and this isn't directly related to creating a while loop though, is I want to create an integer. So I'm just going to create an integer called index, and I'm going to set it equal to 1. Now what I want to do is I want to actually create a while loop, and you guys will see where this index comes into play. So in order to create a while loop, I can just type out while, an open and close parentheses, and then an open and closed curly bracket. And this is basically like the outline, sort of like the template for our while loop. Basically how this is going to work is, up here in these parentheses, I'm going to specify a condition. And as long as that condition is true, I'm going to loop through all of the code inside of these curly brackets. So inside of these curly brackets, I'm going to put a bunch of code, and as long as the condition in these parentheses is true, I'm going to execute all that code. So up here, we're going to specify a condition. I'm going to specify a condition that index is less than or equal to 5. So while index is less than or equal to 5, I want to execute all the code inside of here. So I'm going to put some code in here. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to print out the value of index. So over here, I'm just going to say we want to print out an integer, and I'm just going to print out index. So we'll be printing out index, and actually, why don't we print out a new line every time too? There we go. And finally, after this, I want to increment the index variable. So I can just say index is equal to index plus 1. Basically, I'm adding 1 onto the index every time. Actually, I want to show you guys something in C. There's going to be a lot of situations where you're going to want to do something like this. Basically, add 1 to an existing variable. And in C, there's actually a shortcut we can use. So I can come over here and I can just say index plus plus, and this is going to do the same thing. So this is just going to add 1 to the index. Essentially what I'm doing is I'm saying I want to print out index, and then I want to increment index. And I'm going to keep looping through this code while index is less than or equal to 5. So let's go ahead and run this program, and maybe you can predict what's going to happen. You'll see over here I'm printing out the numbers 1 through 5. So I'm printing out 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And let me walk you guys through exactly what's happening in this loop. Over here we create this index variable and we set it equal to 1. And basically when C goes to execute this program, the first thing it's going to do before it does anything else is it's going to look at this condition. And it's going to check the condition. And it's going to say, okay, is index less than or equal to 5? Well, the first time through, index is equal to 1. So it's definitely less than 5. C is going to go through, it's going to execute this line of code, printing out 1. Then it's going to execute this line of code, incrementing index. Then what C is going to do is it's going to come all the way back up here and it's going to check this condition again. So it's going to say, okay, is index less than or equal to 5? And index at this point is equal to 2, so it's less than 5. So it's going to go through, execute this line of code, execute this line of code. Now index is equal to 3, and C is going to go all the way back up to the top. It's going to check this condition again. So before C goes through this loop, it's always going to check the condition first. So before it's allowed to go and execute that code again, it has to check the condition to make sure that it's true. Eventually, we're going to get to a situation where index gets incremented, and it gets incremented up to 6. Then C is going to come back up here, and it's going to check to see if 6 is less than or equal to 5. It's going to be false, and we're going to move on with our lives in the program. And that's the basics of while loops. So this seems very simple, and that's because it is. All we do is specify a condition. As long as that condition's true, we keep doing all this stuff in here. And there's tons of situations where while loops are going to come in handy. This is just one of them where we can print out like numbers between 1 and 5. I also do want to point out one thing that you might want to watch out for, which is called an infinite loop. And an infinite loop is a situation where this condition up here never becomes false. So this condition will just always stay true. And there's certain circumstances where you're going to want to use something like an infinite loop, but in a lot of circumstances, you're not going to want to go anywhere near something like that. So let me just demonstrate so you guys can see. So if I stopped incrementing this, if I just got rid of index plus plus, now when I run my program, you'll see that it's just continually printing out 1s. I mean, look at all these 1s that are getting printed out. You can see like the text editor is kind of going crazy. This program is just, it keeps executing through that loop, and it's still going right now. So this would keep going forever if I let it, keep going infinitely, hence the name. So I'm just going to terminate this. But that'll kind of show you like how an infinite loop works, and you definitely want to watch out for that, because you'll get into situations as you work with while loops where they'll just become infinite, and you need to watch out for that. Especially if you're doing something a little bit more advanced where you're like siphoning off memory or you're creating processes or something. It can slow your computer down quite a bit. So this is a while loop, and this is a really great loop. There's also one other type of loop that's similar to a while loop that I want to talk to you guys about. And before I do that, I just want to do something really quick. So I'm going to set this index equal to 6. Right? I'm going to set this equal to 6, and I'm going to run my program. And what you're going to notice is nothing's going to get printed out. So the code inside of this while loop isn't going to print out, because the first thing we always do when we run this while loop is we check this condition. So the first thing C is going to do, before it prints anything, before it increments anything, it's going to check this condition. And if it's false, it's not going to do any of this stuff. So when I run this program, you'll see nothing's going to get printed out. And that's exactly what happens. There's another type of loop that's similar to a while loop, which is called a do while loop. And I'm going to show you how to make one. All you have to do is take this while thing up here and paste it down here below. And then up here, I'm just going to say do. And a do while loop is similar to a while loop, but the first thing a do while loop does, instead of checking this condition down here, is it executes all of this code. So even though index is equal to 6, we're still going to print out 6, and we're still going to increment it. And then we're going to check the condition to see if we can keep looping. So let me show you guys this, and this should illustrate what this is doing. And actually, I need to put a semicolon here. So you can see over here, we're printing out 6. So unlike before when we just used that while loop, now because we're using a do while loop, we're doing whatever was inside of that loop before we're checking the condition. And there's going to be certain circumstances where a do while loop will come in handy. I would say by far while loops are way more common. But just, it's good to know about do while loops because there are certain circumstances where they'll come in handy. Basically, anytime you don't want to be checking the condition first, you can use a do while loop. But those are the two basic types, and there's actually another type of loop that we'll talk about later in the course, which is called a for loop. But for now, we're going to have some fun with while loops, and in the next tutorial, we're going to be building a little guessing game. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to build a little guessing game in C. This is going to be pretty cool because we're going to use a lot of the stuff that we've learned up to this point in the course in order to build it. So let's get started. Basically, this guessing game is going to allow the user to guess a secret number. So we're going to define a secret number, and we're going to give the user the opportunity to try and guess it. So if they'll try to guess it, if they get it right, then they'll win the game. And if they don't get it right, then we'll let them guess again, right? So we'll basically let them keep guessing what the secret number is until they get it. So down here, we want to create a couple variables. The first variable I want to create is going to be an integer, and it's going to be the secret number. So I'm just going to call it secret number, and why don't we just set it equal to 5? The next variable we want to create is going to store the user's guess. So this is also going to be an integer, and I'm just going to call it guess, and I'm not going to give it a value yet because right off the bat the user wouldn't have guessed a number. So what we want to do is we want to be able to prompt the user to enter in the number until they get it right. So as long as the user hasn't entered in the correct number, we want to keep asking them to enter it in. In order to do that, in order to like keep asking them to enter it until they've guessed it, we can use something called a while loop. So I'm just going to type while, and I'm going to make an open and close parentheses and an open and close curly brackets. Let's think about a good condition for our game. Basically, we want to keep asking the user to enter an input as long as they haven't guessed the secret number. So it's right there. We could keep looping as long as the guess is not equal to the secret number, right? And basically, this is always going to be true until they guess the correct number. Now, inside of here, we want to prompt them to enter their guess, and then we want to take whatever they enter and store it inside of our guess variable. So let's do this first. We'll say printf, and I'm just going to say enter a number. And then down here, I'm going to use scanf in order to get whatever number they enter. And I'm going to store it inside of that guess variable. So I'm just going to say @guess. And this is going to take whatever number, whatever integer they enter, and it's going to store it inside of our guess variable. So basically what's happening in this loop is every time through the loop we're getting a different number, and then we're going to come up here and we're going to check to see if it's equal to the secret number. If it's not, then we're going to go through again and we're going to keep doing this. But if the guess is equal to the secret number, then we'll break out of the loop, and that means we'll be down here. So I'm just going to print out a success message, and I'll basically just say like, hey, you win. All right, awesome. So you can see this isn't actually that many lines of code. I mean, it's probably like 10 lines of code to write out this whole thing. And it looks like everything's set up, so this should actually work properly. So let's try to run this, and we'll see if we can guess the secret number. So remember, secret number is 5. So I'm going to run the program. It says enter a number. So let's just kind of botch the guesses. 2, 7, 8, 9, 3. So you'll notice I can keep entering in numbers, and it'll keep prompting me to enter a number as long as I haven't guessed it correctly. So now let's type in 5, and remember 5 is the secret number. And when I click enter now, that loop condition is going to end up being false, right? Because the guess is going to be equal to the secret number, and it's going to execute, and it's going to say, hey, you win, right? So we broke out of that loop, we executed the print statement that said you win, and the program terminated. And that is a really cool little game. So one of the cool things about this game, and it's different from programs that we've written in this course in the past, is it'll keep running essentially infinitely until we enter in that correct guess. So it's going to keep going and keep going and keep asking us to do something and to enter in a value until we entered correctly. So this is pretty cool. Now this is a pretty nice game, and it's pretty simple, but I want to maybe make it a little more complex. One of the things that sucks about our game right now is that the user gets unlimited guesses, right? So basically, like, they can just guess every single number and eventually they're going to get it right, you know? So why don't we do this? We should impose a guess limit. So why don't we say like the user can only guess 3 times, and if they can't get the secret number in 3 tries, then they'll lose the game. So let's think about how we can go ahead and add that functionality into this little app. I'm going to walk you guys through how we can do that. The first thing we're going to need to do is we're going to need to create some variables. I'm going to create another variable up here, and I'm just going to call it guess count. And guess count is basically going to tell us how many times the user has tried to guess the secret number. And I'm just going to set this equal to 0 because initially the user will have guessed 0 times. So remember, this guess count variable is basically going to get incremented every time they guess, right? So I'm going to come down here. Every time we go through this loop, the user is guessing. So every time we go through this loop, I'm going to increment the guess count. So I'm just going to say guess count plus plus. And that means every time the user guesses, the guess count will get incremented and we'll have an accurate count of how many times the user has guessed. All right, the second variable that I want to make is going to be another integer, and I'm just going to call it guess limit. And this is going to tell us how many times the user can guess. So this will basically determine like how many guesses the user gets. So why don't we set this equal to 3? I think 3 guesses is a pretty good limit. And finally, we want to create one more variable. And this is also going to be an integer. And I'm just going to call this out of guesses. And I'm going to set out of guesses equal to 0. And out of guesses will basically tell us whether or not the user has any more guesses. And this might not be super clear what this is doing right now, but keep following with the video and you'll see how this comes into play. This is actually going to be really important. So we're actually going to have to modify our code a little bit. So down here, we have this set up so the user can keep guessing as long as the guess isn't equal to the secret number. But we want to be able to limit the amount of times that the user can guess. And actually down here, I'm going to create an if statement. And every time we go through this loop, I want to check and see if the user has any more guesses left. In other words, I want to see if they've reached their guess limit or not. So I'm going to make an if statement, and I'm going to check to see if the guess count is less than the guess limit. As long as the guess count is less than the guess limit, that means they haven't guessed as many times as the limit specifies. Basically, they can guess again. Right? So down here inside of this if statement, I'm going to put all of this code, and I'm just going to surround this with curly brackets. So basically, the user can only guess the number. This code will only get executed when the guess count is less than the guess limit, when the user has additional guesses, right? When they haven't guessed as many times as the limit specifies. Otherwise, though, so if they have guessed too many times, right, if the guess count is either equal to or greater than the guess limit, I'm actually going to set this out of guesses variable equal to 1. So I'm going to say out of guesses is equal to 1. And basically what this is going to tell us is if out of guesses is greater than 0, then that'll tell us that the user is out of guesses. So essentially, if out of guesses has a value that's more than 0, we'll know that they've run out of guesses. And if you ever used any other programming languages before, this is what we would refer to as like a Boolean variable. It's basically storing like a true or a false value, which we're representing with 0 or 1. So if the guess count's less than the guess limit, they can guess again. Otherwise, we're going to say out of guesses is equal to 1. In other words, we're going to say that they're out of guesses. There's one more thing we have to do, though, is we have to come up here and we have to change this condition. Because right now, we're going to keep looping through this code as long as the guess is not equal to the secret number. But there's actually 2 situations where we want to break out of the loop. The first is when they've guessed the number correctly, right? Then we want to come down here and print out you win. But we also want to break out of the loop when they've run out of guesses. So I want to check to see whether or not they're out of guesses. So I'm going to say guess is not equal to secret number, and out of guesses is equal to 0. So as long as out of guesses is equal to 0, that means that they're not out of guesses and they still have some guesses left. But if the guess count's less than the guess limit and out of guesses gets set equal to 1, then out of guesses isn't going to be equal to 0 anymore, so we're going to break out of the loop. So basically there's 2 scenarios now that will break us out of the loop. Either they get the word right or they run out of guesses. So one more thing we have to do in this program is come down here, and you'll see down here we're always printing out you win. So no matter what happens, we're printing out you win. And that's because before, if they made it down here, if they made it out of that loop, that means that they guessed the secret number correctly. But there's actually 2 scenarios down here where they would have broken out of the loop, where they're either out of guesses or they guessed the secret word. So I want to actually check to see which one we're dealing with. So I'm going to check to see if out of guesses, and I'm going to check to see if it's equal to 1. And if it's equal to 1, that means that they lost and they ran out of guesses. So I'm just going to say out of guesses. Otherwise, though, it means that they won. So I'm going to say you win. And this will basically be like, hey, you won the game. Awesome. So this is a lot of code, I know that, and let's just run this, see how we did, and we'll see if our game's working properly, and then I'll kind of explain all the code to you guys. And actually, you know what? I just noticed a typo. Down here, I said out of guesses double equals 1. This is just have to be a single equals. So we're assigning this a value. So yeah, that was a little typo. I had 2 equals. That needs to be 1. So let's go over here. We'll run our program. And it says enter a number. So why don't we try to lose the game? I'm just going to say 2, 2. And now we're on our 3rd and final guess. If I don't get it this time, that means we're going to lose the game. So I'm going to enter. And you'll see it says out of guesses. So we weren't able to guess it within our 3 tries, and the game told us that we lost. Let's run it one more time. We'll try to win. So I'll say like 2, 1. Now we're on our 3rd and final guess. So if I don't get it this time, we're going to lose. I'm going to guess a 5, and we guessed right, so it's going to tell us that we won. So that's sort of basically how this little program works. And I'm going to walk you guys through one more time. So we have all of these variables up here. Secret number is just storing the number they need to guess. The guess keeps track of what they're guessing each time. The guess count is going to tell us how many times they've guessed the number. Guess limit is going to tell us how many times they can guess. And out of guesses is going to tell us whether or not the user is out of guesses. So down here, we're checking 2 conditions for this while loop. We're checking to see if the guess is not equal to the secret number. And we're going to keep looping as long as out of guesses is equal to 0. Every time we go through this loop, we check to see if the guess count is less than the guess limit. If it is, then we ask them to guess, we increment the guess count. Otherwise, we say out of guesses is equal to 1, and that's going to break us out of the loop. Down here, there's 2 situations. The first situation is that they ran out of guesses. The second situation is that they won the game, and we're using this if statement to check both of those. So that's basically how this works, and this kind of shows you how we can use things like while loops and if statements and also variables together in like one single program. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to use for loops in C. Now, a for loop is a special type of loop that we can use in C, which allows us to use something called an indexing variable. And this indexing variable will basically tell us what iteration of the loop we're currently on. And we can use that indexing variable to do a bunch of stuff, like we could loop through an array of items. We could do all sorts of stuff inside of a loop. So down here in my program, you'll see that I have a while loop set up. And I have just sort of a basic while loop. And I want to show you guys what it's doing. So essentially up here I'm saying int I is equal to 1. So I'm giving this integer I the value of 1. And I'm saying while I is less than or equal to 5, I'm going to print out the value of I, and then I'm going to increment I. So this is a very simple while loop. Basically we have this variable I, and every time we go through the loop we're printing it out until it's greater than 5. So let's run this program and we'll see what it does. So you'll see over here, we're basically printing out values between 1 and 5. And I want to point out what's actually happening. So the first time that we go through this while loop, we're printing out 1. The second time, we're printing out 2. The third time, we're printing out 3. In other words, this variable I is basically telling us what iteration of the loop we're currently on. So on the first iteration of the loop, I is telling us that we're on the first iteration of the loop, right? The first time we go through the loop, I is equal to 1. Second time we go through the loop, I is equal to 2. Third time, I is equal to 3. So this variable I over here is basically telling us how many times we've gone through the loop. So on the third time, it's telling us 3, fourth time, 4, etc. And believe it or not, this is actually a very useful thing for us to have when we're looping. And so there's a lot of situations where you're going to want to know what iteration of the loop you're currently on when you're looping. So with a normal while loop, like I can basically just specify a condition up here and I can do whatever I want, right? It's very open. You can kind of just do whatever you want with it. But in a lot of situations, and there's tons of these situations, we're going to want to have a variable just like I that will tell us what iteration of the loop that we're currently on, or basically just a variable that's going to keep changing every time we go through the loop. And this is such a common situation in C that there's actually something called a for loop. And a for loop allows us to take all of this code and condense it into its own single loop. So it's taking this situation where we want to have a variable like I, and it's basically allowing us to do it a lot easier and a lot cleaner. So I'm going to show you guys how we can create a for loop. I'm going to come down here below this while loop, and I'm going to create a basic for loop structure. So I'm just going to say for, I'm going to make an open and closed parentheses and an open and closed curly bracket. Now, the difference between a for loop and a while loop is basically going to happen inside of these parentheses. So in the parentheses of a while loop, we have our loop condition or our loop guard, right? This is specifying whether or not we can keep looping through. Inside this for loop, we're going to have 3 different things. So instead of just one loop guard, we're actually going to have 3 different things that we want to put inside of here. So with a for loop, the first thing I'm going to put in here is this variable I. So you'll notice in the while loop we have our variable I up here, and this is basically allowing us to loop through and keep track of how many times we've gone through the loop. So what I can do down here is I can do something similar. I could say like int I, and I'm not going to give this a value. Inside of here I'm going to say I is equal to 1. So basically I'm going to take my variable I and I'm going to give it an initial value of 1. And now I have my I variable. I have my variable that's going to change every time we go through the loop. The next thing I want to do is include my looping condition. So up here we have I is less than or equal to 5. That's our condition. I can put the same thing down here. So I'm going to say I is less than or equal to 5. The third thing I want to do is increment I. So you'll notice down here, every time we go through this loop, we're incrementing that variable I. I'm going to do the same thing over here in this little third quadrant. So you'll notice I have these little like sections. Here's the first section. We're initializing the variable I. We're saying I is equal to 1. Here we're specifying our looping conditions. So I'm saying we're going to keep looping while I is less than or equal to 5. And over here is a little line of code that's going to get executed every time we go through the loop. So here I'm saying I++. I could also say like I minus minus, and that would decrement I. I could say like I is equal to I plus 2, etc. Like I could do basically anything I wanted over here. Let's just keep it at I++ for now. So you'll see I was basically able to take all of this code and condense it into its own little type of loop. And now instead of having to like print this out and create this variable up here, I can do all of that inside of this for loop. Now I could basically take this line of code, I could paste it down into here, and we essentially have the same thing. So right now, this block of code and this block of code are 100% equivalent. They're doing exactly the same thing. So let's go ahead and get rid of all this code, and let's test out our shiny new for loop. So I'm just going to run my program, and you'll see over here we're getting exactly the same thing that we got before. We're printing out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's the same exact program doing the same exact thing. And that's why for loops are great, because we can take that little structure like where we have an indexing variable and we can use it with something like this. So I want to show you another situation where these for loops can come in handy, and we can use them to loop through all the elements inside of an array. So actually up here I have this array that I created. It's called lucky numbers, and I'm just going to grab this and bring it down here. So we have this lucky numbers array. It has 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. And what I could actually do is I could loop through all of the elements inside of this array from this for loop. So I'm going to show you guys how we can do that. Now let's first off see how many elements we have. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We have 6 elements in this array. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to say I is equal to 0. And you'll see why we need to do this in a second, but basically array indexes start at 0. So this first element in the array is at index position 0. And just for a little refresher, if I wanted to access one of these elements from inside the array, I could say like lucky numbers was 0, and this is going to give me access to this element. If I said lucky numbers 2, then I'll get access to this element, this 15. So this is basically how we can access an element inside the array. So I'm going to set I equal to 0, and I'm going to say I want to loop while I is less than 6. And 6 was how many elements we had in the array. So I want to keep looping as long as we're less than 6, and I'm going to say I++. Now, down here, I'm going to do this same exact thing, but instead of printing out I, I'm going to print out lucky numbers I. So I'm going to print out the array element at index position I in lucky numbers. Basically, the first time we go through this loop, we're going to be printing out lucky numbers 0, because I is going to be equal to 0. The second time we go through the loop, we're going to be printing out lucky numbers 1, because I is going to be equal to 1, etc. And we're going to keep doing that until we get all the way up to 5, which is going to be the last element, which is this 42. So let's go ahead and do that. So I need to put this back to I, and let's run this program. So you'll see over here, we're basically doing exactly what I said. So the first time through the loop, we're printing out 4. We're printing out that first element. The second time through the loop, we're printing out 8, which is the second element, 15, 16, 23, and 42. So we're printing out all of those elements in turn as we go through this for loop. And there's a lot of situations where for loops are gonna come in handy, but this is a very, 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 very common situation where we want to loop through all the elements in an array and either print them out or, you know, do something to them, whatever. So that's the basics of working with for loops. And I do just want to say, like, anything that you do with a for loop, you could do with a while loop. You know, I basically showed you guys how we transformed that while loop into a for loop. The thing with for loops, though, is that they're very convenient, so it makes it really easy to do something like this without having to go through all the trouble of creating a while loop. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about 2 topics in C. The first topic we're going to talk about are 2-dimensional arrays. A 2-dimensional array is basically a situation where we have an array where all of the elements in the array are actually arrays themselves. The second thing I want to talk to you guys about is nested loops. So we're going to look at how we can use a looping structure where we have a loop inside of a loop. So it's going to be pretty cool. And actually these 2 topics can go together really well. And I'm going to show you guys how we can use nested loops and 2-dimensional arrays in order to make an awesome program. So let's get started. The first thing I want to show you guys is 2-dimensional arrays. So down here, we can create a 2D array. And actually the concepts that I'm showing you in this video can apply to multi-dimensional arrays. So not only 2 dimensions, but 3, 4, 5, really as many dimensions as your heart desires. So in order to create a 2-dimensional array, I'm just going to make an array of numbers. So I'm just going to say int, and we'll give this a name. So why don't we just say nums? And normally when we create an array, after we'd say the name of the array, we'd make an open and closed square bracket. But when we create a 2-dimensional array, we're going to make 2 open and closed square brackets, just like that. These 2 open and closed square brackets will basically represent like the width and the height of our array. So you guys will see what I mean in a second, but basically we're going to have like elements in the array, and then each of those elements is going to be an array, and we'll have elements inside of it. So these 2 squares will allow us to like manipulate all that stuff. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this equal to an open and closed curly bracket. Now this is normally how we would create an array. So normally I would just say like 1, 2, 3, 4, whatever. I could put all my numbers in here. But with a 2-dimensional array, all of the elements are going to be arrays. So instead of just saying like 1, 2, 3, we're actually going to create arrays inside of here. So for example, I'll put an array right here, and this text editor is so annoying with making these. So for example, the first element in this array, I could just make an array. So I'm going to say this is like 1, 2. So you can see here, I have 2 elements inside of this array, which is itself the first element of the nums array. So let's make another one. I'm going to come down here and we'll make another one, and this keeps trying to format differently. So now we're going to say 3, 4. So this thing right here, this whole array, that's the first element in the nums array, right? And that array has 2 elements inside of it. Same thing with this one. This is the second element in the nums array, and it has 2 elements inside of it. So it's basically an array within an array. Let's make one more, and so this is going to be 5, 6. So now we have 3 array elements, right? 1, 2, 3. And each of them has 2 elements inside of them. So whenever we create a 2-dimensional array like this, we always have to specify the number of elements and then the number of elements inside each array. So in our case, we're going to have 1, 2, 3 elements in the array, and each array has 2 elements inside of it. So it's going to look like that. So we would say 3 and then 2. And that's basically how we create it. So now let's talk about accessing these elements. So I'm going to create a little print statement here, and we're going to print out some of this stuff. So I'm going to say %d, and I'm going to show you guys how we can access individual elements. So basically, I'm going to say nums, and let's say that I wanted to access this top left element, this 1. The first thing I want to do is specify the index where the value that I want to access is stored. So like this would be index position 0, this would be index position 1, this would be index position 2. So we're going to say 0. And then I want to specify the index position of the individual element inside of 0. So I could say, like, this is element 0, this is element 1. So why don't we access element 0? So I print out nums 0, 0, and this is going to print out that number. So it's going to print out that 1 for us. You can see over here we get that 1. So let's try a different one. Let's try to grab this 4 right here. So this is going to be at index position 1, and then 1. So this will be at 1, 1. And now we should get that 4. Let's see. Yeah, cool. So we get the 4. Alright, so that's basically how we can access elements inside of these arrays. And I also just want to point out that if I didn't want to give this an initial value, I could just like put a semicolon here, and I could just like manually define each index location. So I could say like 0, 0 is equal to 7 or something. I don't have to give it a value like right up front. Although in our case, let's just do that because it's a lot easier. Alright, so we have our nums array, and we figured out how we can print out the elements. So now I want to talk to you guys about another concept, which is called a nested for loop. And you guys will see in a second why I'm teaching this alongside 2D arrays. But a nested for loop is a situation where we have a for loop, and inside of that for loop, we have another loop. So I'm going to show you guys this really quick. Let's say we create a for loop. I'm going to create two variables over here, int I and int j. And I don't know if I've showed you guys this in the course yet, but if I want to just like declare two variables, I can just say I, comma, j, and that'll declare both the variables. I'm not giving them actual values yet. We're going to do that inside these for loops. So I want to show you guys how we can use a nested for loop in order to print out all of the elements inside of this two-dimensional array. So I'm going to say for I is equal to 0, and we're going to keep looping as long as I is less than 3. And the reason I'm saying 3 here is because that's how many elements are inside of this nums array. So I'm going to keep looping as long as I is less than 3, and then I'm going to say I plus plus. Now, inside of these curly brackets, I want to create another loop. So every time we go through this one iteration of this top loop, we're going to fully execute through another loop. So I'm going to say for j is equal to 0, j is less than 2. And the reason I'm saying 2 here is because that's how many elements are inside each array inside of the nums array. And you guys will see in a second why this is going to work. And then I'm going to say j plus plus. So now I'm going to make some more open and close curly brackets. And down here, I'm going to actually be able to print out all of the elements inside of this array. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm just going to say printf, and we're going to be printing out an integer because these are all integers, and we're going to be printing out nums, and I'm going to print out nums I and j. So whatever the value of I is and whatever the value of j is, that's the index position inside of nums that we're going to print out. And now just so this is formatted a little bit better, why don't we put a comma right there. And then I'm also going to put another printf over here. That's just going to print out a new line. And you'll notice that this printf is outside of this inner for loop. So I'm going to run this program. We're going to see what it does. You guys will see exactly what's happening, and then I'll sort of walk you through a little bit more what is going on. So let's run this program. And you'll see over here when we ran the program, we're basically getting this entire 2D array printed out. So I'm printed out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So let's talk about why that happens. Over here, I'm saying for I is equal to 0, I is less than 3, I plus plus. So I'm going through this particular for loop 3 times. I'm going to execute all the code inside of this for loop right here 3 times. That's as many times as there are elements inside of our 2D array. Now, every single time I go through this top loop, every single time I go through it, I'm going to execute this loop in its entirety. So I will loop through this loop all the way through. I'll go through all of its iterations. And this loop says j is equal to 0, j is less than 2. And 2 over here is how many elements are inside of each one of these arrays. So this element in the nums array has 1, 2 elements inside of it. This element in the nums array has 1, 2 elements inside of it, right? That's where this 2 is coming from. Then I'm incrementing j, and I'm going to print out, so I'm saying print f, and I'm printing out nums at index position I and index position j. So the first time we go through this for loop, I is going to be equal to 0. And remember, that first time, we're actually going to be going through this loop 2 times. So we're going to be printing out nums 0, 0 and nums 0, 1. And then we're coming down here and printing a new line. The next time we go through this I loop, we're going to come down here and print nums 1, 0 and nums 1, 1. Finally, the third and final time, we're going to print out nums 2, 0 and nums 2, 1. That's basically how this is working. So two-dimensional arrays and nested for loops are a match made in heaven. And there's a lot of situations where, besides just looping through 2D arrays, that we're going to use nested loop. But hopefully this gives you a little bit of an introduction into what they are and why they're useful. In this tutorial, I'm going to talk to you guys about accessing memory addresses in C. Now, in the C programming language, a lot of times we're going to want to store different information, right? And there's a bunch of different ways that we can store information. We can use things like variables, we could use arrays, we could use structs. But the basic point is that whenever we're using C, we're going to want to keep track of and maintain a bunch of different pieces of information. And one of the easiest ways to do that is by creating variables. So down here, you'll notice that I have a bunch of variables. I have this integer called age, and it just has the value of 30. We have this double GPA, 3.4, and we have this character grade, and it has the value of the A character. I have a bunch of different variables in my program, and it allows me to keep track of data really easily, and I can use these to maintain, and I can even modify these different informations. Variables are great. But I want to talk to you guys a little bit about how these work in the actual physical memory of our computer. So whenever I create a variable, for example, when I create a variable called age and I give it a value of 30, this value 30 actually gets stored on our computer. So all computers have memory. So a lot of times you'll hear people refer to this as RAM. It's called random access memory. And basically RAM is the memory that your computer is going to use when it's running programs. So for example, if I was to run this C program, my computer would use RAM, it would use that memory in order to store and keep track of all this different information. Right? So when I create a variable like int age, C is actually going to store this value 30 at a specific memory location. So it's going to take that value 30 and it's going to store it somewhere in RAM, right? When I create this double called GPA, C is going to take this value 3.4 and it's going to store it inside of the physical memory on our computer. When I create this grade, C is going to store this character in the physical memory in our computer. Now, here's the thing. When I create these variables, I give them descriptive names, right? So I gave this a descriptive name, age, so I know what's stored inside of it, right? And when I want to access this value, I can just refer to the name, right? I can just refer to age. I could modify it. I could print it out. I could do something else to it, right? I can do whatever I want with it. And the way that I can access this variable, in other words, the way that I can access the value 30 is just by referring to the name of the variable. Same goes down here. If I wanted to access the grade, right? If I wanted to access this capital A, I could just refer to the name of the variable. But again, here's the thing. All of this information is stored in our physical memory somewhere. And so whenever C needs to access that information, whenever our computer needs to access this value 30 or this value 3.4, it's actually going to refer to a specific memory address. Right, so when I want to access this variable age, I can just type out age and then I can use this variable. But when C wants to refer to this value, it's not actually using age, it's going to use the memory address where this value is stored inside of our physical memory. So all of these values are stored inside of a physical address in our memory. So all of these values have an address where they're stored in memory. And when C needs to access them, it can use that address. So I'm going to show you guys how we can access that address, how we can print out the address onto the screen, and basically just wanted to give you guys an introduction into what memory addresses were. So down here I'm going to say printf, and I'm going to show you guys how I can actually print out the physical memory address where each one of these values is stored on our computer. So down here, if I want to print out a memory address, I need to use a % sign and a P. So normally if I was just going to print out like a number, I could say like %D or I could say %C for a character. When we want to print out a physical memory address, we're going to say %P. And this actually stands for pointer. And we're not going to talk about pointers in this tutorial. We're just going to talk about memory addresses. But just know that you need to say %P. And now I'm going to type out the name of the variable whose memory I want to access. So I'm going to access the memory address of age. And before the variable, I'm just going to say ampersand. So I'm going to make an ampersand age, and I'm going to say %P. And now we should be able to print out the memory address where the variable age is stored. In other words, we can print out the memory address where this value 30 is stored. So let's go ahead and run our program. And you'll see over here we're getting this number. So I'm getting this number 0060FF00. So this would be like a hexadecimal number. I guess it's not technically a number. It's like, I think it's hexadecimals. But basically, this is the physical memory address where the value of 30 is stored. In other words, it's the place where C stored the value inside of this age variable. I could do the same thing for these other variables. So actually, why don't I format this a little bit? I'm going to say here age, and then I'm going to make a new line, and we're just going to say GPA. And again, I'm going to print out another one of these addresses, and we'll do one for grade, and we'll print out the address. So now I can just come over here and I can sort of modify this a little bit. So I can just say GPA and grade. And you'll notice for each of these I'm using this ampersand before I type out the name of the variable. So now when we run our program, we should get a nice little list of all of these variables and their corresponding addresses. So you'll see over here we have age, and it's stored at memory address 0060FFOC. GPA is stored at this memory address, and grade is stored at this memory address. So if you were to like go into our computer or go into my computer and go to memory address 0060FF0C, that's actually going to store the value of 30. It's going to store the value that's inside of that age variable. If you were to go to this memory address, you would see the value inside of GPA. If you were going to this memory address, you would see the letter, which was a capital A. So basically, all of these variables are stored at different memory addresses. When I want to access the information in the variable, I can just refer to the variable's name. So I could say age, or I could say GPA. But when C wants to access the information in the variable, it has to use these addresses. So C would use this address, C would use this address, and this address. I can just use the variable names, and that's why C is awesome, because it allows us to do stuff like that. But when C and when our computer wants to access these values, it has to use these memory addresses. And so that's why these are useful. And when we're programming in C, it can actually be pretty useful to be able to know the addresses, like the actual physical addresses of these certain variables in memory. So a lot of times in C, when we want to work with these variables, we can just refer to them by name, and we can do all sorts of stuff with them. We can access them, we can modify them. But in other circumstances, we're not just going to want to be able to access the value, we're also going to want to be able to access their physical memory address. In other words, we're going to want to be able to know like what that address is, and we can use that for a bunch of stuff. And in future tutorials, I'm going to talk about why that can be useful. But for now, I really just wanted to kind of give you guys an overview of what memory addresses are, how we're using them in our program, and how we can print them out. So again, I just use this ampersand, and then I type the name of the variable, and I use this %P to print it out. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about pointers in C. Now, a pointer is basically just a type of data that we can use inside of our programs. So up until this point in the course, we've been using a bunch of different types of data, right? We've been using things like integers, and an integer is just a whole number. We've been using things like doubles, and a double is a decimal number. We've been using chars, and a char is basically just a character. And now I want to introduce you guys to another type of data, which is called a pointer. And a pointer is basically just a memory address. And a memory address basically refers to a physical address inside of the memory of our computer where we're storing a value, right? And I think pointers tend to confuse a lot of people who learn about them, and this is sort of one of those topics in C that everybody dreads because it's, traditionally very confusing to understand. But actually, pointers are extremely simple, and the problem is that they just get overcomplicated. So what I want you guys to do is I just want you guys to think of a pointer as a type of data. That's all it is. It's just a type of data that we can work with in our programs. It doesn't have to be any more complicated than that, right? I can work with an integer in my program. An integer is a whole number, right? I can work with a double in my program. A double is a decimal number. I can work with a char in my program. A char is just a character. I can work with a pointer in my program. A pointer is just a memory address. That's it. A pointer is just another type of data that I can use and I can work with inside of my programs, and it just happens to be a memory address inside of the memory or the RAM in our computers. That's all it is. It's very simple. People overcomplicate pointers, and they don't have to be overcomplicated because it's just another type of data, just like an integer or a double. But instead of being like a whole number or a decimal number, it's a memory address. So hopefully that makes sense, and I hope that you guys don't try to overcomplicate this too much because it doesn't have to be. So down here in my program, I have an integer that I've created, and it's called age. So I just said int age, and inside of this integer age, I'm storing a whole number. I'm storing an integer, right, 30. And if you've been following along with this course, in the last tutorial, we talked about memory addresses, and we talked about how all of these variables are actually storing these values at physical addresses on our computer's memory. So down here, I have this print statement, and I'm just printing out age's memory address. And I'm using this %p, and I'm just printing out ampersand age. And we talked about how this ampersand, when I put this in front of the variable, basically it's going to give me the physical address in memory where this variable, in other words, where this 30 value is stored. So if I run this program, you guys will see over here it says age's memory address, and it's this hexadecimal number, right? This is the physical memory address of the age variable. What did we just talk about before? Remember what I told you? Pointers are memory addresses. That's what they are. It's a type of data. A pointer is a type of data in our program, and it's a memory address, right? When I use this ampersand and I type out the name of a variable, this is giving me the memory address, right? I'm able to print out the memory address. So really, this is a pointer. This is a type of data in our program that is a memory address. Just like an integer is a type of data that's a whole number, and a double is a type of data that's a decimal number, and a char is a type of data that's a character, a pointer is a type of data that's a memory address. And this right here, this guy right here, is a pointer. So it's just the memory address of the age variable. That's it. And when I want to print out a pointer, I can use this %p, and it'll allow me to print it out onto the screen, and everyone's happy. So essentially what I'm doing here is I'm printing out a pointer. When I say %p, I'm telling this printf function that I want to print out a pointer, and then I give it a pointer over here. I give it a physical memory address. That's what a pointer is. Now we understand, and hopefully you understand, that a pointer is just a type of data, right? It's just a memory address. And we can access the memory addresses of specific variables by using this ampersand and then typing out the name of the variable. And that can be pretty useful. Now that we understand that, I want to show you guys how we can work with these pointers. So over here I have an integer variable called age. And this integer variable is storing an integer value 30. I'm going to say that one more time. I have an integer variable, and this integer variable is storing an integer value 30. I could also create a double variable. So I could create a double called GPA, and inside of this double variable I could store a double value like 3.4. I could also create a char variable called grade, and inside of this char variable I could store a character, A. I could also create a pointer variable, and inside of that pointer variable I could store a pointer. Okay, so just like I stored a character inside of this character variable and I stored a double inside of this double variable, I could store a pointer inside of a pointer variable. So we can actually store these pointers inside of a pointer variable. Now, here's where this is going to get a little bit tricky. When we create a pointer variable, we actually need a physical memory address, right? So when I create this integer variable, like I can just come up with a number right off the top of my head, right? I can just say like 30. When I create a double variable, I can just store whatever number I want to store. But when we create a pointer variable, remember, we're going to be storing a memory address. And I don't necessarily know any memory addresses like right off the top of my head. At least I don't know any meaningful memory addresses. So when I create a pointer variable, what I want to do is store the memory address of a variable that's already in our program. So I'm going to say that one more time. When I'm creating a pointer variable, inside of that pointer variable, I'm going to store the memory address of another variable inside of our program. So let's say that I wanted to create a pointer that would store the memory address of this variable over here. So store the memory address of age, right? I can create a pointer just like this. So I could say int, an asterisk, and now I'm going to give this a name. So I'm going to give this pointer variable a name. And remember, this pointer variable is going to store the memory address of the age variable. And generally, when you're naming a pointer, you're going to start with a lowercase p, and then you're going to type the name of the variable whose memory address you're storing in the pointer variable. So I'm going to say p_age, right? Because this pointer variable is storing the physical memory address of the age variable. Now what I want to do is set this equal to the memory address of the age variable, which we can access using this ampersand. So I could say ampersand age. So now this pointer variable is storing the memory address of the age variable. I'm going to do the same thing down here for this GPA. So if I wanted to create a pointer variable that would store the memory address of the GPA variable, I could say double asterisk, and I'm just going to say p_GPA, just like that. And I'm going to set this equal to the memory address of this double variable, which we can access using this ampersand and then the name of the variable like that. I'm going to do the same thing down here for this character variable. So I want to create a pointer variable which is going to store the memory address of the character variable. So I'm just going to say char asterisk a grade, and I'm going to set this equal to ampersand grade. Okay? So that's all I'm doing, right? So now I have this integer variable, and I have this pointer variable which is storing the memory location or the memory address of the age variable. I have this double variable which is storing a double, and I have this pointer variable which is storing a pointer, and the pointer just happens to be the memory address of the GPA variable. I have this char variable down here, and then I have this pointer variable which is storing a pointer which just happens to be the physical memory address of the grade variable in our memory. Okay? And that's basically all you need to know about pointers to get started. A pointer is just a type of data. It's just a type of information that we can work with in our programs. It just happens to be memory addresses, right? An integer is a type of data that we can work with in our programs, and it just happens to be a whole number. A double is a type of data that we can work with in our programs, and it's a decimal number. A char is a type of data that we can work with in our programs, and it's a character. A pointer is a type of data that we can work with in our programs, and it's a memory address. Hopefully that makes sense. And just like we create integer variables and double variables, we can also create pointer variables. The only difference is whenever we create a pointer variable, we're going to store the memory address of another variable in our program. So you'll see over here, when I create this pointer variable, I'm using the data type of the variable whose address I'm storing. So over here, when I'm storing the address of an integer variable, I'm saying int here. When I'm storing the address of a double variable, I'm saying double here. When I'm storing the address of a char variable, I'm saying char here. And that's the basics of using pointers and also creating pointer variables and storing memory addresses inside of variables. In this tutorial, I want to talk to you guys about dereferencing pointers in C. Now, a pointer is basically just a type of data that we can work with in our programs that is a memory address. So sometimes in our programs, we're going to want to work with memory addresses. We're going to want to use them in our programs and do certain things with them. And those memory addresses are basically called pointers in our programs. And when you dereference a pointer, essentially what you're doing is you're going to the memory address of that pointer and you're grabbing the piece of information from there. Right? So all pointers are memory addresses, and when we dereference a pointer, we go to that physical memory address and we get the information, or we get the value that's stored inside of there. So I'm going to show you guys how we can do that in C. It's actually really easy and can be pretty useful. So down here I have this integer, and it's an integer variable, and it's storing the integer value 30. And over here I have a pointer variable, which is storing the memory address of 30. So it's storing the memory address of our age variable, as you can see right here. And down here I'm just printing out this pointer. So I'm printing out page. I'm using this %p, and I'm just printing it out to the screen. So why don't we take a look and see what we get. So you'll see over here we just get this memory address, probably exactly what you expected to get. So over here I want to show you guys how we can dereference a pointer. So this pointer variable page is storing the memory address of this age variable, right? So when we printed it out, we basically were given the physical memory address where this numbered 30 was stored. So page is storing the memory address of 30. It's storing the memory address where this value is inside of our computer's memory. If I want to dereference a pointer, basically what I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be going to that actual physical memory address and grabbing that piece of information. So the way that I can dereference a pointer is by using the asterisk. So when I'm printing this pointer out, I can dereference it by using this asterisk. But now over here, since I'm dereferencing this pointer, I need to print out a number instead of a pointer. Because when I dereference the pointer, this is no longer a pointer. This is no longer a memory address. Now, this is going to be whatever was stored at the memory address the pointer was pointing to. So this is going to be an integer because this pointer variable was storing the address of an integer, right? So when I dereference it, this is actually going to be an integer. So let me show you guys. I'm going to print out, or I'm going to run our program, and it should print out 30. So you'll see there we get a 30. So basically what's happening here is we're dereferencing the page pointer variable. We're dereferencing the page pointer, which basically means we're going and grabbing the actual, physical value that's stored at the memory address that the pointer was pointing to. And that's why we get 30. And that's basically what dereferencing is. You have a pointer, you can dereference it, and you basically just get the value that it was pointing to. It's essentially all we're doing. So I want to show you guys how we could do this just normally. So for example, I have this age variable. If I just typed this out, if I wanted to get the address of this age variable, I could use this ampersand, right? That's basically what we did up here. But what I could do is I could just dereference this. So I can say ampersand age, and then I can put a asterisk here, and this is actually going to dereference that entire thing. So now when I run my program, it's going to print out 30. So it's not going to print out the memory address, it's just going to print out 30. So you can see over here, we get 30. So I could actually do this like as many times as I want, and this will maybe just illustrate what's happening. So I could put an ampersand here, and now I'm going to get that memory address again. So you'll see we're getting this memory address, and I could do the same thing. So I could dereference this one more time, and you'll see now we're getting that 30 value again. So, I mean, basically what I'm doing here is I'm constantly, like here I'm getting the memory address where the age variable is stored. Then I'm dereferencing it and getting the value. Then I'm getting the memory address again, and then I'm dereferencing it again. So, hopefully that makes sense. When you dereference a pointer, you're basically just getting the value that that pointer is pointing to, or you're getting the value that's stored in the memory address of the pointer. In this tutorial, I'm going to teach you guys how to write to files in C. one of the cool things we can do in C is we can actually modify and change and also create new files. So in this tutorial, I'll just basically show you guys how to do that. We'll talk about creating files, writing files, and appending onto files. So let's go ahead and do that. Down here in my main function, we're actually going to create a file. So I'm going to create a file, and I'm going to store some information inside of that file. And the way that we can do that is we can just type out file all in caps, just like that. And essentially what we're doing here is we're creating a pointer to a physical file on our machine. So I'm just going to say file, and I'm going to make an asterisk, and I'm just going to give this a name. So I'm just going to call this F pointer, and that'll just stand for file pointer. And I want to set this equal to fopen. And fopen is actually a function that's going to open a file for us. And so inside of these parentheses, I'm going to give this a couple different parameters. The first parameter is going to be the name of the file that I want to open. So I'm just going to call this employees.txt. And the second parameter is going to be a file mode. And a file mode is basically just going to tell C what we want to do with the file that we're going to open. And there's a bunch of different file modes. The three most basic types are R, and R stands for read. So if I put R in there, it'll mean we want to read the file. W stands for write. So if I put write in there, it means I want to either create a new file or write over an existing file. And there's also A, which stands for append, and that means I want to append information on the file. In this tutorial, we're going to look at W and A. So what I want to do over here is put in W. And right now, employees.txt, this file doesn't actually exist. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create that file. We're going to put some information inside that file, and then that file gets saved onto my machine. And in order to do that, we're going to need this write mode. So it's just going to be a W. Anytime that we're opening a file in C, you always want to make sure that you close the file. So over here, I'm saying fopen. And down here, I want to use another function called fclose. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to close off the file. So it's going to remove the file from the memory on our computer, and if we do make any changes, it'll kind of like save the file, and everything will just be kind of like locked in. So you always want to make sure whenever you're working with a file that you close it. And inside of this fclose function, we just want to pass in this fpointer. So I'm just going to say fpointer right there. So let's talk about what's happening here. File is basically just like essentially like a data type, I guess, and we're creating a pointer to a physical file on our computer. So if you remember, a pointer is basically just a memory address. Right? A pointer is a type of data that we can use in our programs. It's essentially just a memory address. And this pointer is storing the memory address of this new employees.txt file that we're going to create. So essentially what's going to happen is we're going to create this employees.txt file, and fpointer is going to be pointing to the memory address of that file on our computer. So that's essentially what's happening here. And what I want to do is I actually want to write some information to this file. So actually, let me just show you guys really quick what's happening here. So without doing anything else, just using this line right here, when I run my program, a new file called employees.txt is going to get created. So over here, I'm in my little directory, and if you don't specify an absolute path or like a relative path for this, it's just going to create it in the directory that your C file's in. So if I wanted to create this on my C drive, I could say like C whatever, and then like employees.txt, and this will get created in my C drive. But if I don't specify like an absolute path, or even if I don't specify a relative path, then this is just going to get created in the same directory as our C file. And you'll see over here, my main.c file is right here. It's in this folder. So when I run this program, let's watch over here, and we can see this employees.txt file get created. So I'm going to run my program, and you'll see over here that this employees file got created. So if I actually bring this out a little bit, you'll see it's a text document. It's employees.txt, and there's 0 kilobytes inside of there. So we haven't put any information in there, but this file got created. So now let's talk about putting some info into that file. Inside this file, I'm basically just going to list out a bunch of like employees that might work in an office. And the easiest way to write information to a file is just to say fprintf. And this is a special function in C, which actually works a lot like the printf function. So if you've used the printf function, and if you're following along with this course, we've been using it throughout the entire course. The printf function basically allows you to like print information out onto that console window. fprintf is going to allow us to essentially just write information to a file. I need to give this a couple parameters. The first one is going to be this file pointer. In other words, I need to tell this function, you know, what it should be writing to. So I'm just going to say fpointer. And then over here, we can just give this some information. So I can just use, like after we put in this file pointer, I can just use this like I normally would the printf function. So I could just print out like some employees. So I could say like, let's say one of the employees is Jim, and we'll put like what they do. So like I could say salesman, and then we could say, actually let's make a new line, and we'll create another employee, Pam, and she is the receptionist, and then we can make some other employees. So now I have 3 employees that I'm going to basically write out to my employees file. So now when I run this program, and we can go over here to this employees file, you'll see when I open this up that we have these 3 lines in here. So we have Jim salesman, Pam receptionist, and Oscar accounting. So basically I was able to create this file and write all of this information in the file from down here, just from down here in this program. So that's pretty cool. And I want to show you guys with write. So when I'm using this write, this is actually going to overwrite a file. So for example, if I change this from all this text and I just put like overridden in here, now when I run this program and we open this employees.txt file, so let me reopen this, you'll see it just says overridden. So I've actually overridden all of the text that was in there. And that's basically what happens when we just write to a file. So let's go back to what we had before. I'm just going to run this again so we have this text. And you'll see now we're back with the employees. So let's say that inside of this file we wanted to add an employee onto the end of it. So we wanted to add like a new employee onto this file, right? Well, I can use something called append. And what append is going to do is it's going to allow us to append a new line onto the end of this file, or actually just append text onto the end of the file. Instead of saying W, I'm just going to say A, and you'll notice I'm still keeping employees.txt here. And down here inside of this fprintf, I'm just going to print out another employee into the file. The first thing I'm going to do is print out a new line, because, and actually let me show you guys this in this employees file, there actually isn't a line after this last line. So the last like position in this file is over here. I can't actually get onto the line below Oscar. So I'm gonna want to go ahead and print a new line, and this will move the next employee onto the next line. We could say like Kelly, and she's gonna work in customer service. So now when I run my program, instead of overriding what was in the employees.txt file, now this is just gonna append this new employee onto the file. So I'll come up here, run the program, and let's open this employees file, and you'll see now we have another entry, Kelly from customer service. So when we write a file, we either create a new file and add content onto it, or we just override the content in the file, at least using this fprintf function. And when we append, we're just appending information onto the end of the file. So just using those 2 things, I mean, you can essentially write out any file that you want. And it's important to note that you can write more than just text files. So I could write like an HTML file, or I could write like a CSS file. You could write really, I mean, any type of file that you'd want. And that's basically how we can write to a file and append to the end of a file. In this tutorial, I want to teach you guys how to read the information from a file in C. In the last tutorial, we talked about writing to files. So we looked at how we could create a file, overwrite a file, and append information onto a file. In this tutorial, I'm going to show you guys how you can read information from a file. So down here, you'll notice that I have my file pointer set up. So I just say file and the asterisk, and I called it FP. And remember, this is just a pointer, which, you know, and a pointer is just a memory address. And it's the memory address of this file in memory. So it's the memory address of this employees.txt file, which we created in the last tutorial. And I'm using this fopen function, which basically opens this file, and then I'm specifying a file mode. We talked about the W file mode and the A file mode. Now I want to talk to you guys about the R file mode, and this stands for read. So when I use the R file mode, I'm actually able to read information from the file, and this can be pretty cool. So in order to read the information from the file, I'm actually going to show you guys how we can read like the individual lines of the file. So actually, first let's look at the file. This is employees.txt. It just has basically a bunch of employees, their names, and then what they do. And we're going to be able to read this file inside of our program. So the first thing I want to do is create a variable. And I'm going to create this variable up here before we create the file pointer. And it's just going to be an array of characters, and I'm just going to call it line. And I'm going to give this an initial size of 255. So this will be able to store 255 characters. And then down here, in order to read this file, I can actually read the file one line at a time. And we can use a special function called fgets. And fgets basically is going to allow us to read the lines of the file one by one. So I could say fgets, and I need to give this a few different parameters. The first parameter I need to give it is a place to store the information that it gets. So this function is going to go and it's going to read the information from the file, and it's going to store it somewhere. So the first parameter we need to give this function is where it should store that information. So in our case, we're going to store it inside of that line variable that we created up there. The second thing we need to give this is a size. And this is basically just going to be like the maximum size that we can read in. So I'm just going to say 255. Basically, this number should match this number up here. And then we also want to give it that file pointer. So I'm just going to say f pointer. And basically what this is going to do is it's going to read the first line of the file, and it's going to store it inside of this line variable. So if I was to come down here and say print f and print it out a string and just print it out line, now when I print out line, it's actually going to have the value of the first line in the file. So let's run this program, and you'll see over here we're printing out Jim Salesman. And if you don't remember, that was the first line inside of that employees.txt. So basically what fgets is doing is it's reading the first line, and another thing that it's doing is it's moving this pointer. So remember, this pointer is essentially pointing to where the file is in our memory. And whenever we use fgets, this pointer is going to get incremented. So it's basically going to move past the first line in the file. So if I was to use this again, for example, if I said fgets again, when I use this, it's going to store the value of the first line of the file inside of line, and when I use it again, it's now going to grab the second line in the file. So if I print this out now, this should actually be storing the second line in the file. So when I run my program, you'll see it's storing the second line, Pam, receptionist. I could basically do this for all of the lines in the file. So that's basically how we can use fgets to read the individual lines inside of a file.